Amen. L'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be opened.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to have a point of order about last Friday's question period. There are many dairy farmers in my riding. I used a non-parliamentary word that caused disorder, and I wish to apologize and withdraw it, and apologize to you personally, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order with regard to the Private Member's Bill C-243. I submit to you that this bill does not require royal recommendation. I want to congratulate my colleague from Kingston and the Islands for his comprehensive speech in the House last week. His arguments were persuasive and correct in that the question before you, Mr. Speaker, is whether or not Bill C-243 would change the purpose or create a new function of maternity benefits. More specifically, showed that protection of the mother and her unborn child is an existing function of the current program. As it stands outside of the province of Quebec, EI maternity benefits can and are frequently used for the purpose of protecting the mother and unborn child when her work environment is hazardous. In fact, this is precisely why benefits can be taken 8 weeks before the birth. This is a long-established practice. The member from Kingston and the Islands also addressed the issue of the terms and conditions of EI maternity benefits and showed that these terms and conditions are not relaxed by C-243. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that you have a difficult task in front of you. It is a complex topic, and parts of this bill are clearly in a gray area when it comes to royal recommendation. I urge you to carefully consider all the arguments put forward on this matter. In addition, you will, in the will of this House, which was expressed so forcefully by 231 members who supported C-243. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order on this, perhaps the same point of order. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do rise on the same point of order. I listened with great interest my colleague from Kingston and the Islands' comments on this bill earlier last week. I echo his concerns, and I would like to submit to this House that from our point of view as well, this bill would not require a royal recommendation. The spending that would be incurred by this bill is simply not there. I think you will find, Mr. Speaker, if you read the rulings of your learned predecessors, Mr. Speaker Milliken, for example, it would be consistent with that in ruling this bill does not, in fact, require a royal recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. I just want to note for new members that if a member wishes to stand on a point of order, they should, of course, stand, but they should also say appel au règlement or point of order, so that I know why they're standing. It being 11:08, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill C-238, National Strategy for Safe Disposal of Lamps Containing Mercury Act, in the name of Mr. Fisher.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Monsieur Fisher, appuyé par...
Mr. Fisher, seconded by Mr. Sampson, moves that Bill C-238, an act respecting the development of a national strategy for the safe disposal of lamps containing mercury, as amended, be concurred in at report stage.
Of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please... did I hear what this... Were there any nays? No, not hearing any nays. Motion carried. When should the bill be read a third time? Now. Okay, Mr. Fisher, seconded by Mr. Sampson, moves that Bill C-238, an act respecting the development of a national strategy for the sale and environmentally sound disposal of lamps containing mercury, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is truly an honour to stand here in the House of Commons today at third reading on Bill C-238. I've had the pleasure of speaking on this bill a few times in the House and at committee. But before I get started, to better reflect the environmental positive intent of this bill and to complement the federal government's proposed code of practice for the environmentally sound management of end-of-life lamps containing mercury, at the committee stage was amended C-238's title to read, A National Strategy for Safe and Environmentally Sound Disposal of Lamps Containing Mercury Act. This title better represents the precautionary approach and nature of the bill. It is important to me that Canadians are protected from toxic mercury and that we ensure these bulbs are recycled by Canadians in an environmentally sound way. I really want to thank my colleagues throughout the House for their support on Bill C-238. I want to deeply thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for approaching me early to joint second this bill. Bill C-238, as amended, passed unanimously through the Standing Committee of the Environment and Sustainability. The comments and questions at the committee stage from all parties were thoughtful and supportive. And I thank members throughout the House who have provided me with constructive feedback and support. I truly believe that we are better when we work together. I appreciate and have remained open to your comments because this is what Canadians want and this is what Canadians expect from us. They want us to work across party lines, and together we can develop a robust national strategy for the safe and environmentally sound disposal of mercury-bearing lamps. Madam Speaker, I come from a great place. Dartmouth Cole Harbour isn't just where elite hockey players are born, and it isn't just the place over the bridge across the harbour from beautiful Halifax. Dartmouth Cole Harbour is home to innovative businesses and bright minds. From Dalhousie University's Dr. Jeff Dan, who has the research agreement for Tesla batteries, to facilities like Dan X Recycling in Burnside, who can take every bit of mercury-bearing light bulb and safely recycle its components. To represent this riding filled with great people and good ideas is an honour, Madam Speaker. As the federal representative for Dartmouth Cole Harbour, it's my job to bring these bright ideas from home and effect real change. I had a Halifax Regional Council visit me the other day, a councillor visit me the other day here with FCM, and they asked me what the topic was for my private member's bill. And when I told him about Bill C-238, he remarked, "Are you still on that? I remember when you worked on those bulbs as a councillor." Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm still on this. The idea for Bill C-238 goes all the way back to my early days as a municipal councillor. Like any new representative, I wanted to make sure that I knew my district inside and out. While visiting the Burnside Industrial Park, I came upon Dan X Recycling. While touring this facility, I learned that they were able to recycle every bit of a fluorescent mercury-bearing light bulb in a safe and environmentally friendly way. I also learned that it only takes 0.5 milligrams of mercury to pollute 180 tons of water. Now, this statistic really resonates with me, especially coming from Dartmouth, the city of lakes. It's up to us to keep our lands and waterways safe. I also learned that these bulbs are valuable recyclables that can easily be diverted from landfills. Canadian municipalities are spending hundreds of millions of dollars on landfill cells each year. Whenever possible, we must divert recyclables. Dan X separates and reuses the glass in production of new bulbs. The metal is melted down and reused by metal recycling facilities. They even process and recycle the phosphor powder, which contains the mercury. This facility, Madam Speaker, barely takes up 1,000 square feet and employs local people through this clean technology. It was at this point that I learned that when the previous government banned the use of inefficient incandescent bulbs, it was always assumed that regulations for fluorescent and in particular CFL bulbs would follow. Back then, I committed to help solve the issue of mercury-bearing light bulbs and to divert them from our city landfills. I helped ensure that all Halifax regional city facilities diverted their spent mercury-bearing light bulbs to recycling facilities, ensuring their safe and environmentally sound disposal. And now, as a Member of Parliament for Dartmouth Cole Harbour, with one of these amazing facilities in my riding, I remain committed to solving this issue. I've only been a Member of Parliament for about a year, but as soon as I could, My team and I hit the ground running on this issue. I want to ensure the safe and environmentally sound disposal of these mercury-bearing bulbs nationwide. This is a problem with a positive solution, and together we can make this happen. Bill C-238 builds on the work of the previous Conservative government by producing a national strategy for the safe and environmentally sound disposal of these bulbs. Now, Madam Speaker, I spent almost 7 years as a councillor for the Halifax Regional Municipality, and I remember what it's like to have costs and red tape imposed by higher governments. From listening to my colleagues from across the floor speak to Bill C-238 and through consultation, I came across a possible costly measure that required amendment. When the member from Red Deer Mountain View spoke to the reporting mechanism in the original draft of this bill, he spoke to how it could cause delays and perhaps unnecessary costs, and I agree. It will be up to the consultation process and any governments that are implicated by this legislation to determine any sort of reporting features, regulations, and standards. That makes the most sense, Madam Speaker. While listening to Indigenous witness testimony in the Standing Committee for Environment and Sustainability, I've heard firsthand about the toxic effects of mercury on populations. Mercury is a toxic substance with the ability to undergo long-range transport. Now, I've used this example before in the House, and I'll use it again. Hypothetically, mercury deposited in a Halifax landfill could redeposit into a northern Canadian community or any other remote area. Although some provinces are making headway on this issue, Madam Speaker, mercury doesn't stop at provincial boundaries. Bill C-238 is about working together to find solutions while ensuring that every appropriate body is at the table. So throughout this process, I've appreciated and listened to the feedback from my colleagues, and I've remained open to good amendments. After listening to the members for Abbotsford and for Skeena Bulkley, I agreed to amend, strengthen, and open the consultation process of this strategy. It's imperative that all interested and appropriate governments, persons, and organizations are part of this consultation, that they are all owners of this strategy. Bill C-238 must be a strong, collaborative effort which will include any interested Indigenous groups, government, stakeholders, or citizens to ensure that this strategy is best for all Canadians, that this strategy represents all Canadians. This will ensure a nationwide solution to this issue. Madam Speaker, I believe that a problem like mercury-bearing light bulbs in landfills takes real environmental leadership to solve. I look forward to the dialogue Bill C-238 will generate amongst governments, stakeholders, and citizens. I believe that as a whole, we can take responsibility and protect Canadians from this needless pollution throughout this collaborative effort. This is another opportunity to show that a clean environment and a strong economy go hand in hand. Madam Speaker, it's been an honour to bring this bright idea from home in Dartmouth Cole Harbour and work to make it a reality here in Ottawa. It is a humbling experience as a new Member of Parliament to have an opportunity to create a law that will benefit Canadians nationwide. I hope that all members of this House will continue to support Bill C-238, a national strategy for the safe and environmentally sound disposal of mercury-bearing lamps. Madam Speaker, it's up to me to make the voices of Dartmouth Cole Harbour heard here in Ottawa, but it's up to us here in this House to work together and improve the lives of Canadians now and forever, future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank, through you, Madam Speaker, the enthusiasm of my colleague across the way. I know he's sincere about addressing the issue of mercury. Unfortunately, what's troubling to me is that the member decided that he would amend his bill to, in fact, take away any mandatory duty whatsoever to take action on mercury. And I know we've been trying to encourage him to come forth with why it is that he made the decision that this would no longer be mandatory. So through you, Madam Speaker, I would appreciate hearing from the member why he has decided to remove what were very important mandatory requirements on the minister to finally move on measures on safe disposal of mercury in lamps.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. It's a great question. I want to thank her for her efforts on our committee as well, and for her huge amount of knowledge on methylmercury and how it impacts our country every day. This bill was designed, through you, Madam Speaker, to the member, to be the beginning of a conversation on a collaboration. It's a very unique situation we have. We have all levels of government have some form of jurisdiction. We have your municipalities that handle solid waste. We have the provinces that issue the permit to handle that solid waste and how they can handle that solid waste. And we have the federal government who controls the toxic chemicals. I think that out of respect for all levels of government, having this collaborative approach and putting these people at the table to come up with a problem that exists for all jurisdictions is the proper way to go and the proper way to handle this major problem that we have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to commend my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour for his efforts with this bill. It's an honour to serve with him on the Environment Committee and the work that he does there. We studied this bill at the Environment Committee, and while we were discussing the bill and this issue, I looked up at the ceiling and I noticed that there were 70 fluorescent light bulbs in the ceiling, and it struck me the enormity of this issue and the amount of contamination that is spread throughout our environment if we don't properly deal with fluorescent light bulbs. I'd like to ask the member what he has done, what the work that he had done to talk about the work he has done as a municipal councillor and now as an MP for his riding and in the province of Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. When I first set upon Danex Recycling in Burnside Industrial Park and found out the issues, the jurisdictional issues with mercury-bearing light bulbs, I thought for sure we could just find a way to come up municipally with regulations where we could handle the disposal, the recycling of these bulbs, and found that that was not the case, that it was going to take a multi-jurisdictional approach. The only thing I could really accomplish at the municipal level was to ensure that the bulbs used in the buildings owned by the municipality could be handled in an environmentally sound way. So all of the buildings in the municipality of Halifax are now recycling at Danex, which is the only recycler in the area, all of their spent light bulbs from their various facilities. So that is the one thing I was able to accomplish. I will add, if I've got time, Madam Speaker, that Halifax Water voluntarily decided without a motion to also do the exact same thing. So kudos to them for seeing this issue. So all of the Halifax Water-owned buildings also recycle their light bulbs in an environmentally sound manner. And those are voluntary things. There's no regulation that states that they must do that. This was corporate leadership and municipal leadership, in my opinion, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a great honor and privilege for me to stand in this House to speak on Bill C-238, sponsored by my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour. We do some very good work together on the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee. This is an opportunity to discuss his important idea that has thus far received support from nearly every member of the House. This being a private member's bill means it's not always easy to do, but he has done it. So I want to recognize him and his staff for all their hard work on this bill. This is an important piece of legislation in front of us all here today. It is aiming to achieve a good goal, and I'm supporting it as it moves forward. So exactly what does this bill do? First, it establishes national standards for safe disposal of mercury-containing lamps. Secondly, it establishes guidelines regarding facilities for safe disposal of mercury lamps. Finally, we'll ask the government with coming up with a plan to promote the public awareness of the importance of mercury lamps being disposed of properly. It also calls on the government to table their national strategy within 2 years of the bill becoming law. and for it to be reviewed by Parliament every 5 years after that. Fluorescent bulbs are in use for a very good reason. They conserve power in a way that conventional light bulbs simply can't. In fact, they use between 20 to 25% of the energy required for a traditional incandescent Edison bulb. They are the most energy efficient and affordable means of lighting your homes and places of work and leisure. They also last up to 10 times longer than the old-fashioned bulbs. This is why they are so widespread in our communities and that they should continue being readily available for foreseeable future. Unfortunately, one of the critical components in fluorescent bulbs is mercury. In fact, there's no way to make these bulbs without it. It'd be like fish trying to live out of water. There's simply no way. And so it's critical that we carefully dispose of these lamps in a responsible, environmentally conscious way when they're finally burned out. Tossing these bulbs into the trash is very detrimental to the environment and human health, and those are the main issues here today. The issue is that when these bulbs end in a regular landfill with the rest of our household waste, a large portion of the mercury inside the bulbs is released into the air or water. This will have a debilitating effect on the quality of the air we breathe and the water we drink, two resources we need to stay alive. The wonderful thing about this is that recyclers can actually recuperate the mercury found in these bulbs. So there are methods of recycling this toxic substance. Mercury is a dangerous toxic substance that can have severe impact on human health, especially in the vulnerable populations like expectant mothers as well as their babies developing in the womb. It can cause brain and central nervous system damage. It can also attack the kidneys and the lungs. This is a dangerous toxic substance that I'm happy that this bill will help to address its disposal where fluorescent lamps are concerned. So there's definitely an environment and safety impact of fluorescent bulbs. If they break in your home or workplace, the immediate release of mercury vapors can pose a health risk to you and your family. Not only is this an issue, but there can be the release of more mercury vapor into the air if the proper cleanup and disposal procedures are not put in place. There are some other aspects of environmental stewardship that this bill intends to target. It supports the aim of our Environmental Sustainable Development Committee in looking at clean technology alternatives to products like fluorescent bulbs. There are a number of best practices for the disposal of mercury bulbs, and I'd like to talk about some that are recommended by the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, from the United States. They have a wealth of ideas on how mercury fluorescent bulbs should be properly disposed of. I'd like to share some of them with you in the House. One of their recommendations, and this may seem obvious, is spent bulbs should be handled with great care to avoid breakage. We've already discussed why this is a bad idea and to break fluorescent bulbs. You can't properly recycle a bulb that is already broken. They also recommend good strategies for employers. One of these strategies is that employees should be trained to know who to call in case of the burned lamp. This would avoid cases where employees take the initiative to remove or replace burned bulbs, which could possibly lead to breakage. Another which may seem obvious is that they recommend recycling fluorescent bulbs that contain mercury. Taken directly from a document from the EPA, EPA strongly encourages the recycling of all spent fluorescent lamps as a preferred approach to managing lamps throughout their full productive life cycle. Proper recycling not only minimizes the release of mercury into the environment, but also allows for the reuse of the glass, metals, and other materials that make up a fluorescent lamp. Virtually all components of the lamp can be recycled. Recycling fluorescent lamps reduces the amount of waste going to landfill, saves energy, and reduces greenhouse gases and mercury emissions. The EPA isn't alone in having good tips on how to safely dispose of mercury bulbs. Australia's Department of Environment has established the FluoroCycle program. Taken from their website, FluoroCycle is a scheme that aims to increase the recycling of lamps that contain mercury and reduce the amount of mercury entering the environment. To achieve this, FluoroCycle provides a national voluntary scheme which businesses, government agencies, and other organizations can join as signatories. The scheme gives public recognition to the signatories for their commitment to recycling. This sounds like a really good initiative. Although somewhat different from what this legislation is proposing, it's a good example of how we can bring industry and commerce on board with recycling these mercury fluorescent lamps instead of simply throwing them away. I think this is a great project that our friends from down under have initiated, and I hope maybe we can consider something similar here going forward. This would only build on the great work done by my honourable friend from Dartmouth Cole Harbour. Over in the Republic of Ireland, they have a very interesting program. In Ireland, retailers take your old bulbs as long as you're buying a new one on a one-for-one basis. This strikes me as a good idea because this way the retailers can deal with the safe disposal and transport to designated recycling facilities, removing the burden of hassle from consumers. It's also good that these consumers will be buying a new energy-efficient fluorescent bulb to operate for the spent bulbs. These lights are becoming more and more common, and it seems as though every home, business, and place of work has at least some of these fluorescent lighting. Statistics Canada said that in 2011, almost 9 of 10 households, 87% in Canadian census metropolitan areas, had at least one type of energy-saving light. Statistics Canada also has this to offer. In almost every case, households used only one method of disposal of their dead or unwanted CFLs. In 2011, slightly less than one-third, 32%, used a control method of disposal, using 24% at a depot or a drop-off center, 8% returning the bulbs to a supplier or retailer. Half of the households disposing of CFLs used an uncontrolled method, throwing them in the garbage, or still had them at the time of the interview, 12%. The remainder used an unknown method to dispose of them. These are eye-opening statistics, and I'm certain that this is one of the reasons that my colleague across the way proposed this piece of legislation. I know that he's a supporter of recycling facility in his constituency, that he's been doing great work on this file. I appreciate he and his team taking the time to get this right, and I'm looking forward to seeing the project moving forward. I offer thanks to the honourable members for listening to my thoughts on this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, la prise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to thank the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour for his action on environment, and it's very clear that he has the intent to resolve this issue. And frankly, to also support a very important industry in his own riding, an entity that recycles toxins. And we need to have measures exercised by our federal governments that in fact support these kinds of industries so that we have toxins safely disposed of and taken away from the environment so they don't harm environment and health. Madam Speaker, on second reading of this bill, I spoke very kindly about the bill and had also shared that I had hoped that the bill would go further. Much to my regret and my colleagues' regret, in fact, the decision was made to water down the effect of the bill, and I remain puzzled about that. The argument, Madam Speaker, has been that what we need is more time for the various jurisdictions to work together. But, Madam Speaker, I have been working alongside the federal and provincial and territorial governments and the industry for more than 2 decades on resolving the issue of emissions of mercury into the environment. And in my humble opinion, it's time that we actually had the federal government asserting its power to regulate this toxin, not simply to continue the dialogue. Although continuing the dialogue is absolutely important, and I recognize the fact that all members of this place recognize there's a need for the federal, provincial, and territorial and municipal governments and Aboriginal governments to begin working together more effectively. Madam Speaker, we have a law in effect in this country, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, that actually provides for the designation of toxic substances that are deemed harmful to humans and the environment. And it extends the powers to the federal government to establish a regulatory framework for the cradle-to-grave management of these substances, and that includes safe disposal. Mercury was scheduled as a toxin long before the Canadian Environmental Protection Act was even enacted in the mid-1980s. It was formally under Contaminants Act, and then, way back then, decades and decades ago, was recognized as one of the most significant toxins that we need to control. As early as 2000, Madam Speaker, the Canadian Council of Ministers of Environment added mercury in its list of 5 top priority substances to address. And unfortunately, it's taken to very recently to address mercury, as I've mentioned previously in this place. Apart from Alberta, no jurisdiction has still regulated the single largest source of mercury in North America, and that is coal-fired mercury. Lamps were included in there, but after coal-fired power and cement. So it's very pleasing that the member opposite has chosen to finally seek some action on one of the sources of this serious neurotoxin. And mercury, when combined with water, forms methylmercury, and that is how, if it goes into our water, into our fish, that it's ingested and can cause serious harm. It also can cause harm if it's in a gaseous form, and as I understand, when some of these lamps are broken, there is the potential for it to enter in a gaseous form. Therefore, the reason why we need proper handling and disposal of these lamps, and it's commendable that he's seeking greater action on this. So far, there is no safe dosage, but there is a couple of industries in Canada that are at least capturing it and trying to keep it out of the environment. Mercury can't be broken down, it simply remains toxic. What's important to note, though, Madam Speaker, is that the Canadian Environmental Protection Act right now specifically empowers the Ministers of Environment and Health to recommend to the Government and Council to make regulations governing the disposal of any scheduled toxin, and that includes mercury. And it's sad to say today that no federal government has ever chosen to actually assert that regulatory power. Well, why is that significant? Because the very framework of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, as I mentioned, is cradle to grave. And additionally important framework for CEPA, when it was enacted, was recognizing the dual jurisdiction of federal and provincial governments. And so if the federal government decided to issue a regulation regulating a toxin, any provincial or territorial jurisdiction could claim equivalency if they issue an equivalent regulation and the commitment to effectively enforce or seek compliance with that rule. And it is for exactly that reason that that mechanism was put in place, and there have been calls for quite some time for stronger action on mercury. As I mentioned, for mercury in lamps, the only measure taken at the federal level until recently has been a Canada-wide standard, but most recently there has been a code of practice put in place which deals with many of the matters that this bill before us deals with. It sets forth essentially suggestions to the provinces, to cities, to companies in how they should control these lamps, how they should be collected, and how they should be delivered to safe disposal. I mentioned the Canada-wide standard. A common phrase is, when is a standard not a standard? When it's a Canada-wide standard. Because a Canada-wide standard is not binding. It's merely a suggestion. And it's more of a friendly federal-provincial relations, rules over actually asserting a federal rule. And, Madam Speaker, from my perspective and the perspective of many out in the public, when you're dealing with a serious neurotoxin, when is there possibly not a reason for the federal government not to finally assert its regulatory power? The bill calls for a strategy to address a number of matters, but it's disappointing that it doesn't extend what a number of people, including the Canadian Environmental Law Association, have called for, which is extended producer responsibility. And it's hoped that if this bill passes, and again the discretion then passes to the minister to decide what to do with the bill, that consideration be given to this. We've certainly heard about this before the committee. Environment Canada itself has reported that only 10 to 15% of these lamps are recycled, and therefore, while we are going to try to have a proper mechanism to collect and dispose, we have that continuing problem of people who are not even returning those lamps and they're simply going into the dumps. A greater issue, Madam Speaker, is unless producers are made more responsible, is the practicality of consumers transporting the lamps to disposal in the manner in which they're collected and then transported for disposal, expanding the risk of exposure and leakage. And that is exactly what this bill is attempting to deal with. But again, Madam Speaker, what is particularly troubling to me and some of my colleagues is the decision by the tabler to remove the mandatory provision. Madam Speaker, that's the very strength of this bill, is that it sets forth three key measures that there is unanimity even in this place of action needs to be taken to make sure that we keep this mercury out of the environment. And yet the decision was that the minister doesn't have to do any of those things. I think that is very, very regrettable, even though it doesn't provide exactly what those measures would be. The most important one being is that the minister would have been required to actually issue standards. And if we define standard as a generally accepted in law, that would be to finally promulgate the regulations that are long overdue on regulating these measures. Regrettably, this discretion is still left to the minister. So I think that there's a lot of a heartfelt intent. I appreciate the members' efforts to try to have a clear framework around this, and in fact to support a very valuable industry in his riding. Regrettably, it doesn't drive that because he's taken away the mandatory aspect. If national binding disposal regulations were in place, the provinces and territories, as I've mentioned, could simply enact exactly the same rules and enforce those equivalent rules. We've heard a number of calls during a review of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act to strengthen the mandate of ministers, and precisely to do this is what is troubling to many in the public who have been working on these issues for many decades is that, well, the bill provides for the listing of these dangerous substances. There is no mandatory duty on the Minister of Environment to actually take any action. And that was what was commendatory about the bill that the member brought forward. It's regrettable that for whatever pressures were brought to bear on him, that he's removed that provision. And that's regrettable. Maybe at some point in time it might come forward and strengthen. Again, Madam Speaker, just in closing, I think it's regrettable that we would continue, and we're dealing with toxins. And this is a limited number of substances, the top 5 designated by all the ministers of environment across this country, that we would defer to that the provinces may want to move in a certain direction, or the territories instead of the federal government. Every time a federal regulation is promulgated, there is vast consultation with the provinces and territories, with the industry and with the public, and that could have allowed for that consultation, but in the end actually had a binding rule. So again, I commend the member, but I find it regrettable that he has taken away the very mandatory aspects of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak today about the bill brought forward by the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour, an act respecting the development of a national strategy for the safe and environmentally sound disposal of lamps containing mercury. The bill builds upon efforts already underway across Canada to reduce mercury emissions to the environment. Reducing mercury emissions is an important goal, given the serious effects mercury can have on human health and on the environment. As you are no doubt aware, mercury is a potent neurotoxin. It can cause damage to the brain, central nervous system, kidneys, and lungs, and is particularly damaging to the development of the human fetus, infants, and young children. In terms of environmental impacts, mercury biomagnifies as it moves up the food chain, meaning that higher levels of mercury are found in animals higher on the food chain. This can lead to increased exposure for fish and wildlife, as well as humans, who consume certain kinds of fish. Increased exposure means increased health problems, including slower growth, reproductive failure, and the development of abnormal behaviors. Mercury can travel long distances in the atmosphere and has been found to accumulate in Canada's Arctic. Given these impacts on human health and the environment, the Government of Canada is committed to minimizing and, when feasible, eliminating human sources of mercury emissions. Domestic mercury emissions have been reduced by approximately 90% since the 1970s, thanks to a wide range of initiatives to address mercury emissions, but more can be done. In 2010, the Government of Canada released the Risk Management Strategy for Mercury. The strategy provides a comprehensive description of the government's plans and progress in managing the risks associated with mercury. One example is the product containing mercury regulations, which came into force in November 2015. These regulations prohibit the manufacture and import of products containing mercury, with some exceptions for essential products that have no technically or environmentally viable alternatives. In the case of lamps, the regulations set mercury content limits for fluorescent and other types of lamps and require labels to inform consumers about the presence of mercury. In April of this year, Environment and Climate Change Canada published the proposed Code of Practice for the Environmentally Sound Management of End-of-Life Lamps containing mercury. The code provides guidance and information relevant to managing these lamps at their end of life. The final Code of Practice is expected to be published by the end of 2016. International initiatives to address mercury pollution are another important element of the Government of Canada's approach. It is estimated that 95% of human-caused mercury deposits in Canada come from foreign sources. To help reduce the impact of transboundary pollution on Canada, and particularly the impact on Canada's Arctic, where mercury tends to deposit, the government signed the Minamata Convention on Mercury in 2013. We are in the process of finalizing the necessary implementation matters required to ratify the treaty. The bill introduced by my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour would complement these and other existing measures to address mercury pollution by focusing on one particular source of emissions: light bulbs. Many energy-efficient bulbs, including the compact fluorescent lamps used in the homes and workplaces of many Canadians, contain a small amount of mercury. This mercury may be released if the lamp breaks or is improperly disposed as regular garbage. The bill mandates the development of a national strategy for the safe disposal of lamps containing mercury. Amendments made to the bill at committee serve to reinforce the purpose of the bill and the need for cooperation across jurisdictions in the development of the national strategy. For example, the bill now speaks of safe and environmentally sound disposal. The environmentally sound end-of-life management of lamps containing mercury involves a range of activities including collection, processing, recycling, diversion, and storage. The national strategy contemplated by this bill would capture any number of these activities rather than the disposal of lamps containing mercury in a landfill. This terminology is consistent with the proposed code of practice for end-of-life lamps containing mercury. The amendments made at committee also strengthen the bill by recognizing the jurisdiction over the protection of environment, including matters related to waste management, is shared between all levels of government in Canada. Removing the requirement on the minister to implement the national strategy recognizes this fact, as the minister cannot implement the national strategy on her own. As a result, the bill requires the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to work with other parties, including the provincial and territorial governments, in developing a national strategy. The bill also intends to capture other interested governments, such as municipal and Indigenous governments, who may have important roles in the implementation of the national strategy. The minister will need to cooperate with them, but also to consult with other interested parties, including stakeholders, in the development of a national plan of this kind. The bill lists examples of the kinds of things that the national strategy could include. The possible elements set out in the bill will not only help guide collaboration and consultation with other interested parties, including stakeholders, but will also help to ensure that the national strategy does not duplicate efforts already underway. The strategy can evolve to ensure that a range of perspectives are considered in the development of the strategy. One possible element of the national strategy is a plan to promote public awareness of the importance of disposing of mercury-containing lamps safely and in an environmentally sound manner. Many Canadians are currently unaware that these bulbs should not be disposed of in regular garbage because they may break and release mercury. The bill sets out a flexible framework for developing the national strategy, but also contains important mandatory requirements. In particular, the bill requires the Minister of Environment to develop and report on the national strategy. The first report to Parliament setting out the national strategy must occur within 15 sitting days of December 31st, 2018, or within 2 years after royal assent, whichever is later. Every 5 years following the initial tabling, the minister must report on the strategy, including his or her conclusions and recommendations regarding the strategy. These reporting requirements promote transparency and accountability and would help ensure that the national strategy achieves its intended purpose. Once again, I would like to thank the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour for bringing this bill forward. The government supports this bill as amended and looks forward to working with other governments, Indigenous groups and stakeholders to develop an effective national strategy for the safe and environmentally sound disposal of lamps containing mercury. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very pleased to be here today, even though I've had a bad week last week. Labour rates, or number of unemployed, are going crazy in Alberta. The Oilers lost. Flames lost. Stampeders lost. But you know what, Madam Speaker? This bill is a winner. And I'm glad to stand here today and speak on this bill. And I thank the member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, for bringing this bill in. We sit on the Environment Committee together, and this is a winner. As a member of the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee, I'm pleased to speak today on 238, National Strategy on the Safe Disposal of Lamps Containing Mercury Act. Bill C-238 would establish a national strategy for the safe disposal of the lamps containing mercury, guidelines regarding the facilities for safe disposals, and the creation of a plan to promote public awareness. Mercury has been identified as a toxic substance under the Canadian Environment Protection Act in 1999, and the release of mercury poses a significant risk to the Canadian environment and to public health. Canada-wide standards for mercury-containing lamps, Madam Speaker, were developed by the Canadian Council of Ministries of the Environment, endorsed in 2011. And I want to dwell a little bit on the plan to promote public awareness. You know, I know a lot of the younger members here in the House probably grew up during the Star Wars era and probably played with fluorescent lamps as swords. Probably broke them. Hopefully they put some protection on their hands, but no one thought about protection for what they were breathing in when they broke. I remember as a little bit before that era, going to school, teachers used to bring it out in science. And we have this mercury, we'd play from it hand to hand and roll it back and forth. No one knew any better, Madam Speaker. No one knew any better. In fact, I remember one of my guys putting it on his tongue to taste it. And think about it. I'm not sure if he's around anymore, and I don't really want to inquire. But that's how ignorant we as Canadians were a number of years ago. We're not ignorant today, Madam Chair, and this is why we need to address it. I go back a number of years ago. I was a young police officer in the mid-70s, and I went to a community called Fort St. James in the interior of British Columbia. And about 25 miles north of Fort St. James was an area called Pinchy Lake. And there was a mercury mine on that lake. Mercury mine opened up in about 1941, and it highlighted through the 40s, closed for about 10, 12 years, and then started up in the late 60s and shut down again in the mid-70s. And there was contamination from that mercury mine because it was an open pit mine and it was an underground mine. And there's a beautiful lake called Pinchy Lake just to the outskirts of the mine. And I remember driving there, and this would be about 1978, the spring of 78. I drove out to this lake to take a look at it. I heard about it. There's a town there too. It's a ghost town now, Madam Chair. There's nobody living there. But there's people fishing on the lake. But on the shore, about every 300 yards, wherever you walked in that area, there were signs. Mercury contamination, do not fish. Yet there were people out there, Aboriginal people, out there fishing. And I stopped to talk to some of them and said, oh, it won't hurt us. You know, this is just to keep us off the lake. That's why, Madam Chair, we need to educate people. That was wrong then. It definitely wouldn't be acceptable today. Madam Speaker, mercury is an essential component in some of the energy-efficient lamps, such as fluorescent tubes and light bulbs. And you know, at home I've got a fairly large shop. I like to play around with motorcycles and cars, and as I got a little bit older, I can't see as well as I used to see, and I hate glasses when I'm working on something because I always fall off and then I bang my head as I bend over to pick them up. So I decided to go to the best lights out there, mercury vapor. So I got these big, tremendous, big mercury vapor lights in my shop. And I remember when I went into Edmonton, because I believe in recycling, I'd go to a recycle shop and see if I could buy some of these. And some of it probably wasn't as much as me being a real environmentalist. I'm a little bit cheaper, and you can buy them a lot cheaper used than you can buy them used, Madam Chair. So I bought these mercury vapor lights and I put them in my shop. But I remember when I went over to pick them up, the guy was testing them. Oh, this one didn't work. This wouldn't work, I bought that one. He did about 2 times in a row where they didn't work. He threw them, and I said, you know what? You get half a dozen, which I need, and I'll come back in a few hours, because this just wasn't a healthy atmosphere to be in. Again, ignorance, Madam Chair. People don't know the significant dangers of mercury lamps. Now, why am I using them? I know better. Again, I'm using them because they're very efficient. The use of fluorescent bulbs or mercury vapor bulbs lower the energy use of other bulbs, thus reducing the mercury that would come out of our power plants. So that's why a lot of people use them. Plus, they're more cost effective, and they last 10 times as long as a normal light. So that's why people in industry use them. People in shops, skating rinks across this country, they use them for that reason, Madam Chair. Our former Conservative government in power We were very active in negotiating the Minamatic Convention, as mentioned earlier by the last speaker, Madam Chair, on mercury that called for tougher measures to reduce the mercury emissions by 2013. And in 2014, our government followed up with the regulations prohibiting the broad import and manufacture of mercury contaminated items. I just wanted to go back to something here, Madam Chair. But even prior to that, we, in 2001, the Canadian Council of Ministers that I had mentioned earlier had got together and they came up with a set of guidelines, Madam Chair, and that was target was to 70% reduction in the average content of mercury in all mercury-containing lamps by 2005 compared to the 1990 levels, Madam Chair, and 80% reduction by 2010. Well, guess what? Industry jumped to the act that they are asked to enforce, and the lamps passed 80% standard by 2006, Madam Chair. So industry, when you challenge them, will comply and will work very hard to meet the guidelines set by government. Much of the work and cost in implementing this strategy, Bill C-230, would actually be done at the provincial and municipal levels, Madam Chair, which is where these recycling and disposal facilities would be located. Prior to my MP role, Madam Chair, I sat as the mayor for the city of Fort St. John, and I sat on the North Peace Regional District, which is the area encompassing all of the North Peace. And I sat as a director, Madam Chair. And one of my portfolios was garbage disposal and the garbage dumps. And I traveled throughout the North Peace area, and I kind of feel I'm a bit of a trash expert, Madam Chair. And I know that much work needs to be done by bringing out this bill, Bill C-238. We need to educate the people running our garbage disposal units. Probably not as much, Madam Chair, in our larger urban areas, because those garbage dumps and facilities are very well organized, and we have professional people. But I'm talking about rural Canada, the Northwest Territories. In these small areas, most of these, we'll call them waste disposal sites, are unmanned, Madam Chair. They're run by the counties, and they may be manned one day a week by someone that comes in and looks after it during the special days. But at these sites, Madam Chair, there's just usually garbage bins, and most people today probably bring their fluorescent lights or their mercury vapor lights if they burn out, and they toss them in there. Well, that's not good, Madam Chair. No, that's bad, because we don't know where they're going. How much time, Madam Chair? Okay, thank you. So we need to make sure that we educate the people managing these facilities and making sure that these facilities have the proper containment for mercury vapor lights. Now, that won't be a big cost, but a cost that we must ensure the government work with all levels of government to ensure that those are there, so that when people bring in the mercury vapor lights for disposal, there is a place to put them, a safe place to put them, so none of the mercury, if they do get broken, will escape, Madam Chair. Although a number of initiatives to address the lamps that contain mercury are already underway across Canada, cooperation among all levels of government will promote a consistent nationwide approach to safe and environmentally sound disposal of lamps, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative Party supports Bill C-238. This bill ensures lamps containing mercury are safely disposed and is in line with the party's previous efforts to keep Canada's environment clean and to control the harmful toxic substances. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It gives me great pleasure as the Member of Parliament for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake to speak today on this important bill, Bill C-238, the national strategy, of course, for sound disposal of lamps containing mercury. I'd like to speak about the leadership of my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, who this is a continuation of his hard work at the municipal level. It's obvious that at the municipal level, the environmentally sustainable and protection of the environment was a key item and objective as his. And I must say here in the House of Commons, it's pretty impressive because I was told as a new member that very few, maybe 20% of private members' bill do make it through. And here, for my colleague from Cole Harbour, Dartmouth Cole Harbour, he had unanimous consent in the House. So that's pretty impressive, the hard work and the consultation that he did here in the House. And I'd also, in listening to the audio of the committee, again, it was very obvious that the members of all parties across the House here and in the committee were eager to have this bill move forward because, on its merit, because of the importance of the environmental safe disposal. Now, the amendments coming back to the House under the guidance of the sponsored member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour will allow for all parties, if you want, for all governments, if you want, for stakeholders to sit together, talk about this issue and finding solution, which is crucial. Madam Speaker, I would like to read a quote from my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour. We need to include our partners in all levels of government to ensure that they, along with the federal government, take ownership of this initiative. This will be a strong collaborative effort that will include any interested Indigenous group, governments, stakeholders, or citizens to ensure that this strategy is the best strategy for all Canadians. And I couldn't, Madam Speaker, be more in agreement with my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour. Now, the content of this bill is crucial. It talks about, Canadians want to reduce the energy, their cost, of course, so they need to find an environmentally friendly alternative. And this light bulb, compact fluorescent light bulbs, is able to do that. The savings are great, and it's a very positive step. But what needs to be done is to make sure that Canadians know. They know that that it contains mercury. They know that what the effect of that mercury will have, and that they know that there are ways of recycling this mercury. That is extremely crucial for this bill. And it was noted also by the ministry that there are 4 provinces that have mandatory programs to collect and recycle these light bulbs. We have, of course, BC, we have Manitoba, we have Quebec, we have Prince Edward Island, and I must also say that Nova Scotia is moving forward as far as Nova Scotia Power has put in place a program to take back the light bulbs. So that's extremely positive steps. And we must also note the importance environmentally for the economy also, the green tech economy. This is another step forward. And I'm so proud to see my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, who was inspired by visiting a local business that was disposing and recycling the lamps in a very sustainable and environmentally safe way. That's impressive for the MP to take that situation, that example, after visiting a company, and moving it through steps. The first step, of course, it was to the municipal government, and he did what he could there to ensure that all municipal fluorescent light bulbs would be recycled. That is a very positive step at the municipal level. Now this initiative of his will allow the government and the provinces and the stakeholders to work together to find solutions for a national strategy. So again, this is a green environment strategy initiative, but it's also very well supported by the federal government, supported by all parties in committee, and as the Prime Minister has said on many occasions, and as the Minister of Environment and Climate Change has said and repeated, the green economy, they go hand in hand, the economy and the environment. And this, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, is a very, very good example.
Now, Madam Speaker, I must say it's extremely important for people to acknowledge that we have to deal with this mercury. There are many ways to do so. In the past, we didn't have the knowledge and they were put into landfills, in the garbage, if you will. And the problem ended up in the air or in the soil. And that is a problem. The second thing was to incinerate them in order to process it and burn it to create energy. But the problem with that is that it causes a lot of air pollution. And the last thing, the primordial strategy, the one we want, is certainly recycling, because recycling guarantees that this will not cause problems with the soil or the air, which is essential. That leadership is necessary in business, in municipalities, the provinces as well, and as in the federal government. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you're aware, but in 2011, StatsCan showed that 50% of households did not know the problem with mercury.
Have access. So if people don't know the danger, or they don't know where they can have it recycled, and if it's not accessible, they are probably not going to do what is best for our environment in our country. So this bill, extremely important, a national strategy, which will shine a light, if you want, make people more aware, and ideally dispose of it in a way that is totally environmentally safe. Madam, and the second thing that I want to note on that, Madam Speaker, is the importance of collaboration between all parties, and it's indicated in the bill various parties, but also the Indigenous groups and all those stakeholders that are concerned and want this, of course, to move forward. Now, we have to be careful that the study of this bill is an add-on. It builds on to programs that are already in place, and it's not a duplication. That's what's extremely important about this bill. This is an opportunity to do what is right, an opportunity for safe management to the end of life. And it is without compromising on the environment, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, it is, again, a great pleasure for me to speak on this bill, to congratulate the member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, for his hard work, congratulate the committee members for all their hard work, and I will be supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
C'est fini, là. Veux-tu que je fasse une minute? The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Third stage of Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act.
An act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act is Bill C-26. There are 69 motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-26. Motion numbered 1 to 69 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I shall now propose motions numbered 1 to 69 to the House.
Oops. Monsieur Deltez, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that. Okay, motion number 1. Mr. Deltel, Louis Saint Laurent, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 1, pursuant to Standing Order 7.612. Notice also received. Okay, perfect. Motion number 2, November 24th, 2016. Mr. Deltel, Louis Saint Laurent, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 2. Okay, motion number 3, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 3. Motion number 4, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 4. Motion number 5, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 5. Motion number 6, que le projet de loi de...
That Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 6. Motion number 7, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 7. Motion number 8, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 8. Motion number 9, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 9. Motion number 10, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 10. Motion number 11, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 11.
Motion... Motion numéro 2.
Motion number 12.
By deleting Clause 12. Motion number 13, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 13. Motion number 14, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 14. I neglected to indicate that these following motions, again, are moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus. Motion number, did I say 14? Motion number 14, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 14. Motion number 15, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 15. Oh. Okay. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that motion number 16, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 16. Motion number 17, moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 17. Mr. Deltel, Monsieur Deltel, appuyé par Monsieur Albus.
Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves in motion 18 that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 18. Motion number 19. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 19. Motion number 20. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 20. Motion 21, that Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, move that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 21. Motion number 22. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 22. Motion 23, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 23.
Moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 24. Motion number 25, moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that the Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 25. Motion number 26, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 26. Motion number 27, moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 27. Motion number 28, moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 28. Motion number 29, moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 29. Motion numéro 3.
Motion number 30, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, move that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 30. Motion number 31. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, move that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 31. Motion 32. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 32. Motion number 33. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, move that C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 33. Motion number 34. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 34. Motion 35, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 35.
Motion number 36, that Mr. Deltel seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 36. Motion number 37, moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 37. Motion number 38, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 38. Motion number 39, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 39. Motion number 40, moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 40. And Mr. Deltel moves, seconded by Mr. Albus, that motion number 41, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 41. Motion numéro 42, que le
Motion number 42, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, move that Clause 42 be deleted. Motion number 43, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 44. Motion number 45, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 45, as moved by Mr. Deltel and seconded by Mr. Albus. Motion number 46, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, move that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 46. Motion number 47, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, move that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 47. There are more. Motion number 48, Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Albus moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 48. Motion number 49, moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 49. Motion number 50, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 50, is moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus. Motion number 51, moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 51. And motion 52, moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 52. Motion number 53, moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 53. La motion numéro 50.
Motion 54, moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 54. Motion number 55, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, move that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 55. Motion number 56, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 56. Mr. Deltel moves motion number 57, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 57. Motion number 58, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 58. Motion number 59, Mr. Deltel, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 59. Moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus.
Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 60. Motion number 61, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 61. Mr. Deltel also proposes that motion number 62, and it's seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 62. Motion number 63, moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 63. Motion 64, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 64. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that motion 65, motion number 65 is asking that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 65. Motion number 66, Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 66. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves motion number 67 that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 67. Motion number 68. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 68. Motion 69, Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 69.
Alors, je vais juste corriger.
So I'd like to correct the motions that I put forward. Motion 1 was moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 1.
By Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 2. Motion number 3, again, was proposed by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 3. Motion number 4 was proposed by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 4. Motion number 5 was moved by Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, that Bill C-26 be amended by deleting Clause 5. Also, I unfortunately mentioned Article 54 as opposed to Motion 54. So, Motion 54, I just want to correct that it wasn't Article 54. It was Motion 54 that was proposed and seconded. Alors, les motions de 6 à 16.
Motion 6 to 16 were also moved by Mr. Deltel and seconded by Mr. Albus.
Reprise de débat.
Debate.
Le député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Madame la Présidente.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to congratulate you on that highly instructive exercise and very demanding for you. As before beginning, I'd like to point out that I'm wearing a tie that is for prostate cancer. It's something that is done in November. There's a wonderful initiative that has been in place since 2010 to support the foundation that does research and prevention on the prostate. And this year, this tie is being sold, and each year there's a different one. And so that's what I'm wearing today. And it's from the Sur Mesure boutique. And Pierre Jovin is the TV anchor from TVA, who is the host.
Here today to talk about Bill C-26. And you table all the amendments that we propose as the Conservative with the support of my colleague from Okanagan, but to be more precise, Central Okanagan, Simil Kamim Nicola. This is the name of the riding. And I just want to pay all my respect to you, Madam Speaker, because I've never heard so many times my name in a so short time. I think I'm quite sure that my parents are very proud of that. So, Madam Speaker, what we are talking today is about Canadian pension plan. And it's crystal clear, because there is a huge difference between the vision of the government and our vision. The vision of the government is to pick up more money in the pocket of the people, is to pick up more money in the pocket of the business owner, and especially those who create wealth, who create jobs. And our view is to give more tools to people to make their own choice on behalf of what they believe is important, and to give the tool to put money aside for retirement. C'est pour ça, Madame la Présidente, que nous avons...
So that's why, Madam Speaker, we're so strongly opposed to Bill C-26 because they are two opposing visions. Sometimes in politics, there are good sides, there are things we are opposed to, we can see the bad side of things, but we have to vote in. But we need to have this kind of a balance in politics. But in this case, it's crystal clear. On one hand, we have the Liberal position, which is taking more money out of people's pockets, and our vision is the opposite. Allow people to make choices based on their priorities, their incomes, their decisions so that they can set money aside for their retirement. Now, what we're talking about here with this bill, Madam Speaker, essentially is to increase contributions by workers to the pension plan. At present, generally speaking, we are taxed at 9.9%, and the bill will increase this taxation rate to 11.9%. In clear terms, what that means is for the average worker, it can go up to $1,000 more per year. And for entrepreneurs, for small business owners, for each job in each company, it would be an additional $1,000 in expenses for that employer. And so that's why we feel that this is not the right approach, that the government is taking money out of taxpayers' pockets. It's already taking money out of businesses' pockets, and this is detrimental to the economy. And I'll have time to come back with some figures that show these dire consequences. This bill, Madam Speaker, will not increase anything for anyone, Madam Speaker. Before all of this can be done, before any changes can take place, it will take not 2 years, 5 years, 10, 20, but 40 years, Madam Speaker. Now, I don't want to judge anyone's age here, but many of us won't even be here in 40 years. I'm 52. I would be 92. Well, if I go by my genetics, my parents are in their 90s and they're in very good health, so maybe I will be here. Maybe I could, but we never know. So, Madam Speaker, before we have see the direct impact of this, it'll take 40 years, so 2 generations. It'll be long, but in the meantime, workers and entrepreneurs are going to be paying more, and that is not a good thing. Now, what's the situation today, Madam Speaker? The situation today, when we talk about seniors, low-income seniors, is this. There are many seniors with low income, but the situation is that things have improved. In 1970, 1 out of every 3 seniors retired was a low-income person. Today, now it's 3%. Now, why is that? Because we have put in place these measures for savings, and that's what's important, savings by Canadians. We need to be aware of the fact that the best way of improving our situation is by saving money. Savings have gone up. In 1990, for example, Canadians saved 7.7% of their income. Today, it's 14.1%. So over time, Madam Speaker, there are 2 things that we need to focus on. The lot of seniors has improved, and savings as well. So that's why, as Conservatives, we want to continue in the same direction, give people better tools, more tailor-made and effective tools, so that people can make their own choices based on their life priorities, their income, their conscience, with the choices that are pertinent and relevant to them. They need to have the savings tools they want instead of having the government take more money out of their pockets. Because, Madam Speaker, this bill will have a detrimental impact on the economy, and we're not the ones saying that. Well, I am saying it today, yes, of course, but I'm going by the remarks made from officials at the Department of Finance itself. A study has said that this will have a negative impact on not just 2 or 3 things, but all factors and vectors of the economy. There will be drops in employment, GDP, private investment, drops in disposable income, and personal savings. That is what this bill will do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, in baseball, after 3 strikes, you're out. This is 5 strikes that the government's got against it. And it's imposing these measures on Canadians and on the economy, in addition to taking another $1,000 out of everybody's pockets, and in addition to collecting another $1,000 per employee from employers. The 5 vectors for job creation and economic growth and wealth generation will be adversely affected by this bill. Madam Speaker, we can't accept this, and that's why we are strongly opposed to Bill C-26. And that's why we put forth 69 amendments, which are designed to repeal the 69 clauses of the bill. Now, when you read out the amendments, the reason why we put forth those amendments was to show just how fiercely opposed we are to the measures in this bill.
Interesting, but quite important about the future is the retirement age. As you know, Madam Speaker, the health of the people is better. And so this is why, when Canada decided to implement the Canadian Pension Plan a few decades ago, in the 60s, the reality was not the same of today. Not at all. In the 60s, Madam Speaker, for a man, the experience of life was 68 years. Today, 79 years old. So 11 years more than the time when we tabled this Canadian pension plan. And for the woman, exactly in the same track. In the 60s, the experience was 64 years old, and today, 74 years old, and today is 83. So what we remark, Madam Speaker, is the health of the people is better, and people live longer. But, Madam Speaker, the government decided a few months ago to cancel our decision to raise the retirement age from 65 to 68 to 67 to get back to 65. This is one of the worst economical decisions made by this government. There is so many bad decisions, Madam Speaker, but one of the worst for the long-term effect is the retirement age. Because, Madam Speaker, in 2012, when the Conservative government tabled this issue, for sure it was very courageous. For sure it was very difficult. For sure it was also realistic and responsible. Because it was a thing to do. And we did it with proudness. But, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the actual government failed to recognize the true reality of that. And so this is why today it will cost billions of dollars more to Canadians, more to Canada, because this government failed to recognize the true reality of the fact that people live longer, and with that, we can achieve so much more. But not in this case, Madam Speaker. Parce que, Madame la Présidente,
because, Madam Speaker, with the current situation, and this is one of the worst decisions made by the government, it was to bring the retirement from 67 down to 65 years of age. Our government, Madam Speaker, the Conservative government in 2012, took a courageous decision. It wasn't easy to explain the decision to Canadians. It was so crucial and realistic for the future of the Canadian economy. We made that with honor. We made that decision with dignity, and now the government is backtracking and bringing the retirement age down to 65 from 67. Now, Madam Speaker, when we set up the pension fund in the 1970s, life expectancy for men was lower. For women, it was 74. Today, it's 83 years of age. So people are living longer, Madam Speaker. Life expectancy is longer. People are in better health. People can work more. But no. This is what the government is saying. They're bringing retirement age down to 65. And what's sad about this is that it wasn't difficult. It was a politically difficult decision to make, but it was a thing that needed to do, and it was something that had been put in place. It was done, but now the government's backtracking, and it's very sad, Madam Speaker, because it will have a major impact on the economy. I see that my time is up, but thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would suggest to you that the member across the way is quite wrong in his assessment. First, if I may, very briefly, needs to realize that a part of the Liberal Party platform is that we recognize that what Stephen Harper did when he was Prime Minister, when he decided overseas to reduce or to increase the age of retirement from 65 to 67 was just wrong. Canadians knew it as being wrong. We could afford it. Parliamentary secretaries and others knew that that was a bad policy decision. This government has actually reversed that Harper decision. We're saying that people should be able to collect the OAS at 65. That is a positive. With reference to the bill itself, Mr. Speaker, there is a clear difference. This is a government that understands that you also have to think of future generations of those that are in the workplace today and retiring, and we want to make sure that they have money in a retirement plan through the CPP. The Conservatives, on the other hand, and you listen to the debate, one would draw the conclusion that they do not support the CPP. Carry the argument that they use today, and would the member not recognize that the very same arguments they are using today to say no to this to C26 is the same arguments they could use to get rid of CPP in the first place.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
It's all wrong, because first of all, we want to attack the Bill C-26 because it's a raise, not because of the principle of CPP. We do support the principle, but the reality is that it will cost billions of dollars more per money from the people. They will keep up, the government, the Liberal government will pick up $1,000 in the pocket of the people. This is totally unacceptable. Secondly, Madam Speaker, when you talk about the fact that we decided to raise the age up to 67, that was a real two things to do. We had the courage to do that, and we are proud to have did that. Because why, Madam Speaker? It will cost $11 billion to the Canadian economy in 2030. This is a shame. And if he talk about the fact that he has been elected under this promise, let me remind him that he also been elected under the fact to have small deficit of $10 billion. It's 3 times the time. Shame on you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's speech, although we disagree on many of the issues. But one of the things I'd like to ask him is, during the committee meetings, and many of the witnesses came forward and said a change has to be done for our future, for our children and our grandchildren on the increases of CPP, as it's an important tool, one of the main pillars, the three pillars that we have for going forward on a pension. Does the member feel that this is not the right time, or we should never have any time to increase the CPP for our future children and our grandchildren?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
It's a clear difference between the fact that we Conservatives believe in the will of the people and the NDP believe in the action of the government. I do respect that, but it's not where we stand. For us, it's better to give tools to the people to make their own choice, to put money aside for their retirement. For us, the worst way to do that is to give the government the power to put the hand in the wallet of the people and picking up $1,000 a year of what they earn. And also, it will not be good, as far as we are concerned, to put more charge for those who create wealth, for those who create jobs, 1,000 more for every employee. And it will have bad effect on so many issues that is the wrong thing to do.
On a le temps pour une brève question.
We have time for a brief question.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Avalon, just a very brief question.
I'll be very brief. I do know last week that the Parliamentary Secretary addressed the issue of what it would actually cost Canadians to increase their CPP on retirement in the amount of $4,000 a week. I'd like for the member opposite to explain. They keep mentioning $1,000 a year, but at the $6 a week that the Parliamentary Secretary mentioned is $312 per year, which is also $312 for the employer. A mere pittance, less than 15 cents an hour for the employer. If he could explain, please.
Bref réponse
A brief answer, please. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. My figures come from the Department of Finance. It concluded that that measure will have a negative impact on employment, GDP, investments, disposable income and personal savings. We feel that this is a bad piece of legislation for taxpayers and for the Canadian economy.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable members. As you know, a stronger Canada pension plan was a key part of the promise we made to Canadians when we pledged to help the middle class and those working hard to join it. And then in June, the Minister of Finance reached an historic agreement in principle with the provinces to enhance Canada Pension Plan. An example of the results that can be achieved when the federal government has a partner in the provinces. The legislation before this House is the next step towards implementing the CPP enhancement commitment. Madam Speaker, so why enhance the CPP? Because achieving a safe and secure and dignified retirement is without a doubt among the most significant goals for hardworking Canadians. We know that middle-class Canadians are working harder than ever, and many are worried that they won't have enough to set aside for retirement. That feeling is palpable, and when we knock on doors, when we hold town halls, and we talk to people, and we put in the work of government, and their concerns are very well founded. Extensive analysis conducted by the Finance Department and provincial governments found that around 1/4 of families nearing retirement, that's 1.1 million families, are currently facing a drop in their standard of living when they retire. Madam Speaker, our middle class deserves better. This conclusion led us to work towards our agreed-upon enhancement to the CPP with the provinces. But what are the benefits? Well, firstly, there will be more money from the CPP waiting for Canadians when they retire. Once fully in place, the CPP enhancement will increase the maximum CPP retirement benefit by about 50%. The current maximum benefit is $13,110. In today's dollar terms, the enhanced CPP represents an increase of nearly $7,000 to a maximum benefit of nearly $20,000. The Department of Finance has estimated that by strengthening the CPP, we will reduce the share of families at risk of not having adequate retirement savings by about 1/4. Madam Speaker, we on this side of the House are proud to say that we are able to take this bold action and support middle-class Canadians by strengthening their retirement incomes. Without a doubt, Madam Speaker, a stronger CPP will be good for the middle class and those working hard to join it, which will be good for Canadian and the Canadian economy overall. For most Canadians, these increased benefits will come from just a 1% increase in their contribution rates. We're also making sure to give individuals and their employers plenty of time to adjust to the modest increases, making sure it's small and gradual, starting in 2019. And today's legislation, as agreed upon with the provinces, will ensure that low-income Canadians are not financially burdened as a result of their extra contributions. It will do this by enhancing the working income tax benefit to roughly offset the incremental CPP contributions, leaving eligible low-income Canadians with little to no change in disposable income, while still securing a higher retirement income for them. So the enhanced CPP simply builds on the core existing CPP benefits, and it does so in a smart, carefully targeted and effective way that reflects the extensive research that governments brought to the table in crafting this enhancement to the benefit for all working Canadians. Taken together, it is a comprehensive package that will increase CPP benefits while striking an appropriate balance between short-term economic considerations and long-term gains. It is for these reasons I call on all members of this House to support this legislation, support Canadians, and ensure that all Canadians have a safe, secure retirement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I would like to know why his party is against creating new savings tools instead of imposing new costs on workers.
Member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I will formally welcome to the Finance Committee. He just joined our committee, and he brings a wealth of knowledge. Although we do disagree on almost everything that comes up at committee, from time to time we find an area of agreement. CPP enhancement isn't one of those areas. He mentioned the same thing that the Conservative Party mentioned in the campaign, which was to increase the TFSA. The fact of the matter is a lot of Canadians can't afford to meet the current threshold of the TFSA. That's right. And the number one reason why CPP enhancement is needed is because in 1971, 48% of Canadians had defined benefit contribution plans provided by their employers. Right. Fast forward to 2011, that number is 25% and declining. CPP enhancement is critical to ensure that Canadians have a safe and secure retirement, and I encourage the member opposite to not just delete every clause in this bill, but to bring forward ideas that will help Canadians have a safe and secure retirement. I encourage his party to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's speech. And we certainly welcome the improvements in some of the CPP to date, but there's many that was omitted. So he had mentioned, Madam Speaker, the member mentioned that they talked to people door to door when they went along in the election about the Canada Pension Plan. But I also like to know if the member, did he tell those people that the dropout clauses for child rearing and the people living with disabilities was not allowed in the new bill? And if so, they had, when they were chatting, if they did have those talks, what were the people's responses?
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, my honourable colleague, for the question. First and foremost, the fact of the matter is this, is that if you retire in Canada after 2019 and you contribute to CPP, you will have more money when you retire, and that's something that all Canadians from coast to coast to coast can celebrate, and it's an important development. More importantly, Madam Speaker, the point that the member raised, just last week our government made a commitment that the finance minister will be talking about that very point on the dropout provisions with his provincial and territorial partners at the triennial review of CPP. So this government understands and recognizes that that's a concern, and they're moving forward by the minister bringing it up and reviewing those provisions. But the fact of the matter is this, is that if you're working in Canada and you need a safe and secure retirement, it is in your benefit to support CPP enhancement, and I encourage the party opposite to support this bill, and they know that at the end of the day, we're all here to fight for Canadians, and the CPP enhancement is fighting for Canadians and helping strengthen the middle class. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nijet, Témiscouata, Libesque. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech, and I would like to thank him for being so open to the NDP on this file. I know he attended the many meetings of the Finance Committee. There are some questions that shouldn't be debated, but unfortunately, we are debating them. For example, in the definition of the CPP, there's something that one of my colleagues will soon be speaking about, and it's the impact of the changes to the program on women and persons with a disability. So I would like to ask my colleague to continue speaking on that.
For Brampton East, just a very brief question, answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I mean, he's a man of towering intellect and a fierce passion. An advocate for his constituents. Unfortunately, we fundamentally disagree on a lot of items, and so although I appreciate the fact that he thinks I'm open to the NDP suggestions, the fact of the matter is that I very much support CPP enhancement, and like I've mentioned numerous times throughout this debate, is that the most important thing is that we're strengthening Canadians' retirement, we're increasing CPP enhancement, and all Canadians across the country will benefit from our plan. And I encourage all members, irrespective of your party ideology, to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On October 6th, this government introduced a flawed bill in the House of Commons, Bill C-26. They did so fully aware of the bill's shortcomings. They did so with full knowledge that women and people living with disabilities would be negatively affected. That the bill omitted dropout provisions already in the Canada Pension Plan to protect women and people living with disabilities seemed to matter very little. Getting a deal done quickly, the PR and the photo op were more important. Looking good was more important. Sadly, looking good is more important to this government than sound public policy that protects the rights and needs of all Canadians. Madam Speaker, removing the dropout provision from the CPP was a surprise to many experts who have been working on a pension reform for many years. While testifying at committee, I asked Mark Jansen, a pension expert from QP National, if he or his union had any indication that the child rearing or disability dropouts were on the table for CPP expansion. In reply, Mr. Jansen said, quote, "It was a surprise to us to see that they were not included. The signed document the finance ministers put out in June and the backgrounder they produced at the time said nothing about this. So it was only when we saw the legislation. During the years of talks, we had not heard that this was an item to be discussed and perhaps changed," unquote. When I asked Mr. Hassan Yousaf, President of the Canadian Labour Congress, about the government's plan to omit the dropout provisions, he was very straightforward. He said, quote, "The committee has a direct responsibility to amend the bill to fix the problem. This is an affront to women's equality in this country, and it is simply wrong. It was corrected in 1977, and we have no business going back and taking that away from women and people who get disability benefits. However, the department came up with a draft. They made a fundamental mistake. In my view, and it needs to be fixed, this committee has the responsibility to fix that. More than half the workforce today is represented by women. To tell them that they are not going to be treated equally as men in the workforce is wrong, and this committee has a responsibility. Equally, the department should come back to say that they made a mistake. This will do very little, I think, in terms of the premium increase. It disadvantaged two very important groups in this country, and in my view, it was never discussed during the enhancement. It's fundamentally wrong, and given that the government has said about women's equality, I don't think this was intended. It needs to be fixed," unquote. It did not take the NDP long to discover the flaws. At first, we wondered if the omission of these critical provisions was an oversight or done on purpose. How could the government leave out provisions designed to protect the well-being of such a large number of Canadians? How could the government leave out provisions originally put into the CPP by the Prime Minister's father after he discovered a major hole in the legislation? We thought for sure the omission had to be a mistake, but we have come to find out it was no mistake at all. We have learned that in the haste to get a deal done with the provinces in June, this government was willing to throw the rights of women and those living with disabilities under the bus. It was a shameful move, and now they have been exposed. The government should feel ashamed and fix the bill. I know that many on the other side of this House realize the government made a mistake. I watched them look down and squirm uncomfortable any time we raised deceit in this House or at committee. But even when they have been exposed and their mistakes laid bare, the government and all their members still refuse to commit to fixing the bill. Many, many times my colleagues and I have stood in this House and asked if the government would fix their flawed bill. For days on end, all we got back was disdain and non-answers. Not one member on the other side of this House would even admit the bill would trample on the rights of vulnerable Canadians. We were challenged to take our concerns to committee, so we did, Madam Speaker. The NDP studied the bill, and we figured out how to fix it. We developed the language and the clauses needed to the bill to fix the government's mistake. In good faith, we went to committee. We listened to the witnesses, some who supported the bill, and some not so much. Many witnesses recognized the flaw in the legislation and urged the committee to put the dropout provisions into the bill. During the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, I presented amendments to fix the legislation. My two amendments were all that were needed to put this dropout provisions back into the bill. Two amendments, Madam Speaker, which would restore the protection for women and those living with disabilities. However, my amendments were ruled out of order. Now, the only way to fix the bill would be to have to come back to the House and have the minister make the appropriate amendments at that time. So I moved a motion to have the committee consider making these recommendations to the House of Commons. What happened next, Madam Speaker, was shocking and disheartening. The Liberal members in the committee resorted to the lowest form of procedural maneuvering, and moved and passed the motion to adjourn debate. That meant a motion to consider fixing the bill couldn't even be debated or discussed, never mind actually voted on. I couldn't believe it. It was clear a heavy-handed whip had been used. So much for the government of steady ways, free votes, and the best intentions. It's clear that Canadians who have voted for change are receiving nothing but chump change. A few days later, I was able to bring my motion back to the committee. And again, Madam Speaker, the Liberal members of the committee proved very clearly they were not serious about fixing the bill. Instead of even debating my motion, they used another procedural maneuver which guaranteed no immediate fix for the bill. It was shameful and disappointing. Madam Speaker, I have mentioned what happened at committee because I want Canadians to know, and I want my constituents to know, that things don't always happen here in Ottawa the way you think they should. This government had a very easy way of fixing a major flaw in a bill they introduced, a flaw that could affect 14 million Canadian workers, and they chose not to. Madam Speaker, we in the NDP find ourselves in an awkward position. We plan on supporting the bill, but are very concerned about whether the CPP will ever be fixed and the necessary dropout provisions included in the legislation. So far, we have heard from the President of the Treasury Board who said, "We are aware that more could be done in respect of the dropout provisions for disability and child rearing." And in fact, the Minister of Finance will raise these provisions at the next meeting of the Provincial and Territory Finance Ministers in December, in the context of a triennial review of the CPP. And from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, who said, "Our intent is to pass the bill as is." However, the Finance Minister will then raise the dropout provisions at the next Provincial and Territory Finance Ministers meeting in December, in the context of the triennial review of the Canada Pension Plan. In my view, these are both pretty weak, non-committal statements. And Madam Speaker, we have heard nothing from the Minister of Finance himself. Is he committed to fixing the legislation? Is he committed to making sure that women and those living with disabilities are not victimized with a mistake in Bill C-26? No one knows for sure. I am not optimistic. I will believe it when I see it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and I've listened to some of his concerns with regards to some of the amendments that he's proposing, but we're not saying we're against them. We're just saying that he needs to consult with provinces and work with provinces. If he speaks to his Quebec colleagues, for instance, I'm sure they would be against a top-down approach, or maybe if he wants to speak to his members that sit behind him, they're about 10 or 12, I'm sure they would also be against an Ottawa top-down approach. I'm just wondering, has he consulted at all with provinces? Has any provinces come on board and saying, we support this?
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really surprised in that question. I'm shocked. The Liberals bring in a bill, C-26, that was supposed to enhance the CPP benefits for other people. We know we had to have it fixed. But then to come in and bring a certain portion of it for a group of Canadians only and omit another group of Canadians is actually insulting. They knew about it, they had a time to fix it, and now they want to blame it on the provinces of not being there and hoping that they will be in the future. Fix the bill now.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Niget, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you. And my question is the following. The Liberals say that we need to negotiate with the provinces to fix this problem with the bill. But these negotiations with the provinces, now I've seen federal-provincial negotiations in the past. When that happens, we talk about sort of main points, improving payments, for example. I'd be very surprised if in these negotiations it was concluded that this provision, which affects the dropout period for women and persons with disabilities, should be changed. So I think that the federal government, by putting this legislation in place, has completely ignored this perverse effect of the legislation as written, and now that they're asking the provinces to fix this mistake, which, in my opinion, is uniquely caused by the ineptitude of the federal government. I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on this subject.
Mountain.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague for that important question, because that is a very good question. Was it even talked to with the provinces, or was it purposely, just omitted, or did they have something at the provincial level when they met with them that they were not going to discuss this at all, and they were told that we were going to omit it? So I don't know what happened in there, but I'm really surprised that any province or anybody would try to take away a piece of legislation that was actually in effect since 1977 and omit it to the people for the future. This is absolutely insane what is going on. And they admit it, that they want to make it better and stronger. So they can do it with this piece of legislation. They don't have to go back to the provinces unless they purposely did it when they had the provincial meetings with them and said they're going to omit it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm disappointed in the NDP. Here we have a CPP reform, a historical agreement, which was achieved with the consensus of provinces, including NDP Alberta, Mr. Speaker. And the NDP is opposed to recognizing the valuable historical agreement, are trying to focus in on an issue in which all members are very sympathetic to, but would require us to go back to the table. My question to the member is, does he believe that it's better that we not proceed with the changes, instead attempt to go back to the provinces, and then hopefully at some point in the future come back with the amended piece of legislation? Or should we do what it is has been suggested, that the Minister of Finance is going to take the issue to the premiers, but at the very least, let's get this thing passed. It's been decades since we've improved CPP. Now's the time for us to do it, and if we can improve it, we have a Minister of Finance that is committed to doing just that.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague there for that important question. He's asked me, do I think that we should now just pass on the bill C-26 the way it is and hope for something in the future? My question back is, why was this omitted to begin with? That is the whole problem. I don't understand that the Liberals, Madam Speaker, are asking that they're doing such a great job for one group of Canadians and not include all of Canada. The same thing that happened with their tax deduction. Okay, they forgot the group. So why was this omitted? You should make sure it's fixed.
Sorry. So first of all, the time is up, and I just want to remind the member that he needs to address the chair and not the individual members. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is a privilege to rise in this House today in support of Bill C-26, because this is a piece of legislation that will bring a peace of mind to millions of Canadians, many of them my constituents who are worried about their retirement. With Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan, Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act, our government is fulfilling its campaign commitment to reform and enhance the Canada Pension Plan and help Canadians that are having trouble saving for their retirement. The CPP is a Canadian success story, and it's the right vehicle to help Canadians save for retirement in a world that is very different from that of our parents and our grandparents. There was a time, Madam Speaker, when Canadians would work for one company all their lives and then retire comfortably with a gold watch and a defined benefit pension plan. Complemented by the Canada Pension Plan, they could be assured of a comfortable and dignified retirement. But sadly, Madam Speaker, those days are no more. That's over. It's very rare today to find a defined benefit pension plan outside of the public service. Today, due to cost and risk, most companies have moved to a defined contribution pension plan, which shifts the investment risk to the employee. And that's if you are lucky enough to be working for a company that offers any kind of pension at all. According to Statistics Canada, in 2014, only 37.9% of employees had a pension plan, and that number was trending down. And then there's the changing nature of work today. A 2014 Workopolis study found that if current trends continue, the average Canadian can expect to hold roughly 15 jobs in their careers. Indeed, 51% of people now stay in any one role for under 2 years. Some of this is by choice, but some is also by necessity. Contract work is increasing, and employees are often seeking new challenges and new opportunities. In short, Canadians can no longer rely on the traditional retirement savings methods. The onus has now shifted to employees, but the data makes clear that Canadians are having difficulty with this new responsibility. A report earlier this year from the Broadbent Institute found that only 47% of those aged 55 years to 64 years have no accrued employer pension benefits, and the vast majority are retiring with inadequate retirement savings. Just half have savings that represent less than 1 year's worth of the resources they need to supplement old age security and Canada Pension Plan. And less than 20% have the resources needed for 5 years of retirement. According to the report, just 15 to 20% of middle-income Canadians retiring without an employer pension plan have saved anywhere near enough for their retirement. Without action, this means seniors forced to continue working whether their health allows it or not, or a retirement living in poverty. And no Canadian senior who has worked hard all their lives deserve to retire in poverty. Madam Speaker, I understand why Canadians are having difficulty saving for retirement. Madam Speaker, because I have been there myself. First, my husband and I saved to purchase a home in Scarborough, in the expensive Greater Toronto housing market. At the same time, we set aside what money we could to put into a registered education savings plan for our 2 boys to save for their educations. Our first son started at Ryerson University this fall, and our second son is not far behind. All along, my husband and I changed jobs and employers few times and have not had the benefit of employer pension or saving plans. I'm privileged now as a Member of Parliament to have access to employer pension plan. While I can now worry less about my retirement, Madam Speaker, millions of Canadians are not as lucky as we are, and many of my constituents are not as lucky. I regularly knock on doors in my riding of Scarborough Centre to stay connected to the concerns of my constituents, and many of them tell me they worry about their retirements. For many Canadians, that is the most important thing on their minds. Canadians are justly proud of the Canada Pension Plan. Madam Speaker, like our public health care and Canada Child Benefit, it is one of those things that helps to define Canada. It has been a long time though, Madam Speaker, since 1965, when the Liberal government of Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson in 1965 first established the Canadian Pension Plan. As I have said, we live in a very different world than we did back in 1965, and Canadians face a very different retirement scenario today. If we are to help Canadians save for their retirement and ensure our retiring seniors don't slip into poverty, we need an enhanced Canada Pension Plan. With its efficient administration and strong performance, the Canada Pension Plan is the right vehicle to use as we seek to provide enhanced retirement savings for Canadians. With Bill C-26, we will increase the maximum level of pensionable earnings by 14% by 2025, increasing the amount of retirement pensions as well as the survivors and the disability pensions and the post-retirement benefit. Madam Speaker, we are keeping our commitment of helping Canadians secure a strong, secure, and stable retirement. We recognize there will be an impact, Madam Speaker, on both employees and employers. That is why the changes are being phased in gradually over the next 7 years, from 2019 to 2025, but these are needed investments. Madam Speaker, Canadians are investing in themselves and in their future. And by investing in their employees, businesses will benefit as well. An employee that doesn't need to worry about their retirement is an employee that is more happy and more productive for the employer. Canadians deserve to retire with dignity. Madam Speaker, today, 1.1 million families nearing retirement are facing a drop in their standard of living and will be able to retire with dignity when these reforms are fully in place. Madam Speaker, pension reform is an issue that needs national leadership. For years, as the provinces called out for federal leadership to address this growing problem, the previous government stayed silent while every day Canadians retired without enough savings to live comfortably. I am proud to be part of the government that is prepared to lead and is prepared to make some difficult choices. That's what leadership is about. Madam Speaker, the Finance Minister has worked closely with his provincial counterparts to reach an agreement that critics said was impossible. We don't need to worry about our retirements in this place, Madam Speaker, but millions of Canadians we represent do. This bill is for them, and I am proud to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her comments today. This summer, I had the privilege of meeting a lady who is doing the financial work for a number of different companies in her area, and she said very clearly that if the CPP increase goes through, there's a number of her companies would actually be forced to lay off workers, let alone hire new ones. And my colleague gives the impression that this change in CPP will somehow eliminate poverty. I want to quote from the current finance minister in a book by Chief Actuary Morneau Chappelle and co-author the finance minister. Whatever the reason might be to expand the CPP, it is not to eliminate poverty. The poverty rate among seniors is now as close to zero as we can get. Yes, a little over 5% of seniors today still have income below the poverty line. But, Madam Speaker, going back to the first comment I made, when companies are forced to lay off workers, or when companies who would like to expand and hire more workers are not able to do that, meaning that in the end we'll have less people working, how is it beneficial if a very few people get access to a small increase in CPP, but hundreds of others are actually laid off or out of a job? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I just would like to say that CPP enhancement is crucial to ensure that Canadians don't slip into poverty and can retire with dignity. Enhancement of CPP will help Canadians secure a strong, secure and stable retirement. And Madam Speaker, allow me to share some independent commentary and reviews on our government's proposal for CPP reform. Thomas Walken of the Toronto Star said, "It is a clever bit of work that makes sense." Ontario Finance Minister Charles Sousa said, "This government has shown great leadership and great desire to do something of great benefit for our young people." BC Finance Minister Mike DeJong called it's a balanced approach to setting the objectives that were set out. Hassan Youssef, President of the Canadian Labour Congress, called the plan historic, adding, "I never thought this moment would come." Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. I wonder whether or not she has anything to say with respect to the fact that the dropout provision has been taken out, impacting particularly women and people on disability. I know that the member is a very caring individual who wants to ensure that these provisions are in place for the protection and support of women and people with disabilities in our community. So would she support the call for change from her own government with respect to this?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. We are proud of Bill C-26, the agreement that has been reached with the provinces to reform the Canada Pension Plan and improve retirement outcomes for all Canadians, including women and those with disabilities. I agree with the honourable member that more can and should be done with respect to dropout provisions for disability and child rearing. I would note, though, that such changes will require agreement with the provinces. I understand that the Finance Minister will raise this issue with the provincial and territorial colleagues in December, and I look forward to the results of those discussions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her response. But the member must realize, though, that for the government to take the provisions out to begin with, that must have been raised then at the meetings with the provincial and territorial leaders. If that's the case, then the government purposely traded this for something else. If that's not the case, then they inadvertently made a mistake. Then they should be able to move forward in restoring these provisions that were in place since 1997. We should not agree with that.
Honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I would again emphasize that that would require an agreement with the provincial and the territorial counterparts, and the Minister of Finance will take that when he meets them in the next meeting in December. Thank you.
Questions and resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I begin my remarks on Bill C-26, let me first offer my personal congratulations to everyone in the Ottawa Red Blacks organization for a great Cup victory yesterday. It was one of the more exciting games that I've seen, and a special shout-out to Henry Burris, formerly of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, I might add, who played a fantastic game, and if that's the last game he plays in this league, it was a fitting exit. It was a magnificent performance. But, Madam Speaker, I think that will be the last time I get applause from the opposition, from the government side, during my presentation, because I have some comments to make about Bill C-26, and quite frankly, they are extremely critical. Let me first, Madam Speaker, start reminding members again of the definition of a tax, because that, in essence, is what is contained in Bill C-26. A tax is defined as a compulsory contribution to state revenues levied by the government on workers' incomes and business profits, or added to the costs of some goods, services, and transactions. Now, let's take that definition and examine what is contained in Bill C-26. C-26 purports to have CPP premiums increased. Now, are they going to be increased voluntarily or is it compulsory? It is compulsory, Madam Speaker. Workers and employers alone have no say in the matter. Is it levied upon workers' incomes and business profits? Well, most assuredly it is, because both employers and employees are going to be forced into paying increased premiums. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I would suggest by anyone's definition, C-26 is a tax, and it is a tax increase. It is a business and payroll tax. And, Madam Speaker, this is the worst time in Canadian history to be levying new taxes. Now, I'm not a fan of taxes of any sort at any time, but in a position that we are now in Canada with a sluggish economy, raising taxes is absolutely incoherent to me. It makes no sense because it takes money out of people's pockets. It reduces the availability of Canadians to save more money. It reduces the ability of businesses to expand and create new jobs. In fact, just the opposite. I've talked to many small business owners who say that a CPP increase will, in eventuality, force them to either close up shop or lay off employees to try and survive. Neither one of those two options, Madam Speaker, is a good one for small business owners. The thing that I can't quite understand, Madam Speaker, is why this government is trying to do this, to pass Bill C-26 now, because, frankly, it is simply not necessary. Empirical evidence backs that up.
Madam Speaker, the government suggests that C-26 is a way to increase retirement benefits for those Canadians who need it most. But when you take a look at the statistics, Madam Speaker, you find that less than 5% of Canadian seniors are living below the poverty line. And Madam Speaker, we've made great strides over the last decades. It was only 30 or 40 years ago when close to 30% of Canadians were living on low incomes. That is less than 5% now, Madam Speaker. So where is the need to increase retirement benefits if Canadians themselves are not living below the poverty line? Additionally, Madam Speaker, I would point out that Canadians are saving more money now than they ever have in the past, approximately twice the amount they saved in 1990. So, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you, and I would argue, that all Canadians are aware of the responsibilities that come with planning for retirement. Their financial literacy quotient is increasing, and they are taking steps to prepare themselves for retirement. So once again, Madam Speaker, I ask the question, if there is no need, why does this government feel it necessary to increase CPP premiums, to put additional taxes on Canadian businesses and Canadian workers? It doesn't seem to make much sense, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I think that we can safely say that the reason this government is doing that is part of their DNA. It's why they are Liberals. They live to increase taxes, Madam Speaker, and this is just one more example of it. But what is truly troubling, Madam Speaker, to me, is that this paternalistic approach to saying the government knows best, we will take care of your retirement needs, is not only paternalistic, it is insulting to Canadians, Madam Speaker, because in effect what this government is saying is that Canadians don't have the capacity to be able to plan for their own retirement. We will do it for them. Madam Speaker, I have confidence in Canadians. I have confidence that they can plan for their own retirement, and they don't need to be told by any government, let alone this one, how to go out doing that. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I would point out to you and members of this chamber that there are more opportunities, more investment in retirement vehicles on the marketplace now than there ever have been before to assist Canadians in planning for their retirement. I make specific reference to the TFSA, the most important advancement in tax avoidance that we have seen since the advent of the RSPs, a vehicle that we introduced when our Conservative government was in power. The TFSA, Madam Speaker, now currently, I guess, permeated in the Canadian tax base by about 10 million stakeholders who have TFSAs, allows after-tax dollars to be put into a tax-free savings account. The money generated in that account over years is tax-free, and when you take the money out, Madam Speaker, it is not taxed. Now, Madam Speaker, we introduced this new innovation several years ago when we were in government. We started with a contribution limit of $5,000 per year. That's the amount that Canadians could put into their TFSAs. A few years later, we increased that to $5,500, and then just before the last election, Madam Speaker, we increased that contribution limit to $10,500 to allow Canadians to put up to $10,500 a year into a tax-free savings account to help plan and prepare for their retirement. But what did this government do, Madam Speaker? It rolled back the TFSA contribution limit down to $5,500. In other words, they took away the ability for Canadians to put an additional $5,000 into TFSAs. And the rationale, Madam Speaker? Well, they say Canadians just simply don't have $10,000 kicking around at the end of the year, so since they wouldn't be able to max out their contributions, we're just going to reduce their ability to even try. Now, Madam Speaker, in other words, this government is saying Canadians could not afford to contribute to the TFSAs. So what is their answer? Instead of allowing Canadians the opportunity to voluntarily put money into a tax-free savings account, this government is forcing Canadians, who apparently cannot afford it, to pay money into a state-run pension plan that is taxable when you withdraw the benefits, that Canadian investors have no ability to deal with in terms of choosing the investment vehicle of their choice. So, Madam Speaker, nothing makes sense about this whatsoever. If you're going to force Canadians to save, Why not allow them then to at least put it into a tax-free savings account? But no, that's not the case. They're forcing them to put it into the CPP. Now, Madam Speaker, granted that I believe that the pension managers, the pension fund managers over the years with CPP have done a very good job. But the point is, Madam Speaker, as an individual, I would like to be able to control the investment vehicles myself. I want to be able to choose whether I want to put money into mutual funds, stocks, bonds, or other investments, rather than someone telling me what I have to invest in and what my rate of return will be. But, Madam Speaker, once again, this seems to be a pattern from this government. They have the attitude that government knows best. Madam Speaker, and we've seen this story before. The insult to Canadians, once again, is that they don't believe that Canadians are bright enough to be able to choose wisely with their investment accounts. They believe that the government is smarter than the Canadian taxpayer. Madam Speaker, I think we all recall just a few short years ago, during an election campaign, a federal campaign, when our government introduced the universal child care benefit. And the Prime Minister of the day, Paul Martin's chief of staff, went on television and said, it's a bad idea because if you give money directly to parents and let them choose how to raise their children, they'll just blow it all on beer and popcorn. That's the attitude this government has. It's paternalistic, it's condescending, it's insulting, and Madam Speaker, that is why, on this side of the House, we will oppose C-26. The basic difference between Conservatives and Liberals is this. As Conservatives, we believe in lower taxes, balanced budget, and smaller governments. The Liberals believe in higher taxes, deficit spending, and much larger governments. Madam Speaker, eventually Canadians will see the light, and that's why on this side of the bench we will be opposing C-26, and we will be opposing it with vigor.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comment. He made reference to the fact that in 1990 there are more people saving now than there were in 1990, but he neglected to mention the fact that there were also many more people that were paying into employer-generated pensions that helped people save indirectly through those pension plans. What this comes down to, Madam Speaker, is that there is a great growing difference between the haves and the have-nots in this country. And this is a matter about building the middle class and strengthening the middle class and making sure that people have what they need when it comes time to retire. So my question to the member opposite, Madam Speaker, is just very simple. Does he believe that there is a difference growing in Canadian society between the haves and the have-nots, and does he feel as though it is the role of government to assist in that function to prevent that from happening?
Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre.
I thank my honourable colleague for his question. My approach is, quite frankly, I believe in individual freedom. I believe in the individual rights to make their own decisions rather than having government step in and be big brother all the time. That's a fundamental distinction that I don't know my colleague opposite truly understands. Madam Speaker, in other words, I believe this government is trying to find a solution for which there is no problem. Statistics bear that out. Less than 5% of Canadians right now, less than 5% of seniors are living below the poverty line, when 30 years ago it was 30%. More and more Canadians are saving as they prepare for their retirement, Madam Speaker, and they're doing so on their own volition. They're doing so with plans that they generate themselves. They're not being told, nor do they want to be told, how to invest and where to invest. That's why I believe in individual freedom. That's why I believe that C-26 is a flawed piece of legislation.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for his speech. Very nice person, and I have a great amount of respect for him. But, Madam Speaker, I guess I'm wondering, they're saying this is not the time for CPP expansion now, but many of our retirees, at least I know in Hamilton Mountain, are suffering in poverty. And many of them for the reason of the three main pillars that they grew up in when they went to work. Was the Canada Pension Plan, some of their own personal investments, and their private pension plan when they went to work. However, their private pension plan is now being eroded by bankruptcy protection. They've been either wound up and they've been shortchanged. They didn't have enough time to stretch out on that, and it's happening much more and frequent. So knowing that that's one of the main pillars, may I ask the honourable member, doesn't he think that now we should be putting protection in for our children and our grandchildren going in the future to make sure that they don't have these problems? I know it's not going to fix everything, but it is one of the main pillars to make sure that we strengthen, and then we can work on the others.
Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you very much, and I thank my friend, my honourable colleagues for his kind remarks at the outset of his question. From one Blue Jay fan to another, I suppose we'll always have some areas of agreement as well as disagreements. But specifically, my answer to that would be, Madam Speaker, is that what life will your children or my children or grandchildren have if we don't have jobs? And many, many small business people have told me that the CPP expansion, even though the government suggests it is a modest increase, would be having an incredibly detrimental effect on their ability to hire more employees. In fact, when we were on a tour across Canada just recently, Madam Speaker, we happened to be in Thunder Bay, and I went to a restaurant for dinner with one of my colleagues. The restaurant owner, once finding out that I was a member of Parliament, started engaging me in conversation of what the expansion of the CPP premiums would mean to his business. And he told my colleague and I very clearly that their profit margin was so skinny that with this CPP expansion, he would either have to close his doors or lay off employees. What kind of a retirement would he have, Madam Speaker? What kind of a retirement would his employees that might be laid off have? Madam Speaker, there are other ways to help Canadians who need their assistance plan for their retirement. We expanded the GIS. The GIS is targeted for the lowest income Canadians in this great nation of ours. We expanded it. I believe the Liberal government, to their credit, increased that by about 10%. You can do things without increasing a job-killing tax, which C26 most surely is.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to once again speak to Bill C-26. I'm confident in the beneficial impact it will have on the lives of hardworking Canadians. I would like to think of this bill as an investment in our future, an investment to ensure that Canadians who have worked hard all of their lives will be able to lead the lives they have always wanted when they retire. But more importantly, this bill is an investment in young Canadians and an investment in our future generations. With all 9 Canada Pension Plan participating provinces supporting this investment, it is well known that this investment is indeed necessary. By enhancing the Canada Pension Plan, we are enabling young Canadians to enter the workforce with confidence, knowing that when it comes time for them to retire, they can do so with a stable pension. Throughout my first year as the Member of Parliament, I've spoken with many young Canadians regarding a wide range of issues. As mentioned in my first speech to this bill, the issue of saving for retirement was consistently brought to my attention throughout these conversations. Even though they may be decades away from retirement, with fewer and fewer employers offering a workplace pension plan, young Canadians are very concerned they will not have enough for when they retire. A 2016 survey conducted by Franklin Templeton indicated that 70% of young Canadians say that retirement makes them anxious. In a 2016 poll conducted by the Globe and Mail, it was discovered that saving for retirement is the second most pressing concern for young Canadians. Why is this? It is because today's young Canadians have grown up in households where not saving enough for retirement has been a constant fear. These young Canadians see the approximately 1.1 million families currently facing the insurmountable fear for not having enough money saved to maintain their standard of living during their retirement. And they take on this fear before entering the workforce. It could be argued that due to the fact that Canadians are living longer lives, the fear of not saving enough for retirement is greater for young Canadians than it was for their parents, given that they know they have to save more for longer. Madam Speaker, it is hard for me to believe that in 2016, in our country, our young adults are facing such concerns. Young Canadians entering the workforce should feel they have like they have their whole lives in front of them, because in reality, they do. However, currently these young Canadians are faced with the intimidating fear of not having enough money saved for retirement, something they should not worry about until much later in their lives. According to Statistics Canada, Canadians aged 34 and under currently account for 42.5% of Canada's population, and this is expected to increase over the next 15 and 25 years. This is a significant portion of our population that cannot be ignored. It is for this reason that an enhancement of the Canada Pension Plan is necessary. This bill is designed to address and ease their concerns. When speaking with young Canadians in my riding regarding this issue, I promised that I would be their advocate here in the House of Commons, and by standing here again in support of this bill, I know that I am fulfilling that promise. Now, switching gears a little bit, Madam Speaker, the members opposite have raised the concerns that this bill does not benefit low-income Canadians as a result of the incremental increase in contributions. I would like to remind the members opposite that this bill will also provide an enhancement to the working income tax benefit, which will provide additional benefits that will ultimately offset the incremental increases in contributions. I would also like to remind the members opposite that the contributions to the enhanced portion of the Canada Pension Plan will be deductible. Now, Madam Speaker, I am well aware that the members opposite have brought forward other concerns about this bill. But I want to remind these members that this government was able to work with all 9 Canada Pension Plan participating provinces to an agreement on this enhancement. This demonstrates that this government is able to effectively work with the provinces. Therefore, I want to assure the members opposite that no matter what concerns they have, this government is able to work with the provinces to make adjustments and fix any problems that may arise in the future. This is something that will be discussed with the Minister as he meets the provinces next month. Madam Speaker, like many members in this House, I come from a family who immigrated to Canada. My family, like every other, worked hard and made sacrifices so that their families and future generations wouldn't have to face the same struggles. Ultimately, they made these sacrifices in the hopes that their future generations will live a better life than they did. And in keeping with this concept, today, many Canadians who have worked hard all of their life are now in their later years, and they're struggling to make ends meet. Many of their employers did not provide a workplace pension plan, and the current Canada Pension Plan is not strong or stable enough for them to live comfortably. I can guarantee that the Canadians who are currently facing these struggles do not want their future generations facing the same struggles that they are currently facing. This government is working hard to ensure that this does not happen, by working with the provinces to reach an agreement and by being strong advocates during the debates in this House. This government is demonstrating its commitment to provide a better life for our country's future generations. Enhancing the Canada Pension Plan is an investment in our future, and I hope all members of this House feel the same way. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague in particular for bringing up young people as it relates to this particular piece of legislation we're discussing. We've heard a lot of commentary in particular from the opposition today about older individuals and seniors and how fewer of them require the changes that we're talking about today. But in reality, the objective of this legislation is really to affect generations from now. I'm curious, he talked a bit about when he was campaigning and talking to young people. Can he comment as to how many of those young people he talked to spoke of the fact that they had these employer pensions, and in particular, how this legislation can help them specifically?
A member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And actually, as I spoke to this bill previously, I had mentioned that I had gone to a lot of high schools and spoken with high school students. And a lot of them were concerned that the government was literally just burying their head in the sand and not addressing the fact that we have an aging population that's going to retire all at once. And they were really concerned that they'd have to incur that cost. So they were quite pleased to know that our government is actually taking these steps now instead of just punting it down the field. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. One of the comments he made was that their party is interested and concerned about the future of young people and jobs and all that sort of thing. But, Madam Speaker, it's clear that when you increase CPP premiums, it's actually going to reduce the number of jobs that are available. We've heard from many small business owners the fact that they will not be able to expand their workforce. They will not be able to make that new hire. In fact, they may actually end up laying off some of their current employees. So I fail to understand how we can square that circle of increasing CPP premiums, reducing jobs, and making it better for young people. Madam Speaker, Dan Kelly, the President and CEO of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, said this, quote, "2/3 of small firms say they will have to freeze or cut salaries, and over 1/3 say they will have to reduce hours or jobs in their business in response to a CPP or QPP hike." Madam Speaker, how can this member actually believe that increasing CPP premiums will increase the number of jobs available for the young people that are graduating from the high schools he just mentioned? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. The increases are modest, but I'd like to match those words with the words of a previous member of the opposition. The late Jim Flaherty in 2010 said to condemn Canadians, to do nothing would condemn Canadians to not have enough money for themselves when they retire. I am paraphrasing, but it is the opposition that actually acknowledged there is a CPP gap, but it was the opposition that failed to do something about it. So unlike their previous government, we've actually done it, we've worked with the provinces, and we got it right. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to rise to ask a question, but it's true that I was planned to speak, so I'll start my remarks now. I'd like to start by saying hello to all Canadians who are viewing this debate today, especially the people from my riding. I'm pleased this morning to have this opportunity to speak to this bill, Bill C-26, which deals with the Canada Pension Plan. Like my colleague, my Conservative colleague who spoke just before me for Moose Jaw Lake Central Lanigan, for whom I have a great deal of respect for his speaking skills. I hope to be able to speak as well as him at some point. He said that this bill shows or demonstrates what the Liberal DNA is all about. Of any Liberal government, as far back as we can look. What they want to do is tax Canadians to fill government coffers, to carry out their Liberal agenda.
My colleague also spoke about this paternalistic approach, and which shows a certain pattern. At the same time, my colleague also specified with some very good, concise definitions how the increases in payments to the CPP were indeed, or are indeed, a tax from the point of view of economists and from the point of view of social policy. And he spoke of this paternalistic approach which sees taxes going up. He talked about how this is a pattern, and well, that's good for me because I wanted to approach this bill by explaining that it is indeed a pattern from this government to increase taxes on Canadians despite what they might say and what they've been saying every month in the last year since they were elected. For example, this government ended the tax credit, a number of tax credits that our government had put forward, for example, for sports for children, tax credits for school books and school materials. They refused to go forward with their promise to lower taxes for small and medium-sized businesses, which is in many ways a tax increase. They replaced our benefits for children, which with something that is very problematic and that is not revenue neutral. And they put forward the Liberal carbon tax, which very soon will mean an extra 11.5 cents per liter on gas. And now they're increasing contributions to the CPP by $1,000 a year for every employee and for every employer. And this is added to the fact that they haven't reduced taxes for small and medium-sized businesses, and they're making access to mortgages more difficult. Now, we, on this side of the House, understand that there are some problems in the real estate market that need to be dealt with in Vancouver and Toronto, for example, but they've put together a plan that that affects all Canadians, whether or not they live in the cities that have been most affected by real estate prices. So this bill before us, C-26, is part of a pattern of bills that are increasing taxes for Canadians. What we also see in C-26 is a contradiction between the words and the actions of this government. For a year now, they've been talking about strengthening the middle class. But what we're seeing is that they're imposing more and more taxes on that middle class, that they're adding measures that will prevent this middle class from truly being able to flourish. So we could go so far as to say that this government is turning the middle class into a tax instrument to serve the ends of the Liberal Party. They promised a $10 billion a year deficit, a modest deficit in their words, and they're at $30 billion now. $30 billion. Why? Because of poor decision-making, because of poor management, and to fill the coffers, they need to increase taxes in all kinds of areas, for example, with the CPP. Some highlights of Bill C-26. Well, not only is it going to take $1,000 a year from every employee, but it's also going to take away $1,000 a year from employers, entrepreneurs, who are Canada's job creators. But also, I listened to my Liberal colleague across the way saying that, well, seniors have worked hard all their lives, they have the right to good CPP benefits. But they're talking about current senators, and I asked him a question. Well, today, more and more seniors are working after retirement. My father-in-law retired a few years ago, and he's working part-time right now. And every paycheck that he gets every 2 weeks is going to go down because of the increase in CPP contributions. And on top of that, this reform of the CPP is only going to apply in 40 years. So all seniors today will not benefit, Madam Speaker, from this increase in CPP payments, which, and this is a measure that supposedly is going to lower poverty among seniors. My colleague from Louis Saint Laurent, when he opened the debate on Bill C-26 earlier today, explained that what we see right now is two different political and philosophical visions which are coming into conflict. There's the vision of the Liberal Party, which was well defined by my colleague from Moose Jaw Lake, Senator Lanigan, when he said that the Liberals seem to think that they know better than Canadians what to do with their money and how to use their money. Whereas, well, and it's a paternalistic approach, and it's in this government's DNA. They believe that they know better than Canadians in all kinds of areas, including when it comes to investments and how to prepare for a good retirement. Here, on this side of the House, the Conservatives, we believe that individuals and Canadians individually know very well how to manage their own affairs, and that's why we've put in place policies over the last 10 years, for example, when we were in power, that helped maximize the amount of money going back into taxpayers' pockets at the end of the year, and that multiplied the number of tools available to taxpayers so that they could help themselves. For example, the TFSA, which is an excellent measure, in my opinion, and there are many, many families and many members of my own family use this measure, my neighbors and my constituents as well. I would also like to note that we need to go back again to our seniors, Mr. Speaker. My great-grandfather did his own put his own retirement together, 100%. And no, we don't want to go back to that. There are support measures in place, and that's good. However, there are measures in place that encourage people not to take responsibility, and we need to listen to the wise words of our ancestors, which is that it's important to save for one's own retirement so that when we retire, we'll be able to take care of ourselves to the greatest extent possible for as long as possible. And Mr. Speaker, I think, Madam Speaker, I think that this bill, C-26, shows two very different political approaches. And I think my colleagues from the NDP share the vision that this government right now, with all its policies, is targeting short-term political gain. That means re-election in 3 years. However, over the last 10 years, what we did, well, I don't know, Madam Speaker, how many decisions did we take that weren't popular, but, you know, we took those decisions and we were proud and courageous in taking them. For example, the decision to increase the retirement age from 65 to 67. That was a very courageous decision, a very necessary decision, and I'm convinced that I will probably never retire. I'll probably work until I die. And it's been that way for hundreds of years, by the way, Madam Speaker. Now, and I'd just like to end by saying that one of my personal hobbies is to watch political debates, for example, in France, in England, and Germany, and most Western countries in Europe are talking about the fact that we need to increase the retirement age. We did it, and now this government is going in the wrong direction. It's unfortunate. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his very eloquent speech. He speaks very well. He presents the Conservative way of thinking very well, and I thank him. It's very instructive. And he mentioned in his speech a minimum social security net from the government. So I'd like to ask him if, in his opinion, the government is doing a good job for current and future seniors. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, is it doing its job? Well, they're working to increase the GIS. That's something that we had been working on as well, and that's good. But they are hurting today's seniors, those who are working part-time right now, and we see that more and more often. Most of the seniors that I meet in my riding, Madam Speaker, work part-time, and they are going to have to pay into a retirement plan that they'll never benefit from. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I have the pleasure of sitting with him on the Government Operations Committee, and he spoke about DNA, and I think that this is a very important question. DNA, well, I would say that my philosophy is based on doing what putting your actions where your mouth is. The Conservatives say that they don't like deficits, but they ran deficits for many, many years. And I would remind you, Madam Speaker, that the Conservatives sold their GM shares at a loss, Madam Speaker. So they're talking about how they have a long-term vision, but that wasn't a long-term decision. That was just to help them balance the budget in 2015. Now, Madam Speaker, defined benefit plans are declining in Canada. Does my colleague think we should do what we've done for the last 40 years, or we should do something differently? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, Madam Speaker, it's not up to me to propose any particular measure. They're the government. What I would say is that what we need to do is ensure that there are what the government is trying to do here is not improve the CPP, is ensure that the government has more money to implement all kinds of its own decisions. I would remind the honourable member that in 2007, 2008, 2009, the government and the world faced the greatest economic crisis since the Great Depression. So the government ran deficits to meet the challenges of that crisis, and we came out of that crisis in a better position than any other G7 country by creating well over 1 million new jobs, by having one of the best job creation rates and in the OECD, and we think that the government should follow our example.
The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is that, you know, the Conservative Party has actually voted, and I hear a lot about tax breaks, and this is a government that genuinely supports tax breaks. After all, we introduced Bill C-2, which gives a substantial tax break to Canada's middle class, hundreds of millions of dollars, and you know, 9 million plus Canadians are benefiting from that. One could ask the question, well, why then, if there's so much focus on tax breaks, did the Conservatives vote against that most significant tax break?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Voted against C2 because C2 is a false decrease of taxes in Canada, and I would invite my colleagues to go chat a little bit with Senator Larry Smith, who has done a great research, and he has put forward some amendments at the committee in the Senate on Finance. A research, Madam Speaker, that shows without doubt that the decrease of taxes will only benefit household who makes between $140,000 and $170,000 per year, and it will not help at all any household revenue under $100,000 per year. The low income are way well off, not better off with that. So that's my answer to the colleague, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. And before we start the resuming debate, I just want to advise the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health that I will have to interrupt her speech, and she'll be able to finish it after. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm honoured to rise in this House today to talk in support of Bill C-2, an act to amend Canada Pension Plan. The Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act and the Income Tax Act. This is an extremely important piece of legislation that will help millions of hardworking Canadians from coast to coast to coast, including many in my riding of Brampton West. Opponents critical of this legislation often cite the fact that we have hardworking Canadians struggling to make ends meet today. I have residents from my riding in Brampton West call and meet with me on a regular basis to express how difficult it has become to support their families. Let me start with the story, Madam Speaker. I met with a couple with 3 children from my riding a year ago, last November, at a coffee shop before my constituency office even opened. Both parents worked and the father had a second part-time job, yet this family was struggling. They were barely able to feed their children. Unfortunately, their story has become too common in our country. Canadian families that work hard, so hard, should not be struggling. This same family visited me again a couple of months ago in September. They asked me if I could thank our Prime Minister on their behalf. The Canada Child Benefit that our Prime Minister has championed has taken a huge burden off this family. The increase in the Canada Student Grants has given this family hope that their children will be able to attend university one day. This is just one of the many examples of families that have been positively impacted by the reforms our government has introduced to address the urgent issues facing Canadian families. Short-term stimulus is extremely important. However, to genuinely serve Canadians, our government must deliver for Canadians in the long term as well. We need to give Canadians hope for their future. We need to ensure all Canadians are given the opportunity to have a strong, safe, and secure retirement. Ensuring that all Canadians have the support of a pension plan that helps them maintain their standard of living after they retire is essential to achieving this objective. Canadians value the long-term pension security provided by the Canada Pension Plan since its inception over 50 years ago by Lester B. Pearson's government. One of the harsh realities of today's economic climate is that it is becoming increasingly difficult for Canadians to plan and save for their retirement years. The cost of living in Canada continues to spike sharply. The retirement savings and pension plans of Canadians are not keeping pace. The life expectancy of Canadians is going up. As a result, an increasing number of Canadians will be forced to reduce their standard of living in their retirement years. I've heard these issues loud and clear at the doorsteps, in our town halls, at community events, and in my constituency office. Last week, one of my constituents said to me, "If it is this difficult now, what will I do when I retire and need to live on a fixed income? What will our grandchildren do? How will they support themselves in their retirement?" This is a real and growing concern for middle-class Canadians. As I said, the cost of living in Canada is rising. The cost of food is increasing, particularly healthy foods. The cost of leasing an apartment is increasing. Transportation costs continue to go up. These trends are expected to continue. These trends will increasingly burden Canadian families in their retirement years. And I see that you pointed out that my time is up for now. I will continue this debate after question period. Thank you, Mr. Leader.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health will have 6 minutes remaining in her speech following question period. Statements by members, déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, November 26, over 200 members of our Richmond Hill community gathered in memory of Gianluca Cilucci, the son of Leona and Carmelo and brother of Francesca, who we tragically lost 9 months ago. The event was organized by 9 of Gianluca's closest friends and included the unveiling of a stone plaque and recently planted tree in South Richmond Hill Greenway Park, just to the west of the elementary school he attended. Mr. Speaker, today I wear a pin on my lapel that is symbolizes with Gianluca's signature as a reminder of the noble, determined, and compassionate young man he was. Gianluca was a political science graduate who was passionate about social justice issues and aspired to join local law enforcement. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the hard work and wonderful tributes by Jacob, Robert, Matthew, Paolo, and Dominica. Gianluca, we love you. God bless your soul. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Last night saw another page written in the storied history of Canada's unique game with the Barn Burner 104th Grey Cup. The Ottawa Redblacks and Calgary Stampeders gave us memories for the ages and a thrilling to the last play contest of the type Canadian fans have come to expect. Canadian football is part of our heritage and helps define us. There is no other annual event like the Grey Cup, which brings together fans from every corner of the country to celebrate Canada. Our distinct three-down game again demonstrated that it can't be matched for drama, heroics, and sheer entertainment. Our congratulations go to outstanding Canadian Brad Snopley and the rest of the Ottawa franchise on their underdog victory. Commissioner Jeffrey Orridge, Matt Maychuk, and the League can be proud of a championship that demonstrated the enduring appeal of our game. And the Post-Argonauts franchise, led by Michael Copeland and Sarah Moore, delivered a first-rate game day experience. Next year, the CFL will celebrate the 150th anniversary of Confederation by holding the Grey Cup game in our nation's capital. It will be a fitting finale to a year of celebrating Canada. It will show once more the enduring and special place Canadian football holds in the heart and culture of our country.
The Honourable Member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the holidays are a wonderful time of year when friends and families gather to celebrate.
Having said that, many Canadian families will not be celebrating during this period because they do not have access to lower-cost essential resources such as foodstuffs, goods that most of us take for granted.
Are recognized around the world for their generosity and compassion, and there is so much we can do for our less fortunate neighbours. Throughout the country, food banks can always use more canned meats and jars of peanut butter and baby food. In Canada Carleton, more volunteers are still needed to adopt a family or help us unload the buses. On Saturday, December 3rd, from 5:30 to 7:30, my team and I will be at 340 Leggett Drive to unload the best buses of food donations from the people of Canada. I encourage everyone to support their local food banks. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Vancouver East is a proud, diverse community with a deep and rich history. From art to culture to service provision, we have it all. The Japanese Language School and the Japanese Language Hall celebrated its 110th anniversary. This remarkable milestone is an illustration of the strength, determination, and dedication of the Japanese community to rebuild after the horrific internment of Japanese Canadians. Over at the Raycamp Cooperative Center, we celebrated its 40th anniversary. 40 years ago, the tenants at Raymar Housing Project fought hard for this incredible center, and today, this inner city center is a gem in our community, providing excellent support to a diverse and multicultural neighborhood. To cap off the celebrations, in its 20th year, the Eastside Cultural Crawl showcased the brilliant creativity and talents of more than 475 artists. If you ever want to see what a diverse, accepting, caring, strong, resilient, creative, and talented community looks like, come to East Van.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, our government is making an important commitment to developing a Canadian poverty reduction strategy. Government can make a difference, but we can't do it alone. That's why the member for Bay of Quinte and I are fortunate to have a new program in our ridings called Creating Community, run by the Hastings Prince Edward Poverty Roundtable. With the help of an Ontario Trillium grant, this program brings together people who have personally experienced poverty in order to educate our community on the complexity of the issue and to bring the diversity of perspectives together with a goal of action on poverty reduction. This project deepens our understanding that poverty is not an individual experience, but a community one, needing responses at all levels. Community consultations are now underway on the causes, impacts, and solutions to poverty. Poverty often has a local context, so we look forward to a collaboration between our government and these local community initiatives. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, on November 25th, I attended an inspiring event in Chilliwack dedicated to helping sexually exploited women in our community. The Pearl Life Renewal Society was created by Joan Goosen and a group of dedicated volunteers committed to empowering girls and women who are sexually exploited, trafficked, and in prostitution through support, education, and love to embrace hope and renewal. We heard powerful presentations on how most girls trafficked in Canada are lured into the sex trade between the ages of 12 and 14. The most powerful story of the entire night came from Tamara, who shared her story of being sexually trafficked starting at the age of 13. After 15 years, through hard work, determination, and God's grace, she finally broke free and is now helping others to do the same. Pearl is working towards creating a safe space with wraparound services in Chilliwack to care for those trapped in the sex trade. Chilliwack is a compassionate, caring community, and I know I speak for all my constituents in wishing Pearl every blessing as they start this important ministry.
Honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, who among us hasn't marveled at the details of the stained glass windows and ceiling of this venerable chamber? The greatest Canadian artist in this matter was Guido Ninghieri, born in Tuscany in 1885 and remembered as the Canadian Michelangelo. But this glory is coupled with the sadness of the memory that the Canadian government imprisoned him because of the identity of one of the people in one of his works. It was with great emotion that I visited his studio, which is practically intact and is a true time machine. Mr. Ninghieri had a gifted student, Umberto Bruni, who's become a celebrated Canadian painter, and I had the opportunity to wish him a happy 102nd birthday. I therefore urge all my colleagues to remember the life and career of the master and his student. The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, I wish to salute the work done by community organizations throughout the country, particularly in my riding in Anjou, Rivière-des-Prairies. They work against poverty, for the integration of immigrants, supporting families, breaking the isolation of seniors. They work hard day after day. When I see the work done by SAC Anjou, Centre d'Action Bénévole, Équipe RDP, Le Phare, Jeunes YLC, Carrefour Solidarité Anjou, when I see the women's centers, Sarah, Optimist clubs, or various seniors clubs, I know these people do a lot with very little. But their lack of resources is 1,000 times compensated by their compassion, generosity, and their will to make a difference, whatever is most noble and beautiful. To all the volunteers and employees of these organizations, I say you have my support, respect, and admiration.
For Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, Evraz is the largest producer of large diameter line pipe for oil and gas transmission in North America and employs over 1,000 Canadians, including jobs in my riding. They manufacture 100% made in Canada pipe, from scrap to steel to pipe. Evraz produces over 1 million tons of steel annually from recycled metal. Conrad Winkler, President and CEO of Evraz, visited me in Ottawa today to point out that every ton of recycled steel saves 1.8 tons of greenhouse gas emissions, 79% less than Chinese steel and using 64% less electricity. The infrastructure needed for Canada's pipelines can be made right here in Canada by Canadians for Canadians. Evraz is a classic example of the creator of good-paying, skilled, middle-class jobs. Pipelines bring jobs to operators, oil and gas drillers, and many other firms in local communities. The previous Conservative government approved numerous pipelines. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government needs to do the same.
The honourable member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to recognize the 33rd Annual Mission Christmas Candlelight Parade taking place this Friday in my riding. The parade is an opportunity for all to celebrate the holiday season and to come together with friends and family to create lasting memories. The Candlelight Parade has been a beloved tradition in the community for years and will showcase over 70 floats this year. I'm excited to take part in the parade this Friday, starting at 7:30 p.m. The festivities begin at the corner of Horn Street and First Avenue. I'm looking forward to kicking off this holiday season with my constituents at the Candlelight Parade. See you there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, while all members of this House know that Bombardier is one of the jewels in Canada's industrial crown, it would be easy to miss the fact that it was born in Valcourt in my riding. The inventor Joseph Armand Bombardier designed the first vehicles to roll on snow in 1935. The Skidoo brand is engraved in our memories because of his invention of the snowmobile. In 1971, a museum dedicated to its memory opened in Valcourt. Faithful to its inventor, it recently underwent a complete renovation dedicated to ingeniousness. It is a source of inspiration, creativity, and innovation. The spirit of this place is that one has to go further than one's greatest ideas and do things that are within one's grasp and dreams. I encourage all members to visit this museum to see the universe of this inventor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chatham, Kent, Leamington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On May the 7th, while responding to a fire alarm, Constable Fraser Curtis and his partner were told by bystanders that there may be someone still in the burning building. He entered the building without protection and at great risk to his own life, crawled through thick smoke and fire and located the victim, who he heard coughing. Although the victim was disorientated, belligerent, covered in soot, and intoxicated, he carried him out of the building. On Thursday, November the 24th, Lieutenant Governor Elizabeth Downswell awarded Fraser Curtis with a Medal of Bravery. Chatham Kent Police Chief Gary Conn stated, "All our officers are heroes amongst us, but clearly Constable Curtis's actions went far beyond the call of duty in saving this individual's life. These actions further support and exemplify why we choose to become police officers and enter into such an honorable vocation." Thank you, Fraser.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in front of a capacity crowd of more than 33,000 and millions of TV viewers, two fabulous teams squared off in Toronto for the privilege of hoisting the coveted Grey Cup. This is an enduring Canadian symbol of hard work, sacrifice, and remarkable sportsmanship. I'll confess a bias, Mr. Speaker. When I sat down yesterday to watch the game with family and friends, I was rooting for our hometown team. I'm delighted to congratulate the Ottawa Red Blacks for an excellent season
and for bringing the Cup home to Ottawa for the first time since 1976. I also want to congratulate the Calgary Stampeders for a hard-fought, competitive game that kept us on the edge of our seats. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of every fan of Canadian football, young and old, from coast to coast to coast, I thank the teams for their exemplary performance, both yesterday and throughout the season. Congratulations, Red Blacks.
Honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
125 years ago today, November 28th, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers got its start in St. Louis, Missouri. In 1891, the electrical industry was in its infancy. Electrical workers were expected to work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, with no safety equipment or standards to speak of. Their mortality rate was way above average, going as high as 1 death for every 2 workers hired. 10 delegates attended the first meeting, representing 286 members from across the United States. Today in Canada alone, the IBEW represents over 70,000 workers in the electrical industry. The IBEW is at the forefront of making workplaces safer to ensure workers come home at the end of each day. IBEW members negotiate for fair wages and benefits in exchange for their work, which is second to none. Through the Code of Excellence program and first-class training, IBEW members learn to take pride in their work, to do it once and do it right. As a proud member of the IBEW, I call on all members of this House to join me in congratulating the union on its 125th anniversary.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, Ottawa's Red Blacks are this year's CFL champions, bringing home their first, yes, that's right, and I know we're all Ottawa Red Blacks fans here in this Ottawa chamber. Mr. Speaker, this ends a 40-year drought as a young team of only 3 seasons old. The team clearly was the underdog, but despite their youthfulness, they've made the Grey Cup twice already, and this time, thanks to the incredible leadership of Henry Burris and his teammates, the coaching and support staff, they took it all the way, winning 39-33. And now I look forward to the champions hosting the next Grey Cup on home turf, where I know all members of the House of Commons will go to celebrate this great national treasure and to cheer them on so that they can win their second Grey Cup in a row.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I had the pleasure of attending the 2016 Governor General's History Awards for Excellence in Teaching ceremony, where 3 outstanding teachers from Fundy Royal Sussex Middle School were honored. Brian Clancy, Lisa Shepard, and Catherine Morneau gave their 6th grade students a challenge to teach their community about the Canadian experience at Vimy Ridge, but to do it in an awesome way. Those students, Mr. Speaker, were truly inspired and combined their short essays into a book that commemorates the 100th anniversary of the battle. Their creation is an impressive 75-page traveling history lesson presented in both French and in English for the world to read, to learn, and to understand the Canadian experience at Vimy Ridge. Congratulations to Mr. Clancy, Ms. Shepard, and Ms. Morneau, as well as to all of their students for your awesome work. We're so pleased to celebrate you here in Ottawa today.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister showed a lack of judgment on the weekend in the comments he made following the passing of the Cuban dictator Fidel Castro, and the statement shocked many Canadians. Now that the Prime Minister has acknowledged that Fidel Castro was a dictator, can he acknowledge that he lacked judgment in making those remarks? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of leaders did not take that time to state that Fidel Castro was a dictator. They said that he had passed. They tried to say something positive about him. That is what the Canadian Prime Minister did, and that is what others have done, because the objective, Mr. Speaker, is to not worsen past issues surrounding antagonism, but to focus on positive aspects. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, when an American senator said they were embarrassing and shameful, well, we have to take that into account. Now, Mr. Speaker, since the Prime Minister has acknowledged that Mr. Castro is a dictator, we say that they must translate words into action. Will the Prime Minister make a change to his website? Will he change the words on a website to acknowledge that he has recognized him as a dictator? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister wants to see democracy in Cuba. So do the Canadian people. For 50 years, we have had relations with Cuba that have served Canada and Cuba. Now is time to look at what we've all accomplished with the Cuban people, to help the Cuban people to move towards a more open society with more freedom, with more democracy. This is what Cubans will do. We are in a good position to help them with the assistance of our Prime Minister. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean.
Ignoring the fact that the Prime Minister himself admitted that Fidel Castro was a dictator. However, he failed to mention the abuses of human rights and freedom under Castro in his official statement. Mr. Speaker, will he now amend his official statement on the Prime Minister's website to reflect what he had publicly admitted?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
As I said in French, I may also repeat it in Spanish if it's needed, Mr. Speaker. It's very important for Canada to use our relationship with Cuba for the last 50 years to help the people of Cuba now to have a better future for their children with more freedom and to go step by step to our democracy, and the leadership of our Prime Minister will be key for that.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, in expressing his personal sorrow at the passing of Cuba's communist dictator, had nothing to say about the Cubans Castro executed, imprisoned, tortured, and oppressed. Is that because the Prime Minister and his father never met the victims of Castro's tyranny? Or is it because the PM was only wined and dined by Cuba's communist 1%? Now that the Prime Minister has had time to reflect on his ill-advised condolences, will he tell us what he might do to improve the lives of the Castro regime's victims?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
What he will not do is to create situations where you antagonize even more the past. You encourage the people of Cuba to unify all together and to work hard together to give a better future for their children and with more freedom, and to go step by step to our democracy. And the leadership of our Prime Minister will be key for that. The fact that Canada strongly links people to people with Cuba over the last 50 years, not because we agreed with the regime, but because we wanted to support the people of Cuba, will be an asset, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. Members may not have as much respect for members on the other side as they would like, but I know they have respect for this place, and I'd like them to show it. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, instead of paying tribute to a dictator, should have offered condolences to the long-suffering, oppressed people of Cuba. The Prime Minister should have spoken of hopes for a better democratic future for the people of Cuba. Instead, the PM not only expressed personal sorrow at Fidel's passing, but described as a real honor his recent meeting with Fidel's successor, the equally ruthless Raul. Mr. Speaker, why will this naive Prime Minister not address democracy, human rights, and the rule of law?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
When Fidel Castro passed away, the leaders of the world, without exception, or maybe some exceptions, did not call him, very few exceptions, did not call him a dictator. It's about the same thing that our Prime Minister. Ban Ki-moon, under former President Castro, Cuba may advance in the field of education, literacy, and health. The European Union has said, a man of determination and historical figure. The Mexican president, Fidel Castro, was a friend of Mexico. Spain, a figure of enormous historical importance, son of Spaniards. Britain, historic if controversial.
L'honorable député d'Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are afraid that the Liberals are going to break their promise that The election of 2015 will be the last one held under the current system. The special multi-party committee will be presenting its recommendations in the next few days. Is the minister backing down on the formal promise made by the Liberals because the committee isn't helping the Liberal Party? Or is it simply because they've rediscovered the charms of a system that has just given them another false majority?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. He knows, just as well as every member of this House does, that we've been committed to this file since we began our mandate. We gave the majority on the committee to study electoral reform to the opposition, Mr. Speaker. My parliamentary secretary and I have been out there connecting with Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and we've been very clear from the very beginning, Mr. Speaker, that we will not move forward on reform without the broad support of Canadians. I'm looking forward to receiving in this House the committee's report and moving forward then.
The report released by StatsCan confirms that sexual misconduct is widespread in our military. 1,000 reports in the last year alone. 80% of all forces members saw, heard, or personally experienced, quote, inappropriate sexualized behavior. We're not talking about the 1950s here, we're talking about 2015. And this report is only the tip of the iceberg. The
government can't simply wash its hands of the situation, saying it's unfortunate. What specific action will be taken now to deal with sexual assault in the Canadian Forces?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, sexual misconduct of any kind is completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated. Through Operation Honour, the Canadian Armed Forces remains fully committed to eliminating harmful and inappropriate sexual behaviour within its ranks. I sincerely thank the over 43,000 Canadian Armed Forces members who participated in the survey on sexual misconduct. We need to do better, and we will do better, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Stina-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the minister says she respects the work of the all-party committee. Then you have to wonder why she spent the weekend on television undermining the work of that very same committee. The Liberals were elected and campaigned on the promise to make 2015 the last election under the unfair first-past-the-post system. But since forming government, this minister has increasingly backed away from this commitment. This when the all-party committee is just days away from issuing its report to all Canadians. Why is the minister undercutting the committee's work? And will she now clearly commit to implementing the recommendations of our committee?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his work on the committee, and I'm looking forward in this House to receiving that report on December 1st. But he asks what I was doing on television over the weekend. Mr. Speaker, we introduced Bill C-33 in this House over the weekend. We repealed the unfair elements of the Fair Elections Act. We extended voting rights to those Canadians living abroad. That's what I was doing.
Member for Stina-Bulkley Valley.
Fascinating that she threw a committee of the House of Commons under the bus while she made these announcements in this bill. She's supposed to be the Minister of Democratic Reform, not the Minister for undermining democratic reform. Perhaps we should remind the Minister of her single most important job was to make good on the Liberal promise that 2015 was the last election under first-past-the-post. The committee has heard from hundreds of experts and thousands of Canadians who have told us overwhelmingly that the current system distorts the democratic will of Canadians. When the committee is working so hard to build a compromise, when so many Canadians are saying yes to reform, why is it that this minister has become the voice of no?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, as Minister for Democratic Institutions, I've been committed to this file since I began my mandate. The member opposite knows well that I have a great deal of respect for the work of this committee, for their independence, that I'm looking forward with a lot of eagerness, Mr. Speaker, probably more than any other member in this House, to receiving that report on December 1st. And Mr. Speaker, we're going to take the time to give that report the respect it deserves and present this House with a thoughtful plan forward.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, before this Liberal government came to power, Canada was consistently ranked as one of the least corrupt nations in the world. But these cash-for-access fundraisers are showing a pattern of behaviour that smears our Canadian reputation. From the Prime Minister's secret meetings with Chinese billionaires, to the Justice Minister's lawyer fundraisers, to the Finance Minister's dealing with drug companies suing the government, this pattern of behaviour has to stop. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister do the right thing and end these cash-for-access?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as the member very well knows, we have some of the strictest rules around fundraising of any level of government, and our party follows those rules. In fact, the rules clearly state that only Canadians can donate to political parties. The Chief Electoral Officer stated that Canada's political financing laws are the most advanced and constrained and transparent in the world. In regards to ticketed fundraising events, he confirmed that every party and every campaign does them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Canadians are perceiving corruption. Mr. Speaker, international media are now reporting on the Prime Minister's questionable fundraising. The New York Times, yes, Mr. Speaker, the New York Times is even reporting about this Prime Minister's questionable shakedowns. They're highlighting the secret fundraisers the Prime Minister had with communist Chinese officials. They're drawing attention to the payment he gave to the Trudeau Foundation, a foundation controlled by the Prime Minister's family. What is it going to take for the Prime Minister to end his unethical fundraising scheme?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that all members and Canadians note that the Prime Minister has no involvement with the Trudeau Foundation. This is something that's been stated time and time again. What Canadians elected us to do was to work hard for them. And this government has had unprecedented levels of public consultations to make sure we are responding to the very challenges facing Canadians. And we will continue to do that work. Once again, Canadian fundraising rules are some of the strictest in the world, and we will continue to follow them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, for years the Trudeau Foundation relied on donations from Canada. It was 2014 when the foreign money started to flow. In 2015, nearly $430,000 of foreign donations were given to the foundation. But the Prime Minister landed a huge donation when his communist Chinese friends gave $1 million, including $50,000, to a building of a statue of his father. Wow. When will the Prime Minister admit that mixing his personal, party and government business is wrong, and when will he put an end to it?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, as the member has stated, the Foundation confirmed that discussions on the donation began in 2014 when Prime Minister Stephen Harper actually was the Prime Minister. The Foundation is an independent charity that supports research and in social sciences and humanities. And I would hope that the member opposite supports organizations that promote research. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I doubt it.
Order. Honourable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, what did the Liberals learn during their 10 years in purgatory? Absolutely nothing. In 2004, we had the Gomery Commission to shed light on the sponsorship scandal. A few days ago, we learned that Chinese billionaires are funding the Liberal Party to have special access to the Prime Minister and his ministers. Mr. Speaker, given these revelations of conflict of interest, will there be another commission of inquiry? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we find it odd to note that the member opposite is attempting to politicize this issue at a time when we know that the system was put in place in 2012 under the previous government and that it was approved by their Minister of Finance, Joe Oliver, in July 2015 before Canadians threw them out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The waters continue to muddy around this Prime Minister's cash for access schemes. In trying to defend foreign donations to his family-run foundation from Chinese billionaires, the Prime Minister claimed that he had stepped away from all family-related responsibilities after he got elected. But the facts paint a different picture. Right. The Prime Minister was elected in 2008, but he continued to help run the foundation until 2014. What is the Prime Minister trying to hide, and why won't he come clean with Canadians about what he promised these communist officials in exchange for the $1 million payment?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
It's good to be back in this place, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's important to note that Canadians have elected us to get some real work done and to actually respond to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing. And the member knows very well that when it comes to fundraising, we have some of the strictest rules in the world. And in regards to ticketed fundraising events, the Chief Electoral Officer that confirmed that every party and every campaign fundraise. This government has undertaken unprecedented levels of public consultations to make sure that we are responding to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing. And in regards to accepting donations, the member knows very well that only Canadians can donate.
Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has stated that Chinese nationals were at the Liberal Party fundraiser so that he could, and I quote, draw investment from these billionaires. He secured some investment, all right, $1 million for his family-run foundation. Canadians deserve answers. These events break every element of the Prime Minister's ethics rules. When will the Prime Minister finally come clean with Canadians and admit what he gave in exchange for this $1 million payment?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's good to note that the Canadians have elected a new government, and this government does things very differently. It almost feels as if the member opposite is...
Order. Order. Most members in all parties are able to listen to question period to both sides without reacting. The rest need to do so also. Though that fairly small number that doesn't listen should start listening. The Honourable Government House Leader has the floor.
And the member opposite knows that when it comes to fundraising, we have some of the strictest rules, and this government will continue to follow the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, a new survey from Stats Can reveals today that 1 out of every 4 women has been sexually assaulted at least once in her career in the Canadian Armed Forces. In fact, the assault rate is twice as high as in the general population, and often the perpetrator is a superior in the chain of command, and that is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, what plan of action does the government have to deal with this crisis?
The Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, it is sobering and disappointing to know that members continue to be victimized and feel threatened in our work environment. But these survey results are critical for all of us in understanding the true scope and nature of the institution's problems. The findings will assist the Canadian Armed Forces to focus our efforts in the areas of greatest concern. Every man and woman who are willing to serve the country despite many dangers and sacrifice our military service deserves a professional environment in which they are treated with respect and dignity. And as I stated, Mr. Speaker, we do need to do better. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Very clearly, better indeed. A Stats Can report is deeply troubling and confirms that sexual misconduct is still rampant in our military, and it only considers members currently serving. It does not include the young women who are most vulnerable, those in the cadets, boot camp, or on course, nor does it include the women and men who have left due to military sexual trauma. We need a clear plan of action. When will the minister implement a strategy to fight against sexual misconduct in our military?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, General Vance, the Chief of Defence Staff, has launched a plan. It's called Operation Honour, and this survey was part of that plan to get the full extent of the situation. And now this provides the necessary information to continue to evolve the plan moving forward. As I stated, this type of behaviour is completely unacceptable, and we will root it out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, over 100,000 out-of-work energy workers need this government to stop dithering and delaying on getting pipelines built. It's been almost 5 months since a federal court ruling on Northern Gateway. It's been 6 months since the NEB approved the Trans Mountain expansion and 7 months since it approved the Line 3 replacement program. Even if the Liberals finally approve these pipelines, and we hope they will, it doesn't help energy workers unless they get built. Will the Liberals commit today to do everything in their power to ensure that any pipelines that they actually approve will actually get built?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we did commit to the people of Canada that all of those projects that were under review would be subject to interim principles and timetables and deadlines. From January 27th, we have been respectful of all of those deadlines and all of those timetables, as we will continue to be, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, Indigenous support for the Northern Gateway continues to grow, but the Liberal government has thrown up its hands and walked from the table. I'd like to quote from the 31 First Nations that are equity partners. This project is a new way of doing business and sets a precedent for collaborative partnerships between First Nations, Métis communities, and the resource industry. Our ownership will ensure a sustainable, prosperous future for generations to come. Is the minister going to betray these First Nations who have negotiated in good faith?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, we have been engaged in meaningful consultation with Indigenous people on all of the major energy projects that are currently under review. Unfortunately, it was the former government that was insufficient in its consultation with the very people that the member has just referenced, so much so that the Federal Court of Appeal quashed the application. So we are responsible for a new and more meaningful way of discussing these projects with Indigenous peoples, and we will be loyal to the timetables that we have announced.
Member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last March at his family reunion in Washington, the Prime Minister claimed to have an easy fix for the softwood lumber file. He said in the new era of cooperation with President Obama, all would be settled in a mere 100 days. Well, some 200 days later, I guess those files didn't fix themselves, Mr. Speaker. After years of agreement and stability, when can Canadian forestry workers expect the Liberals to get serious about this serious issue?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, it was the previous Conservative government that allowed the agreement to expire and did absolutely nothing to initiate negotiations. Canada is prepared for any situation, and we will vigorously defend the interests of Canadian workers and producers. International courts have always ruled in our favor in the past, and we're confident they will continue to do so. Meanwhile, I'm continuing negotiations with Ambassador Mike Froman, whom I will meet in Geneva over the weekend. But we're seeking a good deal for Canada, not just any deal.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Minister should remember the number 390. 390 is the number of days she's had to avoid a trade war with the U.S. 390 is also the number of days where the government failed miserably. In terms of international relations, the Prime Minister's judgment and charm offences aren't doing anything for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this week, Conservatives will be travelling to Washington to talk about forestry workers' concerns. What's the minister waiting for to go pack up her suitcase, go and negotiate an agreement for Canada? The Honourable Minister. As I said, Mr. Speaker, Mike Froman, whether he's in Geneva or somewhere, we will be working to continue the negotiations. We are defending the interests of our industry, and last week, the CEO of the Forestry Council of Quebec said that our government is doing, and I quote, excellent work. We are looking for a good agreement for Canada, not simply any old agreement.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Niget-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, in a burst of candour last week, the Minister of Finance finally admitted what we've been saying from the beginning, that small municipalities won't be able to take advantage of the infrastructure bank. He said that the private sector will be investing in big transformational projects with high rates of return.
No wonder that Michael Sabia is openly talking about a return of 7 to 9%. Why would Liberals take $15 billion that would have been accessible to places like Valleyfield or Nanaimo to redirect them into projects that will be tailor-made for Montreal or Vancouver?
Bravo. Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, out of the 980 projects that we have approved so far, more than 600 projects are in smaller communities throughout the country. Let me name a few of those. Water and wastewater upgrades in Red Deer. Upgrades to the town of Lanigan Water's facility in Saskatchewan. Water wastewater treatment upgrades in Selkirk and Gimli, Manitoba. Water treatment plant upgrades in the town of Deseronto, Ontario. Sewage plant upgrades in West Lorne, Ontario. Hard surfacing of Trans-Labrador Highway.
Honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party promised to put in place a rigorous and credible environmental assessment practice. Now we've learned that the interim chair of the NEB, who was named by Mr. Harper and is in favor of Kinder Morgan, will himself appoint the members of the evaluation committee that will be studying Energy East. So, in other words, nothing has changed, and the credibility deficit for environmental assessment by the NEB is still there. Mr. Speaker, when will the government put in place an assessment process that Canadians can trust?
And the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the member is right. Canadians want an environmental assessment process that they can trust. And that's why the government has established really a countrywide survey of Canadians on the Environmental Assessment Act, on the Fisheries Act, on the Navigable Waters Act, and on the National Energy Board. And all of those results will come back to the government in late March, and we will have a long-range plan of environmental assessment. I hope that the member is not suggesting that the government should tell the National Energy Board chair who should sit on what panels.
I would hope not. Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, every day the devoted team at the Canadian Museum of Immigration at Pier 21 in Halifax, one of Canada's 6 national museums, brings life to the story of over 1 million immigrants who landed at the Port of Halifax between 1928 and 1971. Over the next 12 months, many positions will become available on the boards of all 6 of our national museums. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage tell us how she plans to fill these positions?
Minister of Canadian Heritage.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Halifax for his important questions. Canada's museums are spaces of exchange, creation and discovery. And I was proud to launch a new process for the 45 positions available on the boards of our 6 national museums. The
government has put in place a much more open and transparent approach based on merit, and I invite all Canadians who love history, science, or the arts to put their passion at the service of our national museums. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we've just learned that a CF-18 of the Canadian Forces crashed this morning at 11:09 near Cold Lake in Alberta. I would like to ask the Minister if the Minister has any information to give on this situation and what is the condition of the pilot.
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, regrettably I can confirm that one CF-18 has crashed near Cold Lake. Search and rescue has been dispatched and they are on station, and we'll have more information as it comes in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk and Lake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, we have just learned that a CF-18 fighter jet crashed at CFB Cold Lake. Our thoughts and our prayers are with the pilot, the families, and indeed everyone in Cold Lake and in the armed forces throughout Canada. Can the Defence Minister update this House as to the status of this terrible, terrible accident?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, regrettably, the situation is ongoing. I have been receiving reports while I've been sitting here. When I have more information, I will be update Canadians and this House when I can. Our hearts and prayers are with the families, and search and rescue is on station at this moment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has been to Africa twice to find a peacekeeping mission. The Prime Minister is just coming back from Africa. Will we get any details on this peacekeeping mission before Christmas, and will we have a debate on this dangerous mission?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, we are committed to peace operations. We are gathering all the necessary information and working within a whole of government aspect with my colleagues. The goal is to have this information before the new year, and I look forward to sharing all this information with the House and Canadians as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is dangerously naive about world affairs. He admires a brutal communist dictatorship, which raises doubts about how he views other global threats and how to address them. Our security is too important to be left to this Prime Minister's risky ideological whims. Our troops are in Iraq and will shortly be in Mali fighting jihadi terrorists, but the government will not call it a combat mission. How can the Liberals put our troops in harm's way when their ideology is based on making sure the worst regimes in the world feel comfortable at dinner with Canadian diplomats?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the work that Canada is doing around the world, especially when it comes to our Canadian Armed Forces, whether it's currently in Iraq, our upcoming mission in NATO, and the peace operation that we'll be conducting as well. We know that the risks, and we will make sure that our Canadian Armed Forces have the right tools, the right training to be able to fulfill those missions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Victoria.
Victoria, people are dying from drug overdoses in record numbers. Last week, we lost 5 people in 72 hours. Since January, we've lost 56 in Victoria and 622 across BC. This government has done nothing to change a conservative law that makes it extremely difficult to open safe injection sites. Vancouver Mayor Robertson has called on the government to speed up the application process. Will the minister move immediately to expedite these applications and declare the opioid crisis a national health emergency?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I thank the member from Victoria for this question, and I share the member's concern for this very serious problem. In this country, members need to know that 6 or 7 people die every day as a result of opioid overdoses. This is simply unacceptable. I share the member's grief. I share the member's passion. I work on this file every single day. I have already enumerated many of the actions that we have taken. We will take steps to make sure that safe supervised consumption sites are available in this country, and every step that we can take will be done in collaboration with our partners.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the Pacific Integrated Commercial Fisheries Initiative has been vital for building capacity of First Nations fisheries. Yet every year, First Nations communities are unsure of the continuation of this program. It generates good jobs in our communities that are desperately needed while fostering environmental sustainability. The facts are clear. When will this Minister of Fisheries finally listen to First Nations and commit to long-term renewal and expansion of the Pacific Integrated Commercial Fisheries Initiative?
Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share our colleagues' support for this important program. It has allowed successive governments to build capacity in Indigenous communities in a way that frankly offers them commercial opportunities and economic development opportunities while respecting traditional local knowledge, science-based management. So I share her enthusiasm for the program. I'm confident that the government's commitment to working with Indigenous communities will allow us to be in a position to continue to make these investments, and I look forward to working with her in that regard.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, this past week, the world's longest ruling tyrant died. Canadians were appalled to hear the Prime Minister state, and I quote, "It is with deep sorrow that I learned today of the death of Cuba's longest-serving president." Well, Mr. Speaker, he was Cuba's longest-serving president because he persecuted, oppressed, and killed those who opposed him. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Affairs Minister should have condemned his legacy rather than mourning their loss. How could the Liberals celebrate such a vicious reality?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Instead, I want to thank my colleague to give me the opportunity to repeat again. In fact, most leaders around the world have said about the same than the Prime Minister, that at a time where the people of Cuba will go to transition, we hope, toward more freedom and democracy, we need to support them and to encourage them to not antagonize about the past, but to unify all of them together to give to their children a better future. And we may count on Canada for that. We have 50 years of unbroken relationship with Cuba, and we'll have a Prime Minister that has strong links with Cuba that will help for that.
Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, my family fled the communist regime in Poland, so I know a little bit about communist repression. After decades of brutal repression in Cuba, this past weekend was a time that Cubans could finally dream for freedom. Under Castro's rule, Cubans who opposed them faced torture, imprisonment, forced exile, or death by firing squad. Why would the Prime Minister choose to celebrate Fidel Castro when he should be looking at ways to empower the Cuban people?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it's precisely in order to help the people of Cuba to be united instead of antagonizing about the past that we need to encourage them to do the reforms that will bring them more freedom and toward democracy. And the fact that Canada had a strong support for the people of Cuba over the last 50 years under conservative as liberal governments will be an asset, and we'll have a work to do. I suggest to everyone to practice your Spanish.
Excellent. Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Order.
Mr. Speaker, we want a better future for the Cuban people, and the way we remember the past shapes the future. The Liberals are cozying up to dictators the world over in Cuba, China, Iran, Belarus, and Russia, and ignoring questions of fundamental justice, freedom of the press, and every single type of minority rights. The Liberals' campaign for the UN Security Council seat seems to involve ignoring the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. When will the Prime Minister stand up, apologize to the victims of this brutal regime, and finally express his solidarity with the Cuban people?
Honourable Minister of Foreign
Mr.
Affairs.
Speaker, the fact is the Cuban people have different views about that. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, and the only way to help them to move on in order to have an improved society with freedom and democracy is to not antagonize about the past as my colleagues want to do. Is to focus on the future altogether, Canadians united with the people of Cuba, to support them all the way, and we'll do it under the leadership of this Prime Minister.
Ex-member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's diversity is a source of strength and pride. Sadly, minority communities are sometimes targeted for attack, including recent incidents in Toronto, Ottawa, and Regina. Groups like the Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs have been calling for improved support to help at-risk communities protect their institutions. Can the Minister of Public Safety please tell us what the government is doing to ensure the safety of minority communities and to help us protect our schools, community centres and houses of worship?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the representations made by the Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs and the National Council of Canadian Muslims and others. There is no place in Canada for racist and hateful conduct like we've seen sadly in recent weeks. This morning, I announced a stronger security infrastructure program which funds up to half the cost of security projects for non-profit community institutions. The program is now more accessible and broader in scope to help protect Canada's diverse communities. An attack on any one of them is an attack on all of us.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, recently a number of thalidomide survivor victims were here in Ottawa pleading to be included in the government's compensation package. The minister says that cases are being reviewed, but these folks are being denied. Will the minister do the right thing and tell Crawford Class Action Services to conduct a professional, in-person examination of these claimants as was carried out in a previous compensation package?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, our hearts go out to thalidomide survivors, and we are deeply committed to offering support to them to live the rest of their lives in dignity. There is no definitive medical test for thalidomide, and so an objective review process has been used to assess the eligibility of individuals, and based on this process, I'm pleased that dozens of new individuals have been added to the program, bringing the total to 122. Additional new survivors may still be identified, as I am pleased to say that there are still applications under review.
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, in the past 2 decades, Canada has lost and continues to lose auto jobs to China, Mexico, and Japan. Despite solidarity between the manufacturers, the unions, and the chambers of commerce, who all agree that Canada needs a national auto policy, this minister is still a holdout. The workers have done their job by creating $1 billion worth of opportunity for investment for jobs and productivity in this country. But the Ontario Liberal minister believes we don't need a strategy, and the federal Liberal minister is just indulging him. When will this minister put aside partisan interests and instead be truly innovative and side with Canadians and not his Liberal cousins?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking action on this very important file, and I'd like to remind the member opposite we extended the Automotive Innovation Fund, a fund that we're working with the auto sector and labour movement to make sure we bring investments into Canada. We also made additional investments in the Automotive Supplier Innovation Fund, which is helping our small supplier base become more innovative and connected to global supply chains. The bottom line is we understand the importance of the automotive sector. This creates direct and indirect jobs of 500,000 across the country, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to make investments and provide growth in this particular sector. We're taking action, Mr. Speaker, and that's what matters.
Honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development recently visited India to promote Canada's innovation agenda. As the Vice Chair of the Canada-India Interparliamentary Friendship Group and somebody who takes a great interest in this relationship, can the Minister please highlight some of the key accomplishments of his trip to India?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Brampton North. Last year, Canada's trade with India grew to $8.1 billion, which was a 30% year-over-year increase. And that is why I had the opportunity to travel to India to strengthen that very important relationship, along with my colleague, the Minister of Immigration. And together, we signed an action plan between Canada and Maharashtra on urban infrastructure development. We announced 10 new projects funded through IC Impacts, a partnership aimed at building sustainable communities and smart cities. The bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, we want to help Canadian companies enter the Indian market to create good quality, middle-class Canadian jobs.
The member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has given away billions outside of Canada to secure a UN Security Council seat. The Prime Minister is spending in other countries around the world and is forgetting about those in need here in Canada. 600,000 seniors live below the poverty line in Canada, and hydro prices in Ontario take more out of their wallets each month. They have no representation around the cabinet table to fight for them to live comfortably. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals stop giving away money to buy a Security Council seat on the backs of today's seniors and vulnerable Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for this opportunity to stand in this House and remind all members how important the welfare and the well-being of seniors have been for this government in the last year. We've increased guaranteed income supplement by almost $1,000, taking 13,000 seniors out of poverty. We've brought back to 65 years old the age of eligibility to old age security, which means that 100,000 seniors will avoid falling into severe poverty. We've enhanced the CPP, Mr. Speaker, meaning that over the next few years, 300,000 seniors will be lifted out of income insecurity, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, the Supreme Court confirmed that banks must respect Quebec's consumer protection laws. Now, what is this Liberal government doing? Well, they're changing the law to get around the Supreme Court's decision and reduce the bank's obligation to respect Quebecers. This attack on Quebec's society is taking away from people their right to challenge abuses by big banks. Mr. Speaker, when will the 40 Liberal MPs from Quebec wake up and stop supporting this scam? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we want to be clear. We want to protect Canadian consumers across the country. We are not adding anything with the changes. We have a situation where the federal law will protect Canadian consumers across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is the servant of the banks. He's acting like a lobbyist, and it's people who are going to pay the bill. After securities, the federal government is now attacking Quebec's Consumer Protection Act. This is a reversal of 50 years of progress at a time when Quebec would rather modernize the law. But it's good for the banks who are going to increase their profits with money from the pockets of Quebec's families. Mr. Speaker, who is writing the government's bills? Is it the Bank of Montreal, Scotiabank, the Royal Bank, CIBC? Which one? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we want to protect Canadian consumers across the country. That is why we have rules that are clear. Canadian consumers are protected, and there are no changes being made to our regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, who is going to these $1,500 Liberal cocktails with the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister? Well, high finance, bankers, real estate promoters, and the Canadian establishment. This looks like preferential influence, Mr. Speaker. With the Liberals, well, we've already seen this movie. The interests of the people go after the interests of donors to the Liberal Party. Can the Prime Minister, this self-proclaimed great Democrat of the people, put some order in political financing by bringing back public financing and by limiting donations like it was done in Quebec? Yes or no? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as the member knows very well, rules concerning political financing are the strictest in the country, and our party follows the rules. The rules say that only Canadians can make donations. The Chief Electoral Officer has said that our electoral financing laws are the best in the world, and we continue to follow the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the recipients of the 2016 Governor-General's History Awards. Rita Gravina, Catherine Pfaff, Geneviève Marois, Elizabeth Freeman Shaw, Sarah Murdoch, Holly Richard, Brian Clancy, Lisa Shepard, Adam Pounder, Laurie Buchanan, Robert C.H. Sweeney, Laura Schneider, Chris Folds, Myrna Foster, Kirsten Ribat. I believe the Government House Leader has a point of order. Honourable Government House Leader.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais annoncer...
Mr. Speaker, I wish to announce that Thursday, December 1st will be an allotted day. Thank you.
Document.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Monsieur Bryson, appuyé par...
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. McCallum, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Service Labor Relations Act and other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. McCallum, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies. Order. Let's try the old trick. If you can hear my voice, say shh. Marvelous. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committee. The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Can't hear. My mic's on.
Mic's not working.
My mic is on.
Speaker, mic not working.
Apparently wasn't on. The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis. And does he have a second report as well?
Yes, I do. Can I present both at the same
both,
time?
Both, please. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I rise to present in both official languages the first report of the Special Committee on Electoral Reform. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
And Mr. Speaker, I also have the honour of tabling in both official languages the second report on the second Special Committee on Electoral Reform. Thank you.
For Humber River Black Creek. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
To present in both official languages the third report of the Liaison Committee entitled Committee Activities and Expenditures, April 1st, 2016 to August 31st, 2016. This report highlights the work and accomplishments of each committee, as well as detailing the budgets that fund the activities approved by the committee members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi et une de
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
motion.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following travel motions. That in relation to its study on poverty reduction strategies, 6 members of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be authorized to travel to Quebec, St. John, New Brunswick, Toronto, Ontario, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Medicine Hat, Alberta, and Vancouver, British Columbia in the winter of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. That in relation to its study on Canada and the defense of North America, 10 members of the Standing Committee on National Defense be authorized to travel to Washington, D.C., United States of America, in the winter and of the spring of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. That in relation to its study on the situation of Eastern, European, and Central Asia, 25 years after the end of the Cold War, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development be authorized to travel to Kiev, Ukraine, Astana, Kazakhstan, Riga, Latvia, and Warsaw, Poland, in the winter of spring 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. That in relation to its study of Canada's global engagement on human rights issues, particularly through the United Nations, UN, and its agencies, 7 members of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development be authorized to travel to Washington, D.C., United States of America, in the winter and spring of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. And that in relation to the Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference on the Rule of Law and Human Rights, 3 members of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights be authorized to travel to London, United Kingdom, in the winter of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany them.
The honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move these motions. The House agree. The House has heard the terms of the motions. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt these 5 motions? Did I hear a no? It's agreed? Agreed. Carried. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, there have actually been some discussions among the parties, and I think you'll find consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on motion number 5 to concur in the second report of the Standing Committee on Finance be deemed to have taken place, and that the motion be deemed carried on division, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Présentation de pétition. Presenting petition for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition signed by Canadians calling on Parliament to develop a national strategy for seniors. These petitioners realize that the percentage of Canadian population who are seniors is rising, and that Parliament needs to act to address this changing demographic. Thank you.
Honourable member for Dufferin Culloden.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition signed by a number of representatives from my riding of Dufferin Culloden, particularly veterans from the Orangeville Legion, who are concerned with the plans for the 150th anniversary of Confederation, which is approaching next year. They point out that medals have been issued previously in 1867, 1927, 1967, 1992, and awarded to deserving Canadians to commemorate Confederation and the 60th, 100th, and 125th anniversaries of Confederation. So, Mr. Speaker, these petitioners are asking the citizens of Canada to call upon the Government of Canada to issue a commemorative medal as part of the celebrations of the 150th anniversary of Confederation.
Honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to table a petition from my home province of British Columbia. The petitioners are calling on the government to help save wild salmon by supporting my bill, C-228, which transitions harmful open net salmon farms in British Columbia to safe, reliable, closed containment systems. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased also to present petitions today, again from my home province of British Columbia, residents there. The petitions are opposed to Kinder Morgan's new bitumen-based, export-only crude oil pipeline, which will run from Edmonton to Burnaby. Among other things, they are concerned about the damage this pipeline will cause on our environment. Although the rules of the House don't allow me to endorse a petition, let me say that I'm happy to table it today, and I urge the government to listen to these petitioners before they make their final decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to stand this afternoon and present a petition here for folks that are very concerned with the physician-assisted suicide legislation that was recently passed, and their plea is that Parliament of Canada would enshrine in the criminal code the protection of conscience for physician and healthcare institutions from coercion or intimidation to provide or refer for physician-assisted suicide. And so I have a petition for that. And I also, Mr. Speaker, have another petition for the exact same thing. People concerned with physicians and healthcare institutions experiencing coercion and force and intimidation to provide assisted suicide. And so this petition also is calling on the Parliament of Canada to enshrine in the criminal code the protection of conscience for physicians and healthcare institutions from coercion or intimidation to provide or refer for physician-assisted suicide or euthanasia. Thank you.
Député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today once again to table a petition with many signatures from citizens who support Bill C-245 in order that we may have a poverty reduction strategy as fast as possible. If I see so many signatures from all over Canada, it's because when citizens look around, they are well aware that 1.3 million children in Canada live in poverty. 1 in 8 families needs the services of a food bank to eat. 35,000 Canadians are homeless. I think that every member here goes home to their riding and sees that there are people living in poverty in all ridings.
Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise today to deliver a petition to the Government of Canada in opposition to the Kinder Morgan pipeline. This petition's been signed by constituents of Courtney Alberni, coastal British Columbia, and people from coast to coast. It states in this petition that Kinder Morgan is planning to build a new heavy oil pipeline from Alberta to Burnaby, tripling the capacity of the Trans Mountain pipeline to 890,000 barrels a day. This pipeline brings massive environmental and economic risk, but no substantial benefit to British Columbia, the city of Burnaby, or local residents. Therefore, we're calling on, this petition states that they're calling on the Government of Canada to immediately act to prevent this new oil pipeline from proceeding through Burnaby.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present 2 petitions. The first pertains to a really critical issue of human rights globally, and that's the treatment of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong practitioners within the People's Republic of China. The petition is signed by numerous petitioners from British Columbia, from Vancouver, as well as Burnaby, as well as Nanaimo, so Vancouver Island and Lower Mainland, concerned for human rights that this government and this Parliament take action to defend practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is primarily from residents within Saanich Gulf Islands, from Main Island, from Saanich, from Sydney, from Salt Spring, calling for the government to follow the advice of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and urgently move to an affordable housing strategy. I note that there is work in this area now, but these petitioners want to see the affordable housing strategy put in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at the report stage of Bill C-26, an act to end the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health has 6 minutes remaining in her speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thanks for allowing me to continue my speech on an extremely important piece of legislation. As I was saying, last week, one of my constituents said to me, if it is this difficult now, What will I do when I retire and need to live on a fixed income? What will our grandchildren do, and how will they support themselves in their retirement? This is a real and growing concern for middle-class Canadians. The cost of living in Canada is rising. The cost of food is increasing, particularly healthy foods. The cost of leasing an apartment is rising. Transportation costs are going up. These trends are expected to continue, and these trends will increasingly burden Canadian families in their retirement years. As a result of technological advancements, Canadians are living longer and healthier lives. In 1971, a 65-year-old Canadian was expected to live the age of 79. Today, the expectation has risen to 87. The numbers continues to improve, continues to rise. However, this also increases the risk that Canadians will outlive their savings. Today, 1.1 million Canadian families with major income earners approaching retirement are at risk of not having enough saved for their retirement. This is about a quarter of families approaching retirement. We need to take action to help ensure this trend does not continue. Fewer Canadians have access to a workplace pension plan, and even fewer have access to a defined benefit workplace pension plan. In 1981, about 34% of private sector employees had workplace pension plans. Today, this figure is close to 24% and continues to drop. After working hard for 40 or more years over their lifetime, Canadians deserve better, Mr. Speaker. A stronger Canada pension plan is a critical priority for middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it. Our government has developed a responsible, long-term solution to address this issue. The enhancements to the Canada Pension Plan proposed in Bill C-26 will provide real and meaningful change for all Canadians. Enhancing the Canada Pension Plan will give Canadians a larger public pension, in turn helping them retire with dignity. I'm proud of our government's Honourable Minister of Finance and all of the Canadian provincial finance ministers for prioritizing an enhancement to the Canada Pension Plan and for reaching a bold and historic agreement to deliver for the benefit of each and every Canadian, Mr. Speaker. Working Canadians currently receive a pension that is 1/4 of their eligible earnings. This figure could increase to 1/3 of eligible earnings under the proposed plan. This is a meaningful and significant change. To ensure that our most vulnerable Canadians are not held back by the changes, the working income tax benefit will be increased. The increase in the working income tax benefit will roughly offset the incremental Canada Pension Plan contributions for low-income workers. Only the contributors which make the additional contributions will be able to receive the benefits of the enhancements. This important feature of our nation's pension plan legislation would ensure that each generation pays for its own benefits and that our Canadian pension plan remains financially sustainable. If the Enhanced Canada Pension Plan has been implemented in the past, instead of the 24% of families that are approaching retirement at risk of not having adequate retirement savings, that number would be closer to 18%. This represents a life-changing difference for many hardworking middle-class families that will likely struggle to maintain their standard of living through retirement under the current system. The proposal will make a meaningful impact for all Canadians. This means more money to put towards living expenses for retirees, more money to put towards housing, more money to put towards food, for health services such as prescription drugs, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. Ensuring that Canadians have more money in their pockets at retirement through the proposed Canada Pension Plan changes would stimulate our economy in perpetuity, creating long-term growth. Canadians have given our government a clear mandate to ensure that all workers have a minimum level of financial security as they retire. All Canadians deserve to retire with dignity and to have the opportunity to maintain their standard of living in their retirement years. Mr. Speaker and honourable colleagues, it is our responsibility to support legislation that would have such a meaningful impact on the day-to-day lives of Canadians in their retirement years. On behalf of the residents of Brampton West, I proudly support the proposed enhancements to Canada Pension Plan, and I encourage all parliamentarians to vote in favour of Bill C-26. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two specific questions for the member about this proposed pension change. One is the government, of course, cut back on tax-free savings accounts. They're concerned about people being able to save for retirement. We would ask, why not let people save for their own retirement? And secondly, the government speaks often about concerns about current seniors. They should be frank about the fact that this program isn't aimed at current seniors at all. There'd be a variety of mechanisms, such as, for instance, cutting taxes for seniors, cutting taxes across the board, but especially for vulnerable seniors. It would actually help seniors who need the help right now. So why are they increasing taxes, reducing the capacity to save, in a way that doesn't actually help our current seniors at all, but adds additional burdens for our businesses in the present time? Why is the government proceeding in that direction when they have much better, much more effective alternatives available?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to see reforms to the Canada Pension Plan. Canadians want and deserve the opportunity to retire with dignity. Our government, under the leadership of Prime Minister, has illustrated our unwavering commitment to assisting senior citizens. Our government has increased guaranteed income supplement payments for single seniors. Our government rolled back changes to old age security, reducing the eligibility age back to 65 from 67. And our government has invested in affordable housing infrastructure. This legislation governing the Canada Pension Plan requires that individuals that make the additional contributions receive the increase in benefits associated with higher contributions. Mr. Speaker, this reform was established in the 1990s to ensure that Canada Pension Plan remains fully funded and financially sustainable. Canadians are asking for a more secure retirement, and our government plans to do just that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech, and I listened to it with great interest. And earlier, she had made a mention. The member had mentioned that what a great result it is for the people of the middle class for the income tax breaks, but it did not include people that made $44,000 or less with no children or their families. And on this bill, she had mentioned, or the member has mentioned about how important this bill is for the middle class, and they're looking for long-term solutions. But apparently, Mr. Speaker, it eliminates the people for raising children and the people that are living with disabilities. So what is the long-term solution for them going forward?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-26 will benefit all Canadians. Canadians deserve a strong, safe, and secure retirement. And our government has demonstrated and illustrated an unwavering commitment to creating equality and opportunity for women and persons with disabilities. We're aware that more could be done with respect to dropout provision of disability and child rearing to make sure that this expansion is as inclusive as possible. However, as my colleague just also knows, in order to make any changes to the plan, we need agreement with the provinces. The Minister of Finance will raise the dropout provisions at the next provincial and territorial finance ministers meeting in December in the context of the triennial review of the Canada Pension Plans. Canadians are asking, Mr. Speaker, for a secure retirement, and our government is committed to delivering on that. Thank you.
I have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, quite simply, the Prime Secretary just didn't answer a simple question I asked, so I'll ask again, and I hope she answers. Now, the OAS and CPP changes that they talk about do not help current seniors. What she is talking about imposes costs on current businesses and on the current economy. We know that businesses are going to suffer. Some businesses are going to close as a result of this, but it provides absolutely no relief or benefit to current seniors. So why isn't the government contemplating proposals which actually provide benefit to current seniors and strengthen our economy for the future? Why aren't they looking at some of these more effective alternatives that empower the private sector rather than the direction that they're going?
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question again. As I said, a stronger national pension plan will make our economy and Canadian businesses more sustainable. Our government has made a strong commitment to helping small and medium-sized businesses to innovate and grow. Small and medium-sized businesses are the backbone of our economy. As Canadians retired with their enhanced Canada pension plan, they will have more money in their pockets to spend, Mr. Speaker. They will purchase goods and services from businesses, and in turn stimulate our economy. This is the long-term vision that we're looking at, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to deliver on the commitments that we made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. La députée de
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport, Île d'Orléans, Côte-de-Beaupré, Charlevoix. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to once again speak to Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan. Now, we know that Liberals don't listen to anyone except their friends, and when they stand up to say that they're defending the middle class, well, I really have my doubts about that. Because the more they talk about defending the middle class, the more they hike up taxes, the more money they take out of our pockets, and less, in fact, that helps an average Canadian, Mr. Speaker. Each time they put in place or introduce new legislation, we expect to see taxpayers facing a new tax, forced to face a new tax. And we're the ones who pay these taxes. It comes out of taxpayers' pockets that they take this money. The Liberal mentality is, I am, and I think in the place of Canadians. But on our side of the House, we believe in Canadians. We believe in the middle class. We believe that taxpayers need to keep the money in their pockets. And we know that Canadians are best at managing their money, not the government. Now, if they'd listened to others, not just their friends, other people, what they'd said about this bill, they would see that not everyone agrees with their position. I have some quotes here from some of those people. We're afraid that the middle class will face a higher tax burden. This is coming at the worst time possible, when we're fighting against a low price of commodities and a slowdown in consumer spending. Growth might be 1.5% next year, so it's difficult to stimulate the economy while taking money from Canadians' pockets. And that is the main Director of Economic Policy and Tax Policy at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, May 31st, 2016. Now, it's extremely disappointing to see the Minister of Finance compromise salaries, hours of work, and jobs, thus weakening an unstable economy. We really must look at the priority of the government, that what priority it places in jobs and the economy. And that comes from the head of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business and dates back to June 2016. Now, Mr. Speaker, we talk a lot about seniors, our seniors. Our seniors who are today 70 won't need help in 40 years. They need help today. Now, seniors who are 70 won't even have an opportunity to receive any assistance because it will come in 40 years. And this is once again proof that the Liberal government is putting in place legislation that will be coming into force in 2019. Isn't that odd? That's the same year as the election. That is a very Liberal approach. Never did they take time to think about the middle class. They just thought about themselves, as they always do. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker. It's not just about $1,500 cocktail parties where they invite the millionaires of the world. The middle class is having trouble making ends meet as we speak, Mr. Speaker. The economy is struggling. These Liberal principles are simply a smokescreen. They say, we'll give you this, but they think that we're not politically astute enough to understand their games. If a government puts measures in place, it shouldn't be for 40 years from now. They need to think about the seniors of today who need assistance today and not 40 years from now. Now, that's why, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be voting against this bill. Because it doesn't hold. It's not what the Liberals say that bothers me. It's what they're not saying, what they never tell the general public. There's a lot of rhetoric, good headlines in the papers, headlines on the front page, in fact. But it's what they're not saying that I'm most afraid of. Middle-class families, Mr. Speaker, are drowning in taxes. They're having trouble. They're struggling. Many of them will face greater difficulties. It'll be even more difficult for the middle class and new graduates, for example, to pay back their student loans or to buy their first home. Because, in addition, a plan has been put in place that will make it impossible for a young family to buy its first home. It'll be more difficult for companies to create jobs and to increase salaries. Mr. Speaker, each time I hear the Liberals talk, I hear about their projects, I'm always afraid of what they're not saying. And I reiterate, it's in what they're not saying that the danger lies. No one is opposed to virtue, Mr. Speaker, but when they introduce legislation that won't come into force or be effective for 40 years, I'm in my early 50s, I'll never see any of that money, because in 40 years, I'll probably be too old to remember that at one point in history the Liberals put that measure in place. Our seniors need help today, not in 40 years, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's always the same question. Where will they get that money from? They're giving money out left, right, and center. Money doesn't grow on trees. Everyone dreams about a better future, a better life, a better situation. But that requires money. It's not always all that fun to live on credit. Mr. Speaker, if taxpayers live on credit, then, it wouldn't take long for our assets to be taken. So I want the government to explain why it doesn't understand that we won't be voting for this bill. Because measures aren't coming into force until much later. Our seniors need help today, Mr. Speaker, not in 40 years. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important every so often that we reinforce what it is that we're actually debating here. It is a historic agreement with the C26 Canada Pension Plan. For many years, I sat in the opposition benches hoping someday that Stephen Harper and the Conservative government would do something with regards to the CPP. We have strong national leadership finally here, Mr. Speaker, where we've actually seen provinces of all political stripes. That means NDP, Conservative, Liberal, coming to the table, have an agreement with those provinces and territories, and that's really what we're debating today, about the future of pensions for today's workers. Only the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, only the members across the way have determined that this is a bad piece of legislation. My question to the member is, why do the Conservative Party believe that everyone else is wrong and it's the Conservatives that are right? I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives have lost touch with reality and Canadians.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question, and I will answer honestly. Now, it's not just the Conservatives. Now, maybe in the House he thinks it's just the Conservatives who are opposed to this bill, but when you go out into ridings, some that are poorer than others, they don't understand where the Liberal government is going because they need help now, not in 50 years from now. Contrary to my colleague opposite, now I'm happy for you to think that Conservatives should do something. This is, for us, it's common sense. You don't believe in Canadians. I believe in Canadians. I believe that Canadians are in the best position to choose what they want to do with the money they have, and not you, because you don't believe in that, because you always feel that you're above them all, above everyone. Now, there's a saying. People say that when the Liberals stand up, the good Lord sits down.
The Honourable Member,
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. Like her, I think that we're missing an important opportunity to help seniors now and people who are retired. We know that 30% of single women, seniors, are living in poverty. That number has tripled in recent years. So I'd like to hear her comments on the specific situation facing women who are retired and living in poverty. I'd like to know how, in her opinion, this bill will, or what this bill will do to help that situation.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her question. Women who are living in poverty, well, I could speak about that a long time because I myself was poor at a certain time. And with this bill, well, it's not helping a group of the population that is already fragile. They're not mentioned in this bill at all. And I'm very disappointed with that. There's a lot of nice speeches in here, but I've said this before and I'll say it again. It's in the things that the Liberals aren't saying that they're making mistakes. And they don't talk about women living in poverty anywhere. They never talk about single women with children who day after day are fighting. I know. I fought my entire life. I was a single mother at 28 years old. I'm here today, and I'm so proud to be standing here today with the Conservatives for the reason that I've understood one thing. When you build yourself up in your life, you can achieve anything, but when you break promises, well...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honourable members. It is an honour to rise in the House today to express my support for Bill C-26. I am speaking today because I believe Bill C-26 will benefit my constituents in Mission, Maskey, Fraser Canyon. As you know, a strong Canada pension plan was a core element of our government's bold plan to put people first and help the middle class, because we understand that a strong economy starts with strong middle class. That is precisely what we're doing by enhancing Canadian pension plan. Mr. Speaker, middle-class Canadians in my riding are working harder than ever, and many are worried that they won't have set enough money aside for their retirement. The Department of Finance has examined whether families nearing retirement are adequately prepared for retirement. About 1 in 4 Canadian families approaching retirement, about 1.1 million families are at risk of not saving enough to maintain their current standard of living. And the risk is highest for middle-class families. Families without workplace pension plan are at even greater risk of under-saving for retirement. A third of these families are at risk. I spoke with many seniors in my riding during the last election who were concerned that they won't be able to afford basic cost before they receive their next guaranteed income supplement check. Our government has to address this by substantially increasing the GIC and also honoring our campaign commitment to lower the age of retirement from 67 to 65. But they were more concerned, Mr. Speaker, about their families' futures. They wanted to know their grandchildren would have the same security going through life that they had. Hearing that at the doorsteps from residents of Mission, Maskey, and Fraser Canyon, that's why I support Bill C-26. Younger Canadians across the country in my riding who tend to have higher debts than the previous generations and who in most cases will live longer than the previous generations face the challenge of securing adequate retirement savings at the time when fewer can expect to work in the jobs that will include the workplace pension plan. We are aware of the needs to help Canadians save more. Saving more will mean they're more confident about their future and about their ability to secure a dignified retirement. I'm proud to be able to say that we're delivering on our commitment to do just that. Working in close collaboration towards a common purpose with governments across Canada, we reached an agreement that will give Canadians a more generous public pension to help them retire with dignity. Mr. Speaker, the goal of a stronger CPP, truly a high priority, which is shared by Canadians from coast to coast to coast, with 75% in favor of strong public pension plan. The challenge that government faced in crafting an enhanced CPP was that the current plan wasn't accumulating benefit quickly enough to meet the future needs of Canadians in the world where workplace pension coverage continued to decline. The enhancement that Canada government agreed does two things to address this. First, it will boost the share of annual earning received during retirement from 1/4 to 1/3. For example, an individual making $50,000 a year in today's dollar over his or her working life will receive about $16,000 per year in retirement instead of roughly $12,000 they receive today. Second, the enhancement will increase by 14%, a maximum income range covered by CPP. This means once fully in place, the enhanced CPP will increase the maximum CPP retirement benefit by 50%. In other words, the current maximum benefit of $13,110 in today's dollar term increased by nearly $7,000 under the enhanced CPP, bringing a maximum benefit up to almost $20,000. The legislation also includes enrichments to CPP disability and survivor benefits. And for most Canadians, these increased benefits will come from just 1% increase in their contribution rates. This enhancement is set to help young Canadians just entering the workforce the most. They will see the largest increase in benefits. This means that young people throughout my riding and across Canada will have Canada Pension Plan that fills the gap for those who do not have a workplace pension plan. Having grandchildren myself, this is important for me, knowing that young people today will have a CPP that ensure their security when they grow older and eventually retire. Mr. Speaker, we're also making sure to give individuals and their employers plenty of time to adjust the modest increase, making sure it's small and gradual starting in 2019. And today's legislation, as agreed upon with the provinces and territories, will ensure that low-income Canadians are not financially burdened as a result of their extra contributions. It will do this by enhancing the working income tax benefit to roughly offset incremental CPP contributions, leaving eligible low-income Canadians with little to no change in disposable income, while still securing high retirement income for them. So the enhanced CPP simply builds on the core existing CPP benefits, and it does it so smart, carefully targeted, and effective way that reflects the extensive research that governments brought to the table in crafting this enhancement to benefit for working Canadians. Taken together, it is a comprehensive package that will increase CPP benefit while striking an appropriate balance between short-term economic considerations and longer-term gains. So what does the Bill C-26 means for my constituent and Canadian across the country, Mr. Speaker? Enhancing the CPP means, first and foremost, there will be more money from the CPP waiting for Canadians when they retire. This means they will be able to focus on the things that matter, like spending time with their family, rather than worrying about making ends meet. It means reducing the share of families at risk of not saving enough for retirement, as well as reducing the degree to which Canadians are under saving. A strong CPP, also the right tool at the right time to improve the retirement income security of young workers. It is an opportunity for today's hardworking Canadians to give their children, their grandchildren, and future generation a more secure retirement. Since I was elected last October, I've had the honor and great responsibility of representing my constituent in Ottawa. I have enjoyed time with young people in my riding, local schools, community groups, and at events. Their ability to save money for secure and comfortable, dignified retirement is very important to me. This enhancement of CPP and this investment in Canadians will ensure future generations are secure in their retirement. This is why I will be voting for Bill C-26, and I encourage my colleagues from every party to do so as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his comments today. Mr. Speaker, my colleague said that he's looking forward to the improved security for his grandchildren. Well, I too have a number of grandchildren, Mr. Speaker, but I would like to ask my colleague, how will it be more secure for our grandchildren if, like Dan Kelly says, that 2/3 of small firms will have to freeze or cut salaries or even reduce hours or jobs in their businesses? If our grandchildren don't have jobs, it doesn't matter what the CPP is, because there won't be any CPP for them. And also, Mr. Speaker, he said once fully in place, these measures. But, Mr. Speaker, he failed to address the issue that once fully in place is 40 years from now. How can we really believe that these measures are going to help current retirees when the measures clearly will not be implemented for a full 40 years? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for a great question. I'm pretty sure we all remember when CPP was introduced back in 1965 and 66. My colleague across the aisle even then said the business is going to be closed in this country. But look at what the result today. Our seniors having a beautiful retirement on that CPP. And my government today understands the need to enhance in CPP so the next generation could have a decent retirement, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. He's made a couple of statements that what it does for our grandchildren and our children going forward, and he gave us a little bit of a history lesson about when it was introduced in 1966, but he never mentioned about the 1977 ruling when his Liberal government at that time introduced legislation for people that were having a dropout period, people raising children, and people that living with disabilities were not going to be penalized any longer. But now in 2016, and Bill 26 calls for the enhancements, but it eliminates, again, the dropout periods for people going in the future. So what would that do to our grandchildren and our children, and why was it omitted? That's the main question. Why was it omitted?
The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague bringing out a very important question. I'd like to thank him for that. But I'm proud of the work of our government has done with provinces and territories when it came down to enhancing CPP. And I know we are aware that more could be done with respect to dropout provisions and disability and child rearing. Any changes our needs, government's approval, government needs the approval from territories and provinces. And the Finance Minister is fully aware of that, and he's going to bring that issue in the meeting with the territories and provinces in December. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague here for his presentation on the CPP enhancements. But you know, we know that small businesses are the big job creators in our country, and we know that for every $1,000 extra in CPP payroll taxes that an employee is going to pay, the employer is also going to match that contribution. And so for a small business with 20 employees, that's going to be an additional cost, annual cost of $20,000 directly out of the income of a small business. And I'm just wondering if my colleague could answer the question, like if a small business is going to incur that additional cost, what does he think that will do for them to give the ability to increase wages for the employee? And the employee's income is already going to be reduced by $1,000 for the CPP contributions they're going to have to make. So no raise, reduced income. Where does he think that'll leave the employees?
Here. Honourable Member for
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Canyon.
Thank you, my colleague, for a great question. As I mentioned in my speech, it was negotiated by the Minister of Finance with the provincial and territorial finance ministers that the change to CPP will be phased over 7 years, starting in 2019 to 2025, to ensure the impact is small and gradual. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak today on Bill C-26 because it has the potential to address an issue that is so very vital to our identity as Canadians. The manner in which we care for each other is the measure of who we are as a people. We have much work to do in many areas in ensuring accessible and affordable health care, child care, education, and housing for every Canadian in order that none of us be left behind. We must address the shameful colonial legacy of inequality forced on this nation's Indigenous peoples and ensure, as the bill before us today purports to do, that every Canadian is able to retire in dignity and security. While the measures outlined in Bill C-26 represent incremental progress in providing retirement security for Canadians, they fall short in many aspects and completely fail in one critical regard. I'd like to speak to these shortcomings in the time that I have here today, Mr. Speaker, in the hope that this government will do the right thing and fix the flaws, the very serious flaws in this bill. Now, we know Canadians take pride in their work, the proceeds of which allow us to care for our families, raise our children, and pursue our dreams. Whether it's in the private sector, the public service, or the military, the work of Canadians contributes to our economy and weaves our social identity. It's reasonable to expect and to hope, Mr. Speaker, that in a country as rich in resources as ours, that when Canadians come to the end of their working careers, they're able to retire in dignity and security. This is the reason we created the Canada Pension Plan, a system so successful that it is considered to be the international gold standard. And our gratitude to Stanley Knowles, an incredible member of this House, who proposed the Canada Pension Plan and pursued it so that Canadians could be safe in their retirement years. We know, however, that the CPP, as it currently stands, falls short of providing full retirement security for Canadians. That the reason New Democrats have called for enhancement and improvements to the CPP, enhancements and improvements, by the way, that we know are affordable and sustainable, in order to ensure Canadians are able to retire in dignity, not just now, but for generations to come. New Democrats stand with the Canadian labour movement in calling for doubling the CPP in order that it provide benefits set at 50% of pre-retirement income. Sustainable, affordable, and necessary, Mr. Speaker, especially when we consider that defined pension plans from employers, who include the Government of Canada, are under attack, serious attack. Many Canadians do not have adequate savings to maintain their lifestyle upon retirement, and the need to address income insecurity is becoming ever more urgent. A large part of this problem is fueled by the erosion of workplace pension plans to the point where only 6 in 10 working Canadians have one. Only 6 in 10. According to the Finance Minister himself, young people today face a future of precarious work where even if a private pension plan remained in place, odds of staying in that job long enough to benefit in retirement are slim to none. The Enhanced CPP is a plan that will benefit a new generation of workers entering the workforce, but does little to alleviate the retirement income crisis of those approaching retirement today. The New Democrat platform includes a national senior strategy to address the issues of affordable housing and home care, pharmacare, health care, as well as income security. My motion, M21, calls on this government to adopt that strategy. The New Democrat member for St. Hyacinthe-Bagot has introduced Bill C-245, outlining a poverty reduction strategy for all of Canada. I encourage the government to consider the informed and considered proposals put forward by New Democrats on these issues, supported by extensive community and expert consultation. But now I'd like to move back to the bill that we have before us today, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to address that major failure of Bill C-26 that includes dropout provisions for the enhanced portion of CPP benefits that it proposes. As an activist who's fought for equity and equality of access for women my whole life, I'm appalled at the backsliding that will penalize those who drop out of paid work to raise children or as a result of disability. More often than not, those penalized workers are women. Under the current system, women receive CPP payments which are 13% less than men's. Without the child-rearing dropout for the enhanced benefits, that gap will grow. We know that the narrow eligibility criteria and cumbersome application and appeals process creates a system in which CPP disability benefits are extremely difficult to obtain. People who manage to collect CPP disability benefits should not be penalized because they've dropped out of contributing due to that disability. Women and persons with disabilities are more reliant than other Canadians on public pensions like CPP, having faced a lifetime of economic disadvantages. They earn less than their male counterparts, and when they raise children, they have fewer dollars to contribute to CPP. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, they are penalized and have far less from CPP because it favors higher income workers. And seniors with disabilities have higher than average expenses. It's criminal to overlook their needs. The special dropouts correct some of that systemic discrimination and are an important equity feature of the Canada Pension Plan. The current dropout provisions introduced in 1977 by a certain Monsieur Trudeau and lauded as recognizing child-rearing as a value to Canadian society and our economy do not apply to the additional or enhanced benefits created by this particular bill. One wonders, Mr. Speaker, whether the Liberals of 2016 value child-rearing and childcare even less than their predecessors. Women and persons with disabilities will suffer a penalty as a result of Bill C-26, and this discrimination will be most severe for women with disabilities. Are these the sunny ways our Prime Minister mentioned, or is this part of his declaration as a feminist? The Liberals may try to cite costs as a factor in their decision to omit the dropout provisions from the new enhanced benefits, but our very preliminary calculations show the costs would, in fact, be very low. Using the available information, the estimated cost of dropout provisions for each employee and each employer is just 0.2% of a worker's average salary. This is actually a very small price to provide such an important and significant benefit. Failure to fix this problem would cost parents significantly. Calculations based on figures from Service Canada's website indicate a mother who spent 6 years raising children will get between $800 and $1,200 less per year than she would with the dropout provisions in effect for her enhanced contributions. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats fought hard for changes to the CPP and for increases in CPP benefits, and we welcome the changes tabled by the government, but we can and we should do better. We need to address the needs of seniors today as well as those of the future generations. To that end, in addition to the measures I've already outlined here, we will continue the fight to stop the clawback of the GIS benefit. And, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats call on this government to follow through on its promise to develop a seniors' price index as soon as possible. We can do better, Mr. Speaker. We must do better. Our future is literally at stake. Our reputation as a progressive society is on the line. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the comments that I've had the opportunity to talk about extensively, and I will again, is in regards to the importance of us, of the government of the day, getting the type of support it got from the different levels of government, and specifically, obviously, the provincial governments. And for so long, we've been waiting to see an agreement in place, and we finally have that agreement, and that's why we have this legislation. I'm wondering if the member would want to provide some comment in terms of how encouraging it is when you get provincial governments of all political stripes, whether they're New Democrats, Liberals, Conservatives, saying that this is a good thing for future generations and for all Canadians.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And we know absolutely that that the provinces were rallying for increased CPP not so very long ago. And in fact, one Liberal government in Canada was going to create its own pension program because the CPP was not enough. Now, they haven't had to do that, or apparently they've indicated that it's not necessary anymore. I do know that Premier Notley in Alberta is very supportive of an increased CPP, and I would hope that this government would consider making it fair all the way around for women, persons living with disabilities. But my question is, in this negotiation that the member talks of with the provinces, what did they give away? What did they give away? And how on earth can we expect this country to thrive if women and those living with a disability are left out? It's inconceivable.
So right. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for, as usual, a very thoughtful and well-presented speech on a very important matter, future access to CPP. As I've shared with my colleague, Mr. Speaker, I've been receiving letter after letter of constituents concerned about what is not in the CPP bill, and particularly about the impacts to women who take time away from work and are not earning income and therefore getting dropped out in the CPP benefits. And they raise the additional concern that what happens if at some point in time they're sharing the work, the two spouses, but then it doesn't work out and then there's a divorce and then there are no CPP benefits. So there are all kinds of extrapolations we can look for where certain Canadians are going to be prejudiced by the fact that this government, in its wisdom or lack of wisdom, have decided to delete benefits that were once available more broadly to Canadians.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, I thank my colleague very much for that observation. And of course, we know women, whether they are divorced or face widowhood, are very disadvantaged by a reduced CPP benefit. I'd like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that in this country, nearly 1 million Canadians rely on a food bank. They do that because they're poor. They cannot manage. They don't have the income they need. And of that 1 million Canadians, 49% of them are women. 49%. And almost 18% are persons living with disabilities. I think that paints the picture quite clearly that we are failing these groups. I recall the days not so very long ago, perhaps in the mid-70s, when the travesty of this country was persons who were retired, particularly women, couldn't feed themselves. Stories of them living on animal food and not doing well at all. I don't want to go back to that, Mr. Speaker. I don't understand why this government would want to go back to those days. If we look into the future, we know there are going to be more and more seniors, and we have to make sure that they are taken care of, and that includes women and persons living with disabilities.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to maybe take a bit of a different perspective in dealing with this particular piece of legislation that we have before us today. And, you know, last year, just over a year ago, Canadians went to the polls, as we all know, and voted for change, for real change. And the reason why I say that is I do believe that what we're debating today is not only symbolic, but it is very real in a tangible way that demonstrates the difference between the current government and the previous government. As I've indicated in some of the questioning, For many years, when I sat in opposition, I would look to the government and the Prime Minister at that time, Stephen Harper, and look towards seeing strong leadership on the retirement file, on the issue of CPP. And it wasn't because it was coming from nowhere. The issue was coming from many different regions of our country, as many provinces wanted Ottawa to do something in regards to the CPP. And for years, the Conservatives sat in government and chose to do nothing in regards to it, because they have their own mindset in terms of how it is retirement should work into the future. I've always believed that the Conservatives were not really big fans of the CPP pension program. And one of the things that I've learned through this debate is that my belief has been reinforced. So why the real change that I talk about at the very beginning? Because upon taking office, we have seen seniors being addressed in a very real and tangible way. Today we're talking about the CPP. We have a Minister of Finance who has reached out to the provinces, listened to what Canadians wanted, understood in terms of the demands in which provinces were also wanting to see, and for the first time, we saw a national government demonstrate leadership by going to the table and working out an agreement amongst the different provinces and the territories as to how we can deliver on ensuring that there's better retirement for today's workers, Mr. Speaker. That is something I believe that Canadians as a whole want to see. Now, we got the job done. The government introduced the legislation after getting a historic agreement signed off with the provinces and territories, and now we're debating it today. And future workers will, in fact, benefit when the time comes for retirement. That is about having a vision, Mr. Speaker, something in which the previous government didn't do. Now, then I look at my New Democratic colleagues, on the other hand, and they seem to want to continue to try to give the impression that only they care about seniors. And they look at ways in which they have to criticize something, not acknowledging that, in fact, what we're doing today is a positive thing, but rather they look for ways in which they can be critical, even though a New Democratic premier is supportive of what it is, Mr. Speaker. And I would suggest to my New Democratic elected friends across the way that even the vast majority of New Democratic members would in fact support and say positive things about this legislation. Is it absolutely perfect? As we know, Mr. Speaker, there's always room to be better. And this Minister of Finance has made a commitment in dealing with issues that have been raised on the floor of this House to bring it back to the premiers and see if, in fact, we can even improve upon the agreement that was achieved. But at the very least acknowledge that this is something that's been in the making since virtually day one, Mr. Speaker, with this government. And it's something in which Canadians have been waiting for over 10 years, well more than 10 years. Now, the member that spoke prior talked about, well, you know, we have to be sensitive about our seniors and their needs, made reference to food. Well, Mr. Speaker, this budget, and you have to take a look, a holistic approach in terms of what this government is doing on the senior file. The most vulnerable seniors today in our society are getting a substantial increase in the guaranteed annual income, to the degree in which tens of thousands of seniors are in fact being lifted out of poverty, Mr. Speaker, as a direct result of this government's action to increase the guaranteed income supplement. Mr. Speaker, that is good news. You know, again, you know, I would say mostly to my New Democratic friends that they don't have to stand up and applaud when the government does good things, but at the very least, try to reflect reality and express the truth of the matter at hand. And the matter is, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a government that is committed to servicing and trying to improve the quality of life, not only for, as we debate C26 today, future retirement needs, but also those most vulnerable seniors that are there, Mr. Speaker, that are finding it so difficult to make financial ends meet. And I know how serious it is. I represent, in Winnipeg North, in my canvassing, how many doors you knock on, and you get the senior that says, look, I'm having a tough time. I'm having a difficult time. Do I get the food that I require, or do I purchase the meds that I also require? And we have far too many seniors that were in fact going to food banks as a direct result because they having difficult time getting the medications that they required, Mr. Speaker, or other necessities. That's one of the reasons why I clearly indicate that we have a government that understands that and has delivered on making a difference, Mr. Speaker, on that particular issue by increasing the guaranteed income supplement. But that's not it. We still have, I would argue, 3 foundations, if I can put it away, foundation stones dealing with pensions that are public, of a public nature. I made reference to 2 of them. The other one, of course, is our old age supplement. One of the first things that this government did within a couple of months taking office was to reverse the stand and the position that Stephen Harper had taken, former Prime Minister, when he increased the age of retirement from 65 to 67. I remember it well. Sitting on the other side, the Prime Minister was overseas, and he made the announcement, well, we're a financial crisis in Canada, and we're going to have to increase the age from 65 to 67. There was nothing to substantiate it. It was a personal opinion from a Prime Minister, from my perspective, Mr. Speaker, who had no faith in other pensionable programs that we have here in Canada, our social programs. So within a couple of months, we saw that decision reversed. So now individuals know that when they hit the 65 that they're going to be able to retire, Mr. Speaker, and receive old age supplements. Mr. Speaker, today should be a happy day, I would suggest to you. It should be. We have a bill where there was support from many different sectors of our society, in particular our provincial governments, that have signed off on enhancing CPP. The Conservatives, on the other hand, talk about why it is that they are opposing this legislation, and they brought forward a series of amendments. And their argument, in essence, Mr. Speaker, seems to be that we shouldn't allow for the increase in the CPP because from a Conservative mind, and it's just the Conservatives here because Conservative governments elsewhere support this, but just the Conservatives here in opposition seem to say that, well, it's a tax, and therefore they should not support the bill because it's a tax. Well, Mr. Speaker, it contradicts their actions on Bill C-2. They voted against Bill C-2, and Bill C-2 was hundreds of millions of dollars in tax breaks for over 9 million Canadians. And they voted against that bill, Mr. Speaker. Their arguments are not consistent with their actions. And that's one of the reasons why, again, I will emphasize, when I think of the Conservative Party's real agenda on the CPP, I believe that they would be quite content if the CPP was not there. Because the arguments that they're using today could be ultimately used in terms of getting rid of the CPP. So I would challenge the Conservatives to change their position and vote with the rest of the members, with the Bloc, the NDP, and the Liberals, and support the legislation and oppose the amendments that are being debated on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North for his very passionate speech and for the good work he does for his constituents in North Winnipeg there. it doesn't go unrecognized. The question I have on the CPP position, Mr. Speaker, I just want to take a note. I'm so happy that he so adequately expressed the Conservative government's position of reducing taxes for Canadians. That certainly is a position that we're very proud of. Balancing budgets, reducing taxes, creating jobs, and so thank you to my honourable friend across the way for identifying that as a Conservative platform. Now, my question is, in their Liberal campaign promises, they promised to reduce the tax for small business, and as he also so adequately stated, this is a payroll tax that not only the employee will experience, but also the employer. And instead of reducing taxes on small business, this will increase them. And could my honourable friend explain how he thinks he can justify that?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member wants to talk about taxes, and to me, that's not what this debate is about. This debate is about our future and those individuals that are employed having a better retirement fund in the years ahead. That's really what this debate is all about. But if we want to vote on the issue of taxes, all I need to do is refer the member to Bill C-2, something I've already provided comment on. That is a bill that would have given, or did give, millions, hundreds of millions of more dollars in the pockets of Canada's middle class. The Conservatives, I know it's hard to believe, but they actually voted against it. They wanted to keep the money, not to give that tax break. So there's a little bit of inconsistency in terms of the small business. Hopefully in my next answer I'll be able to address that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend. I know he works very, very hard on this House every day. I really feel sorry for him sometimes. I don't think he gets enough sleep, so I want to thank him for that. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the member's good speech, and he said a year ago Canadians voted for change and real change. Well, I agree with that. That's what they voted for, but they didn't expect chump change. And what this proposed bill does, because right now there's 4.5% of women actually receive the maximum benefits under this legislation that we have in the CPP. So what real change would this proposed legislation give women when it's omitted from the dropout period for child raising and people with disabilities? And my other question, Mr. Speaker, is why has the dropout periods for women raising children and people with disabilities been omitted, and why was this not discussed and when the provinces were met with the federal government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate and I thank the member for the kind words. I can tell the member that, we had, through the Minister of Finance, a series of discussions that had taken place that ultimately saw the different provinces and territories come into an agreement. To make the type of changes that's being talked about from the Democratic Party would require the provinces and territories in order to come on side. And having said that, we need to also recognize that even New Democratic government in Alberta, the Premier of Alberta is a New Democrat. And, this is sometimes, things kind of go through, and is it perfect? No, we think that there's room for improvement, and that's why the Minister of Finance has made the commitment to go back to the table to see if, in fact, we can improve upon this. But let's not underestimate the value of the current agreement and how workers into the future are going to benefit by it. And there's always room for.
We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And when I hear talk about Canada Pension, I think back to when I was first elected in 1988, the first time. I had been in the retail business for 25 years and in a small town in Nova Scotia. And the thing that surprised me the most after I was elected was how many people I was helping get Canada Pension disability. These are people these aren't people who were abused in the system. These are people with real disabilities and no way to put food on the table. They depended on Canada Pension disability, and that to me is an important role. And it's hard to understand how people can speak against increasing the benefits on Canada Pension. And I wonder if the member could tell me if he had the same experience with people with disabilities, because again, their quality of life goes to zero, they go broke. The minute somebody becomes disabled, the first thing that happens is they go broke, and that makes the situation worse. I'd just like to comment on the disability aspect of Canada Pension.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, if I may, the strength of the individual that posed the question has been well demonstrated through his electoral success, and I commend him on that. And as he has identified one of those social issues in which no matter what level of government you're elected to, people genuinely care about helping individuals that are in need, and they want as much as possible to see social programming. And our benefits program, CPP for disabilities, to the OAS, to the GIS, these are all solid programs, and this is why it is that government needs not only to give them attention, but to further enhance whenever it's possible, because we want to be able to provide that hand to try to improve the quality of life of all Canadians, especially those that are most vulnerable in society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'article 38.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
With respect to national defence, the Honourable Member for Essex in regards to softwood lumber, and the Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières on housing.
And we'll go to resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a privilege to be up to talk on this debate and the discussion of CPP, something which affects almost all Canadians. I spoke to this bill at second reading, and now it's interesting to see back at report stage to watch how the debate has gone forward, or in some cases not gone forward. And before I get to the main body of my speech, I want to deal with an issue that the the Parliamentary Secretary has been repeating continuously about how all the provinces have come on side to support this change, and citing the Conservative provinces, premiers, of which there are very few. It should be noted and remembered that the Premier of my province, Mr. Brad Wall, said very clearly the reason he was backing this was because he was concerned a worse agreement was going to be put in place. This wasn't exactly a ringing endorsement, as he said he was more concerned that an Ontario Liberal plan, which was more aggressive, would be in place, and for that reason he signed on to the Liberals' changes, not because he thought it was a good idea, but to prevent something worse from happening. So when your endorsement is, I am supporting something because the government will do something worse, I don't know if the government can honestly claim that as a ringing endorsement as has been presented here to the House. So I will note that before I get in. I'm sure the Parliamentary Secretary will address that when we get into questions and comments. When we look at the overlying issue here with CPP, we're looking at the opposition's perspective, the Conservative Party. We have objections to it, and the government is pushing forward for it. And the reasoning behind is very similar actually on both sides, but it comes to very different conclusions. The government is arguing that for the cost of living, for the value that people have in retirement, this is a good bill. Cost of living for seniors is too high. It is difficult to make ends meet. It is difficult to make a living as a senior. Therefore, we need to make these changes. So, if not present seniors, but future seniors should be able to benefit from it. And interestingly enough, we here on the opposition are in some respects arguing a similar issue. The cost of living is difficult. People need every cent they can possibly get. And so we in the opposition here, the Conservative Party, we are arguing that people should be allowed to keep their funds currently to decide for themselves what they should do with their money. As has been noted, this could end up being around $1,100 a year, hit to the average person, assuming that they pay out the maximum. And while for some people $1,100 a year is not significant, if your budget is tight, that is very significant. You decide what to take away. And as has been noted infrequently in debate here, there are studies by the Fraser Institute and other institutions which have noted almost all of the increased premiums will come from savings, but some of it will come from consumption. So one way or the other, what we are discussing is Canadians have a problem. They have a problem because they do not have enough money to pay for stuff for their living now or in the future. Now, every circumstance is different, but this is something that needs to be noted. We're not dealing with abstracts for people at the high end, and frankly, this really doesn't target people at the really low end of the income scale, because the OAS, and particularly the GIS, is used to deal with that. And that's how both this Liberal government and past Conservative governments have dealt with issues of poverty. We've done other things, because the CPP is dealing more with the issues of middle Canada, middle Canadians, the broad swath, the centre economically, socially of our society, and their cost of living. So the question we're really debating here today is, how do we make things more affordable for Canadians now and in the future? How do we make things more affordable, better standard of living for Canadians in the present and in the future in their retirements? And this is something that needs to be underlined in this whole debate. The largest cost, the most expensive thing for all Canadians across the board is taxes. In Canada, over 40% of our GDP ends up getting sucked up into taxes. That's the size of the state when you put things together. So one of the reasons why seniors are struggling, having a difficult time today, why the Liberals are arguing they need increased CPP pension benefits in the future, is because we continually have taxes that are too high. The Liberals like to talk about the one element of tax changes that was positive in their budget, but they don't talk about the positive tax changes from the previous government that they eliminated: income splitting, assistance to families. And that is one particular group, parents with children, who are going to be under fiscal pressure due to these changes with the CPP. Just think about it, Mr. Speaker. When is the time in life when you have the greatest expenses? When is the time that you have a mortgage? It's also the time that you frequently have your children. They're growing up, they're spending more money, they want to do sports, they want to do things with their schoolmates. And guess what? Those are the years where you're trying to earn your peak amount of money, your peak earnings. It's not your retirement, it's your earning years. And here along comes the Liberal government. First of all, they eliminated income splitting. Again, directly a policy that was that benefited middle Canadians, the middle of the spectrum of our society. And most Canadians, depending on where they are in life, would have benefited from that for a good portion of their life. Because we know, as we go through our lives, we all are in different income stratas for different seasons. When you're a student, you're technically very poor. You may be living in your parents' basement, and most of your income may go to pay for tuition, but you get by, so you're considered poor. But when you're in the years when you're paying the maximum in CPP premiums, that's often when you have the greatest expenses. You need to take care of your house, you perhaps have parents to take care of, and generally that's when your children are coming through. And this is when this government is again coming after people with tax hikes. As I noted earlier, the elimination of income splitting. But that's why we in the opposition here have been referring to this CPP hike as a tax hike. Because it takes money directly from people, reduces their freedom, reduces their choice, what they could do with it, and gives them a worse rate of return than they would otherwise have had if they had invested it in private savings plans. This is something that has been documented by researchers looking at this. Well, for my grandpa, the CPP was a marvelous investment. He paid in practically the minimum number of years, and since he lived to be 92 years old, he collected well above the average. It was a fantastic, better than a 20-some% rate of return, which was the average for people in his return. He made way more on his investment than he could have anywhere else. But for people of my age, I'm a Generation Xer, born in 1974, and younger, the rate of return after inflation for CPP, what's being invested, is barely 2%. That is horrendous. People could actually do better. So that's why we're referring to it as a tax, because the government takes the money and people ultimately lose money. It drives up their cost of living. So, Mr. Speaker, what could people be using this money for if they hadn't, if the Liberals weren't taking it away? Well, electricity prices are going up, in many cases due to the wrong-headed environmental policies of federal and provincial governments. Property taxes are going up. Again, something that often hits people in their prime earning years with children and families the most. Inflation, various other things, all going up. And here we are taking away more of their money. So the basic argument is this. If you are taking away money from people, not returning it to them the amount that they should have and could have earned, it is had they been able to invest and control their money privately, it is definitely a tax hike. Because what you're doing with this money is you're subsidizing the government, allowing the government to get away with lower OAS premiums, allowing pension plans that are integrated with the CPP to get away with lower premiums. So people are losing money. That's why it's a tax hike. It's a tax hike that raises people's standard of living, and, as has been noted, taxes are the most expensive thing that we have to deal with here in our society. So that is why I and my fellow Conservatives oppose this. This is the wrong policy for Canadians. It's a bad investment. It takes money out of people's pockets, and that is why we as Conservatives are opposing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. La députée de Laurentide Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for the member for Saskatoon University is if he wants things to be more affordable, shouldn't he ensure that people actually have money available to them in the future? Does he not believe that planning for the future through OAS, through GIS, through CPP is a worthwhile venture? So does he believe the CPP should be planned for the future, prepared for generations to come, or does he believe it should be scrapped altogether? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
I'm not arguing for the scrapping of CPP altogether, and one of the reasons is the basic inertia of the system. To redesign something purely from scratch is not necessarily the best idea. But what we did in government was, instead of expanding something which wasn't the best, we chose other vehicles like TFSAs to give people better rates of return and more freedom and more flexibility. So while CPP was really a great deal for people who got in early, for people of my generation, it's a bad deal. The entirety of CPP is a bad deal for people of my generation. But to unwind something like that, that substantive and that large, is very difficult. And there are better ways to do it, but we are where we are, so we will go forward.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to ask my colleague a question. I was, for some time, the pension critic, and I did a great deal of work in terms of studying this particular question. And one of the things that I learned, and I think is quite widely known, is that investment in the CPP is the gold standard, and because of the wisdom of those investments, the return is quite significant, compared to private pension plans, which depend on the vagaries of the stock market. One day you're up, the next day you're down. And quite frankly, depending on that possibility is something that many seniors are most certainly not willing to gamble on.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Well, let me suggest that the honourable member has some dated information, because the Fraser Institute did a study. And like I said, for people of my age, people born in the 1970s and later, this has been an awful rate of return. I understand some people prefer the security of a system that everything is more clearly laid out for them. But different people have different views, and that's why we should give them the choice and not continually force everyone to put the entirety of their savings into the Canada Pension Plan. RSPs, TFSAs, there's other things out there. The goal from the government's perspective is to keep people out of poverty, not to provide a middle-class income with pensions. That we allow people to decide how they want to do their savings. Do they want to spend their money now, or do they want their money later for retirement? That's why you give people the freedom, because everyone's situation is different.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for his speech. You know, I have to chuckle at the Liberals. Anytime you question their plans to undertake major expansion of government programs, oh, it must be because you're against the program entirely. Well, whatever happened to striking the right balance between yes, a public pension program, but also preserving space for private savings. We have a government that's cutting back on tax-free savings accounts. We have a government that does not support those more effective changes which encourage private savings and is not undertaking measures for current seniors, but is instead talking about future seniors by taking more money out of the economy in the present time. So I wonder if my friend could just talk more about the cost that this will have on small business. We've heard from, for instance, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business and others about the significant negative impact that this will have on the economy, on the ability to create wealth that benefits seniors and all Canadians.
Well, member for Saskatoon University.
Labour and capital are some of the basic inputs into business. The way CPP is structured, it has the effect of a payroll tax, a tax directly on labour. That means it's a tax on productivity. As you tax productivity, that makes productivity naturally less productive because the tax is slowing. So therefore, it's making it more difficult for businesses to hire, driving up the unemployment rate, lowering businesses' profits, makes a business more difficult to succeed, and therefore makes people less likely to take risk. That's bad for the economy. Taxing productivity is the worst thing you can do if you want to grow the economy. You should target consumption. Instead, the Liberals here are targeting productivity, and we're all losers for it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Hear, hear. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I guess before I get started with my remarks specifically, I just reference back to the previous speaker. And at one point during answering the questions, he talked about the CPP and not using it as an opportunity to give to provide middle income opportunities. But yet earlier on in his speech, he talked about how it was the gold standard that his grandfather came to admire so much. So, you know, you're left with wondering whether or not the member thinks that we need to move away from what CPP used to be as opposed to just arguing against what might happen or what he perceives to be happening. But I think when we talk about this issue, Mr. Speaker, the first thing that we need to identify is the fact that there are changes in the workforce. The workforce today is not what it used to be decades ago. In fact, there are many fewer people that are receiving employment pensions or pensions that are being paid for by their employer. The fact of the matter is that in the 50s and 60s, there used to be robust pensions that were set up by employers to pay into these pension plans so that people could have that security when it came time to retire. And in fact, many people did enjoy that benefit and take advantage of that. But even within those pensions, it's changing. Those pensions that used to be so reliable are not as reliable as they used to be, as we see companies and employers starting to do things for various different reasons that affect those pensions. As a matter of fact, not that long ago in my office in Kingston and the Islands, I had a couple executives come into my office, former executives from manufacturing plants that used to operate in Kingston, but unfortunately don't anymore, to talk to me about what companies were doing to avert, whether directly or indirectly, paying those pensions out. And that just creates less stability and less reliability of the employees to make sure that they have that security when they retire eventually. But it's not just about the changes in the workplace, Mr. Speaker. It's also about young people and what they're coming to expect. You know, years ago, young people could conceivably leave with a high school education, get a good paying job, whether in the manufacturing or other sector, that provided you with a pension, that provided you with security during your employment, and then afterwards provided you with a pension. You could live a comfortable life off of that. But things are much different for younger people now. You know, we have pages that come to this house to help out here, and I look at some of them sometimes and I think, wow, is it not much different for them? They're expected to get a university degree or a college degree at a minimum. The vast majority of graduates then go on to postgraduate work, and the debt that they incur as a result of that is something that they have to carry for many years into the future. They have to start planning to pay that back. Couple that with the fact, Mr. Speaker, that more and more young people now see it more unreasonable that they will actually own a house. There are more people now than ever before that actually come to terms with the fact that they might be renting forever and not actually owning. As a government, it is our responsibility, as this legislative body, it is our responsibility to make sure that our society has those reliable and predictable means of knowing that they'll be taken care of in the future. But, Mr. Speaker, there's also another change in the demographics of then versus now, and that's with respect to the haves and the have-nots. Quite frankly, there are more people that have and much more people that have not, and the middle in between is shrinking dramatically. And it's changing the way that Canadians view that security and stability for the future. And so I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that it's time that we take a serious look at how we can implement policy to make a change and create a greater security amongst Canadians. And that's about planning for the future. And ultimately, it's about what I like to think of as preventative maintenance. Because we hear about these arguments, from the other side of the aisle about spending so much money now, forcing small businesses to spend money, and I'll get to that point in a second. But the one thing that we don't talk about is, well, what happens if we don't do this? What if we don't make sure that we're setting up the security now for later? We'll pay for it one way or the other. Whether we're paying for it by making sure that the proper measures are in place now with CPP or whatever other measures might come forward, if we don't do that now, later on into the future, we're going to be taking care of those people, and we're going to be paying for it then. I remember when I was mayor of Kingston, and I was on the health board in Kingston, the frustration that the health unit would have continuously over the fact that the government was always so relentless or unwilling to put money into preventative health care. It was always about these reactive measures. And my submission to you, Mr. Speaker, would be that this government is doing the exact opposite of that. This government is looking at how do we actually set up preventative measures so that generations from now, future young people, young workers are properly taken care of, and that they have those measures. And by no means is this setting up a middle-class lifestyle. This is providing the bare minimum. This is providing a small portion of what people will actually need to retire. But I also want to address another topic that has come up quite a bit on the other side of the House today, and no doubt I'll be asked a question on it, so maybe I'll preempt that by talking about it now, and that's with respect to small businesses. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm a small business owner. At any given time, I have 4 or 5 employees that work for our small business in Kingston. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have no problem with this small increase. We pay source deductions just like every other business does. We pay EI, CPP, WSIB, and these are necessary in order to make sure that society is being taken care of, and we respect that as a business. And the small increments over the 6-year period between 2019 and 2025, well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the question is, well, how are small businesses going to deal with this? We've heard that asked in this House today. How will the small businesses deal with this? Well, the reality of the situation is small businesses have to look at the ways in which they can make this work. They have to work and find alternatives where necessary. They have to look for opportunities where they might not currently exist. But at the end of the day, this is not, this, in my opinion, and quite often, the reality of the situation is that in any business, any added cost, whether it's a cost for a product or a cost for a service to add to the business, is going to require, whenever those costs come in, they add to the bottom line and ultimately add to the increase in whatever the good or service might be that the individual is selling. So I would suggest that to make the point that businesses will ultimately have to close their doors, although we would hate to see that and we would hope that that doesn't happen, I think that it is at least in the case of our small business, a very unlikely scenario that would happen. So, Mr. Speaker, this is something that this party, the Liberal Party, ran on and talked about in the election. This should come as no surprise to anybody that we're taking serious action when it comes to CPP, that we're taking the time to make sure that future generations are taken care of. It's about providing dignity with respect to the income security for future generations. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, this is the right thing to do. I'm extremely supportive of this piece of legislation. And I know that future generations will look back on this and regard this as a pivotal shift in CPP and the direction of helping to plan for people's futures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from across the way. Actually, in terms of costing and what he was talking about, he touched on healthcare, for example. And I got to remind him that in terms of preventative, I think all of us will agree on preventative healthcare. Because this all comes from a cost that comes from businesses and individuals to the government, which is quite provincial. We gave the provinces a 6% increase per year. The province of Ontario used to brag about cutting health costs to 3%. I'm just wondering what your presentation is, or what your comments would be to the Liberal Health Minister in Ontario when he didn't use the money that we gave him to supply health care and preventative medicine.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a very loose connection. I spoke to my time on the health board and a particular issue that we had. But in any event, listen, if you're looking for me to say that at some point or another, Mr. Speaker, I can be, or was critical of the provincial government, yeah, as the mayor of a municipality in Ontario, we obviously always took positions that were sometimes critical. I can't recall with respect to this exact reference that the member is bringing up, Mr. Speaker, but other than to say that, yes, there are always times when municipalities have to show the provincial government if they're not happy with them, and I would encourage any municipality to do that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the member for Kingston speech, I saw the member for Calgary-Nose Hill come in under the camera over there and use your cell phone to appear to take a camera in this general direction. I was wondering if the Speaker could address that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle for his intervention. I didn't see anything in particular. We'll have a look to see and check. Members will know, of course, that the use of smartphones for recording video or audio in the chamber, or photographs for that matter, are not allowed. I thank the honourable member for bringing it to our attention, but not being able to respond to it at this particular moment. I didn't see anything that was against the rules of the House, but we'll take it up and see if there's anything we could do. I was going to say, just before the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle made his point of order, and for the benefit of all honourable members, the last question and comment, some may have seen as not being particularly relevant to the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands speech, and that may be true in the form of it, but it's just to honourable members to know that when they raise a matter in the course of their speech that may not be exactly on topic with the question that's before the House, it's absolutely relevant if another member wishes to pose a question on it. So you probably would recognize that, but just so if you do go into a different topic area, by the way, I'm not taking away the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands' time here. We'll go to questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Clarification. I can assure you I'm not recording. I don't think I'm capable. I'd like to thank the honourable. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech on this. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to share through you a letter that was written to me by a constituent completely unsolicited, and I want to share in the House what she said. Now, with this exclusion of child rearing dropout provision in the proposed expansion of CPP, I'm even more concerned that those making the decisions are either inadvertently or intentionally excluding this work from the social policy conversation. It's an error. Then there's a dire need for more diverse voices and experiences to be involved in policy development. I want to know how this gap is being filled, and she's written to the Government of Canada to answer that question. I wonder if the honourable member could respond to that.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I mean, yeah, well, thank you for the question. I mean, I'm not the Government of Canada, so I can't answer that question. That letter was sent to the Government of Canada, other than to say that, as the Parliamentary Secretary pointed out, the Minister of Finance had indicated that there's always room for improvement and room to look at ways to do things better, and had committed to going back to having further discussions with the provinces.
Yeah, we still have time for one more question and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very curious, though, that how did the dropout provisions get taken out to begin with? If you're at the table with the provincial and territorial leaders, someone had to raise it. Did the government raise this? Did the minister raise it, or his officials raise this? How did it come to be that it actually is not part of this important bill?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to repeat what I just said because I think I covered it there. But I think the important thing here is to look at what this bill actually is doing. And this bill will change the lives for future generations. This bill will contribute to the security for young people today as they move towards retirement, and it will, and more importantly, it will contribute to their faith in the system that there is security for them later on. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour for me to rise today in the House of Commons from my new perch here in the back row, Mr. Speaker. It's my first speech since taking this spot to engage with more Canadians as I have in the last month, Mr. Speaker. And as I said when I was first elected, sitting in the corner there, any seat in this chamber is a true honour to occupy, and I think all members on all sides agree with that. But I'm glad to be speaking again about CPP reform, and specifically C26, because, Mr. Speaker, this is yet again an example of a government absolutely disconnected from the reality of the economy. Mr. Speaker, we have a jobs crisis in Canada right now, and this bill will lead to fewer jobs. And in fact, the Finance Department has confirmed that, Mr. Speaker. It's a job crisis of epic proportions, Mr. Speaker, and the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have done nothing. In fact, they've made it more difficult for employers to hire people, and I'll spend a few moments talking about that. But where is the crisis most acute, Mr. Speaker? In Alberta. 200,000 Canadians, families, without the certainty and without the confidence that a job provides, Mr. Speaker. If that alone is not a crisis, I don't know what is. And I'm very proud of my colleagues from Alberta who have been raising this in the House daily, Mr. Speaker, for the last year, and we've yet to see a plan of any sort from this government. So the epicenter of our jobs crisis in Canada, Mr. Speaker, is in the West, which we have to remember kept Canada moving forward through the Great Recession, Mr. Speaker, of 2008-2009, when Canada led the G7 in economic growth and job creation after the worst recession since the 30s. We relied on our family members in Alberta and Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker, and British Columbia and Manitoba. And now this government is turning a blind eye to that crisis. 9% unemployment in Calgary, Mr. Speaker. People were coming from around the world to work there because of the opportunity in the last generation, Mr. Speaker. No plan. 8% unemployment roughly in Edmonton, Mr. Speaker. And not even an acknowledgement in a serious way of that prolonged state of affairs. And let's look, Mr. Speaker, at whether this is just a global commodity cycle that I've heard members of this government sometimes suggest for their inaction, Mr. Speaker. the Parliamentary Budget Officer's recent report on the labour market, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at what the PBO has found on job creation in Canada, and I'll quote from page 1. Really, this summarizes the PBO's report. I quote, "The Canadian economy created 96,000 net jobs from Q3 2015 to Q3 2016, which is half the average annual gain of 192,000 over the previous 5 years." I'll stop there. That's when this party was in charge of the economy, Mr. Speaker. So they're not even batting at half our average, Mr. Speaker. I'll continue. Quote, "Job gains from Q3 to Q3 2015 to 2016 were entirely part-time and mostly in the private sector. Full-time and public sector employment contracted, Mr. Speaker," end quote. If that doesn't underscore the crisis we're experiencing, Mr. Speaker, and if that's not a call to action for this government, when are they going to come to grips with the economy? The $30 billion the Prime Minister has spent in deficit has created 0 jobs, Mr. Speaker, full-time, 0. So you'll hear the Minister of Innovation and the HoC Minister, who's in Mississauga, I might add, speak about jobs. Those are part-time, Mr. Speaker. So we remember the election when the Prime Minister said, the third-party leader at the time said Canada was in a recession. False, Mr. Speaker. That was false then, and it was proven false afterwards. He said, "I'll spend no more than a $10 billion modest deficit." Another false claim, Mr. Speaker. He spent 30. And why did he say he was going to go into deficit? To stimulate job creation. False, Mr. Speaker. He's created 0 jobs, according to the PBO, on a full-time basis. This is the job crisis we're in, Mr. Speaker. Yet the Prime Minister is going around the world spending our money elsewhere and has no plan for job creation at home. The last time I rose in this House to speak on this very subject, 2,000 jobs at Bombardier were lost. So this isn't just a jobs crisis in Western Canada, Mr. Speaker. It's a Liberal job crisis. What is worse, unemployment has remained fixed for young people at 13%, Mr. Speaker. Unreasonably high. And what was the response of the Finance Minister? Our young Canadians should get accustomed to job churn. That's a shameful absence of leadership, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I think it's the modern equivalent to let them eat cake. A comment that is so disconnected from the reality our young people are facing. Rather than saying we're working on innovation jobs, working on clusters, working on making sure there's more people going into the STEMs and into coding. No, you better get used to unpaid internships and being underemployed. Mr. Speaker, that's a failure of leadership. Why are we in this crisis, Mr. Speaker? Well, taxes are going up on people, on job creators, and on entrepreneurs who are highly mobile. Taxes are going up on small to medium-sized businesses who've had their tax reduction decreased. We have a carbon tax, which on the weekend the Environment Minister said would make our economy more competitive, showing just the height of her disconnect from reality. And today we're discussing a payroll tax, Mr. Speaker. In 1 year, the run-up of the deficit and the taxation on people, on businesses, on consumption is unparalleled in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it would take multiple Liberal governments of the past to introduce so many different types of tax increases. 1 year, Mr. Speaker. What did Finance Canada say? Getting back to C26, what did Finance Canada's own report say about the CPP reforms? 10,000 plus job losses as a result of these reforms, as a result of this bill in the coming years. So we're in a jobs crisis. We're creating a carbon tax that will raise the input costs for manufacturers in Ontario, for farmers in the West and across the country, for people hauling lobster and trying to get it sent over to Europe to be sold, for the lumber industry, Mr. Speaker. Higher costs on all of those people translating into higher costs for families and seniors. And now we're doing a payroll tax that the minister's own department has said will lead to 10,500 job losses in the coming years, Mr. Speaker. His own department. It's actually staggering. What have the leading groups that work with employers said? The Canadian Chamber of Commerce and the Canadian Federation of Independent Business have both implored this government to not bring in a payroll tax at a time where we're trying to get corporations, small and large, to free up, to hire, to use some retained earnings and hire one or two more people. We're putting a payroll tax on them and stopping that. Whether it's a 1% increase in premiums today or a 4% on upper form premiums in the coming years, Mr. Speaker. I go back, as I said many times in this House, there is no crisis in retirement savings, Mr. Speaker. In fact, who claimed that the media was, quote, fear-mongering, unquote, with regards to the retirement crisis? The finance minister. Wow. In his book with his actuary at Morneau Chappelle, Fred Vitesse, in a book called The Real Retirement. They said it was fear-mongering. Well, the finance minister is now relying on that fear-mongering to bring this bill towards the help. And who does it help, Mr. Speaker? In fact, Ipsos Reid showed that 70% of Canadians don't realize that retirees now don't benefit from anything in this House, or even people near retirement won't benefit. In fact, Fred Vitesse, the chief actuary at Morneau Chappelle, has said this will only help 8.7% of middle-income Canadians with boosting some retirement. So not people on the low end that we were trying to help in government, Mr. Speaker, with GST reduction and other things, not people at the high end, but only 8.7% of the people in the middle. So that translates, Mr. Speaker, to 5% of Canadians that in the future might have some modest increase to retirement if they don't use RRSPs, if they don't get the value in the home, if they don't use the TFSA that Minister Flaherty brought in, Mr. Speaker. So potentially 5% benefiting while 95% of Canadians pay, and while employers who were imploring to hire more people are forced to pay premiums on every new person. So it is shameful, Mr. Speaker, in the midst of a jobs crisis, this government is introducing yet another tax that will lead to more Canadians being unemployed, Mr. Speaker. We must stop it here. We've got to focus on job creation for the future. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for West Nova.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague across the way on his speech. And we've heard from the other side, the Conservatives get up one after another and talk about it being a payroll tax and the difficulties that will be in enhancing the Canada Pension Plan. I wonder, though, Mr. Speaker, if my honourable colleague agrees that the Canada Pension Plan does good for Canadian society. Canadians overwhelmingly support the Canada Pension Plan, and if you would do so and speak to why the Canada Pension Plan is a good thing for this country. Thank you.
Honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for West Nova for his question. In fact, I look forward to speaking at the annual dinner in his riding of the other team in a week and a half, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to being back there. CPP is a good thing. None of us are saying that. But if you'd noticed the last minute of my speech, I spent time dissecting the crisis in retirement. There is no crisis. Who said there's no crisis? The finance minister in his book that he was selling to Canadians. Now he's selling them something else, Mr. Speaker, entirely. Right. And I've tried to focus on my remarks on that using Finance Canada's own statistics. So we have a government here that loves to get elected saying, we're all about evidence-based decision-making. Well, what does the evidence say? Finance Canada say 10,000 jobs lost as a direct result of this bill. In the midst of a jobs crisis already gripping this country, for a perceived retirement shortfall for a small gap of middle-income Canadians who could be helped through TFSA enhancements, through their household, what they take from the sale of their home, through RSPs, Mr. Speaker, through the economy doing better and wages rising. This will likely lead to a wage freeze and fewer jobs.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
I call from Durham. What a great speech. Actually, one of the ones that make a lot of sense. I'm just wondering because my understanding is that this is a cost not only to the employer, but to the employee, somewhere up around, could be $1,100, maybe $800 each. And so I'm just asked if he could help us understand those people that are paying into it, particularly those that are just getting out of university, starting their family, buying a home. When will they actually, how long before they'll actually get any benefit from it?
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, a great part of Ontario, and one of the most alarming absences of leadership on the government side has been in response to my friend's questions about the closure of an old processing facility in his riding that's been employing people for 2 centuries. Yet, because the minister won't grant an exemption to this heritage property, there's another example of a dozen or so jobs lost. We're in a jobs crisis, Mr. Speaker. We bring it to the floor of this House every day, my colleagues from Alberta, my colleagues from Ontario, on both a small and a large level, and the government is disconnected with how that affects families. My friend is right, Mr. Speaker. The premiums paid are both by people and by businesses. The businesses, their major groups, have told us right now, in this slow economy, they won't hire people or they will freeze wages as a result of this premium. And younger people won't see a benefit for decades, Mr. Speaker. And Fred Vitesse, the chief actuary for a firm called Murnau Chappell, I can say that name in the House, Mr. Speaker. I can't say the name of his co-author, the finance minister. He has called the fact that there is no crisis, Mr. Speaker, and even this perceived CPP enhancement will help fewer than 5% of Canadians, because only 8 or so % of the middle class need an enhancement. There is no crisis, Mr. Speaker. If you're trying to do something for a very, very small subset of Canadians that will unemploy tens of thousands, that's the wrong decision, Mr. Speaker, and we've got time to stop it.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to see my colleague and his wish him well in terms of his leadership bid. And being one of those leadership candidates, I'm wondering if he would share with the House what he really feels about, like, when I listen to the Conservative arguments against and why they're voting against the CPP enhancement, I would ultimately argue you could use those same arguments against why we have the CPP today. And I'm wondering if he could tell us what his personal thoughts are about the current. And if he says that the current is okay, is there a situation where he would see the CPP payments being enhanced? Is there a time or a scenario where they could be enhanced?
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend from Winnipeg for wishing me well. I was in his city a week or so ago with my friends from Interlake and Brandon at the Free Press Cafe, where people were quite open with their concerns about the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker, and the farmers in the Interlake who know that they'll be paying thousands more just on the increased cost of diesel, Mr. Speaker. Right. In fact, small and medium-sized players, businesses, have little margin. And this government's going after that margin, Mr. Speaker. They don't want you to take anything home and put it in your jeans at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker. That's what I heard loud and clear in friendly Manitoba, Mr. Speaker, and I trust he's hearing the same. What I'd remind him of, and nobody reminds this House of good liberal virtues more than that member because he's up quite regularly, but we heard incessantly about the need for evidence-based decision-making, Mr. Speaker. When that member knows, and when he goes into his caucus this Wednesday, I ask him to stand up to the Prime Minister and say, Prime Minister, Murnau Chappell's chief actuary has told us this bill will lead to job losses while only targeting a small percentage, less than 5% of Canadians who are in the middle class decades from now. But if that's what we're trying to do at the risk of losing potentially plus 10,000 jobs, why would we be doing it in the middle of a jobs crisis, Mr. Speaker? It's time for him to stand up at caucus and ask the Prime Minister to stop waging a war on job creation.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Speaker, at a time when so many people have lost their jobs or are at risk of losing their jobs in the near future, the government is about to implement a new payroll tax and take more money off of the paychecks of my constituents. And for those who are listening who may not realize what's about to happen, the Liberal government is about to increase the amount of money that gets taken off your paycheck that goes to the Canada Pension Plan. Also, the amount of money your employer pays into this plan will also increase. For many Canadians, this amount of money coming off of their paycheck will make it harder to pay their monthly bills. For employers, especially small businesses, this increase to their operating costs will force many to make choices on whether to hire more people or simply to let people go. Today, I want to do two things in debate. First, I want to refute the government's primary argument for doing this, and second, I will refute the government's assertion that this is the best policy to help Canadians save for retirement, and point out how many of their policies are actually detrimental to them doing so. On the first point, this is a payroll tax increase, and the Liberals believe that my constituents cannot be trusted to make the right decisions to save for their retirement. They want my constituents, Mr. Speaker, to believe that the lowly taxpayer does not have the capacity to plan for their own savings and manage their retirement. They want them to believe that dependence on their government in their old age is the path to their security. They want them to believe that it is the government's seizure and control of their funds that's what's in their best interest. And while there is a role for government in many situations, the fundamental belief that it's the freedom of Canadians that, while there's a role for government in many situations, the fundamental belief in the freedom of Canadians is what sets Liberals apart from common sense people. Liberals believe that it's only through government control that Canadians can prosper, whereas common sense Canadians understand that the government should exist to enable our freedom, not to diminish it. You know, Mr. Speaker, when I listen to the rhetoric around this particular bill and this particular financial instrument, I hear the government saying Canadians aren't saving enough and we're going to come in and save them. I hear nothing about how the government is going to enable their freedom and enable their choice to be economically prosperous. There's a huge fallacy in trying to convince the Canadian population that the best way for them to plan for their old age, for their retirement security, is to depend upon a large, bloated Liberal government. I really can't believe that the government would actually put out that duplicitous comment and not believe that there would be some sort of pushback from the Canadian population on that. And here is why. This is why this is not the correct policy at this point in time. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the government is creating a crisis where there is none. While certainly we need to ensure that Canadian seniors are well taken care of and that they're well looked after and honoured in their retirement, this measure will not impact Canadian seniors that are already into their retirement. In fact, this will do nothing for them, absolutely nothing. This isn't going to increase their pension. This isn't going to help their prospects, and moreover, this certainly is not going to help their children, which many retirees are concerned about. In fact, this is going to disable them and disadvantage them. I think that the Liberals have been trying to sell this plan as some sort of curative for pensioners that are already in retirement, and we know that that's not the case. The fact that there's this duplicity that's happening in this communications is so dishonest. But let's talk about people that are planning for their retirement right now. First of all, there's been no formal consultation to date, none, absolutely none. The government has not talked to anybody. They came out and announced this with great fanfare, hoping that the Canadian public would turn a blind eye to this absolutely abysmal piece of legislation, which is based on zero financial credibility whatsoever, and frankly, zero actuarial credibility whatsoever either, but I digress. Beyond the lack of consultation, I would like to see this government commit to creating jobs for Canadians and create the economic conditions in which people can increase their opportunity for economic growth and prosperity. So in terms of looking at policy instruments, Mr. Speaker, which would allow and enable the prosperity of Canadians and my constituents, this government has absolutely failed. This bill won't do this. All this does is take away Canadians' freedom and require more dependence on the government, and that's shameful. So let's talk about these things. First of all, aside from the fact, the great arrogance of this government assuming that Canadians can't save for themselves and that they must rely on the great saviorship of the Prime Minister and all of his wonderful looks into the cameras, aside of that, first of all, they've put in place a national tax on everything with a carbon tax, which actually isn't going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. All it's going to do is function as a GST, because they haven't done any proper modeling in terms of price elasticity around demand of carbon, number one. It's just going to increase the price of everything for people who are already struggling to make ends meet. They've increased EI premiums, or they're doing that, which is going to further put a chill on small business and job creation. They've put in place regulatory uncertainty for major resource projects. Anybody who's looking to invest in Canada right now is going to go, nope, we're not doing that because of the political uncertainty, which also puts a chill on job creation. They're not doing anything to retain labour in my province in Alberta. They're letting the best and the brightest in Canada bleed into the wind, where they talk about increasing humanitarian levels of immigration without looking at the economic implications of that. They are running up a huge debt. I looked at some of the numbers that came out of the Parliamentary Budget Office this year, and in a non-recessionary period, this government is spending at unprecedented levels, which is going to create, if we're talking about people's retirement futures, Mr. Speaker, the level of debt that this government is going into is so shameful, and I can't even most of the time when I look at this. Like, spending for spending's sake rather than with any sort of outcome or goal is not going to help Canadians with their retirement. But moreover, the thing that I find just so arrogant, just so fundamentally arrogant in saying only the government can help you save for your retirement with a program that might not be solvent at some future point in time, is the fact that they eliminated the tax-free savings account increase that our government put in place by saying, oh, no, average Canadians can't deal with that. Average Canadians can't be trusted with their own money and putting into that. Where I know without a shadow of a doubt, it's the people in my riding that are now out of work in the energy sector because of this government's ideological opposition to that sector that use that the most. So rather than giving Canadians a vehicle in which to save their money, they're saying, no, we're not going to do that. We're just going to take that away. But you know what? You're going to depend on us. Depend on the Prime Minister and his sunny ways, because he's going to see you through with all of his financial acumen, all of his economic expertise, all of his great connections into understanding how to scrimp and save, given his trust fund background. Trust in him, Mr. Speaker. Trust in him. He will show you the way. He will show your children the way. Canadians don't believe in that. That's hogwash, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I think Canadians need is economic opportunity and a commitment to freedom. A commitment to understanding that Canadians, it's Canadian families, Canadian workers, who first and foremost understand how to best use their money. It's Canadian families who best understand what they need to do to make their families prosperous, to give their children opportunities, and to look at increasing CPP premiums, which boils down to, for many small business employers, a choice between one employee or two, at a time when the economic growth in Canada, because this government has sent such a chill through investment, to send that sort of a message and say, you know what, we're going to put a further chill on investment right now. Let's do that. It's just irresponsible and garbage. I actually don't even understand how Canadians can look at this and not be infuriated with the arrogance that this government is putting forward in this bill and saying, you don't understand how to spend your own money or how to save for that. From the bottom of my soul and with every fiber of my being, I oppose this particular bill because of the arrogance of the leftist, socialist school of thought that the government is first and foremost understanding on how to best spend your money and how to best save for your money, or best save for your future. I oppose this bill. And I know many of my constituents do the same thing. I wish this government, instead of putting this forward, instead of putting this absolute pile of garbage forward, would be committed to creating economic conditions in which investment can occur in Canada, in which small businesses can thrive. I wish this government was pushing back against harmful economic practices in fragile economies like Alberta, like a price floor on labor, like a carbon tax. This is the sort of economic policy that bankrupts and fails a country, Madam Speaker. And I know you're showing me the end of the time here, and I just hope that my colleagues here will take that into account.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member is definitely passionate. I'll give her that much. But we'll have to agree to passionately disagree in terms of her approach, and she emulates what many of her Conservative members or colleagues have been talking about. And there does seem to be a distaste coming from the Conservative Party towards the Canada Pension Plan. And my question isn't that difficult. It's one that I started with her colleague that just spoke prior to her, and that's in regards to CPP in general. Can the member give the House any situation, any circumstance whatsoever where she could envision CPP actually being enhanced? If not today, is there another situation where she would actually support it, or is she just outright against any enhancement, or is the Conservative Party just outright against any enhancement ever of the CPP?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, in order to enhance my constituents' retirement prospects, I'm not looking just to the CPP. I want them to make more money. I want them to have more job opportunities. I want them to pay less tax. I want them to have more efficiency in government. I don't want them to have to see large debt loads for no reason be brought up just for vanity projects. I don't want to have my constituents pay more in taxes because I've got an environment minister that wants to rub shoulders with elites in Davos. I don't want my constituents to have to pay more in a payroll tax for something that's never going to benefit them in the future. This is the great liberal fallacy, Madam Speaker. It's that somehow government can produce more freedom for economic opportunity for Canadians. And it's this fallacy that the government is putting forward that will end in their electoral defeat.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's speech. There was talk about how can we make this better, and a lot of her businesses are saying they don't want it, and yet when we're at the committee stage, we had a lot of organizations such as the labor groups, the Canadian Retirement Federation's retirees, a lot of groups that said because of what's happening now and the defined benefit plans where the big corporations are not getting into that and they want to get away from that, the only solution at this particular time in the three pillars is to expand the CPP. And that was what, it's not going to fix all, but it was one of the ways to help our future, our children in the future. So I'm just wondering, is she saying that these organizations are wrong, or we have to look at other ways? Because what I heard is that the TFSAs are not working and the defined contributions are not working.
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, Madam Speaker, anytime the government tells you that there's only one way to solve a problem and it's the government, you should be wary. Some of the feedback that has been brought forward in terms of the efficacy of this particular policy instrument has included that the full new benefits will not be available until at least 39 years after 2025 when the initial implementation of the CPP expansion has been completed. Questions about the accrual of $1 trillion in assets. Where can one invest $1 trillion today in a prudent fashion that will still earn adequate returns? Will participants understanding that this new tier does not bring guaranteed benefits? What will happen when you have to freeze or even reduce benefits and contributions? Is this politically feasible? How will small plans respond? Will they respond just by closing? Many of these plans are well administered and we should not create incentives for them to terminate. What about a new working income tax benefit? Is that fair? Have we targeted the correct audience for this reform? The bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, there are so many different ways that we can look at the questions on how to incent Canadians to best save for their retirement. Certainly one of the best ways that we can do that is by providing them with employment opportunities and a prospect of a government without severe debt, none of which this government has any intention of doing.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. Madam Speaker,
For many years now, the NDP has fought tirelessly to ensure that the Canada Pension Plan is finally enhanced. I am therefore very pleased to see that this will now happen. I would like to say that I'll be supporting this bill at report stage, but I am opposed to the Conservative motions seeking to delete all clauses of the bill. Retirement insecurity is taking on crisis proportions in Canada because many Canadians have not been able and still will not be able to save enough to maintain their standard of living at retirement. We're talking about 6% of our seniors who live in poverty, and the NDP thinks that this increase is essential to offer our seniors a dignified retirement. What Bill C-26 proposes is to add a new separate level for CPP. This will be phased in progressively over the next 9 years until 2025, and it does two things. It increases the income replacement rate of the current CPP from 25 to 33.3%. Secondly, it increases the earnings cap from $54,900 to $82,700. At the end of the transition period in 2025, though, it will take 40 years before the full enhanced benefit is paid out. Therefore, the first workers to be eligible for full benefits are only 16 years old today. Someone who is 59 in 2019 and who pays premiums in for 6 years and then retires in 2025 at age 65 will not receive any additional benefit. Therefore, we can see that it will take some time to make these changes effective. The NDP are thus of the opinion that immediate measures must be taken in order to help seniors and Canadians who are about to retire who will not benefit from these changes. The government must bank on the dynamism created by this agreement and take the required measures to increase the long-term retirement security for workers of today, including addressing the concerns raised by Quebec regarding the impact of this enhancement on low-income workers. The NDP continues to fight to ensure that further increases are made to the guaranteed income security and the old age security, or rather the guaranteed income supplement, NOAS, and to the National Drug Insurance Program, as well as programs to improve home care and palliative care. Now, when we look closer at this bill, we see that as with many Liberal initiatives, not everything is perfect. There are certain details of this bill that fly in the face of what we advocate. For example, the exemption clause to raise children. Obviously, that is a flaw. As the spokesperson for Children, Families and Social Development for the NDP, I cannot understand and I cannot accept that the Liberals have not renewed the exemption clause for child rearing, which is in the current Canada Pension Plan. This measure ensures that women are not penalized when they leave the labor market for a certain time in order to raise their children. This Liberal bill also removes a similar clause provided for people having received disability benefits under the CPP. So it's all very well to increase the CPP benefits, but we can't stop there. We in the NDP have worked very hard to make this a reality, but we're also going to work very hard to ensure that this bill does not remain unfair and unequal. Why am I talking about inequality, Madam Speaker? Because women are penalized when they have children. Only 4.5% of them receive the maximum benefits under CPP. When I learned that, I was shocked and angered because we have a Prime Minister who has been shouting from the rooftops in any forum that he can how feminist his government is and how hard it is working to reduce gender disparity. But he really missed a golden opportunity here. I think that we can tell him that his goal has not been reached. On the contrary, this bill will increase inequality. That is not logical, Madam Speaker. And what is even more illogical is that the Liberals are not even recognizing or acknowledging this problem. What is clear is that at the end of the day, 63 seniors with low income living alone are women. 63%. Can you understand what a high number that is? We in the NDP find that unacceptable. In my writing, this is a reality that I am too familiar with. I know many seniors that have trouble making ends meet and can only do so thanks to the commitment of amazing community organizations such as the Saint-Hyacinthe Volunteer Centre and the Actonvale Volunteer Centre. Every day, they help the most disadvantaged seniors. This commitment and this dynamism prevent isolation, foster socialization, and allow seniors to continue contributing to the community, which helps improve their quality of life, but also those of all of our fellow citizens. Thanks to the work of these organizations, they continue to showcase the values of our community: independence, sharing, mutual support, loyalty, respect, dignity, and solidarity. Those are the values that move them forward, and us as well. These two volunteer centers have been working hard for many years, along with other organizations in our region, to promote volunteer action and contribute to meeting the challenges that are presented by the increasing needs in our community. It is their intention and their willingness to make a difference that is good for our communities. It is time for the Liberal government to do the same. As the Prime Minister said in 2016, it is unacceptable that women should receive fewer benefits because they took maternity leave and had to leave the labour market, because accepting that means gender discrimination. It is unthinkable that we should allow senior women collect benefits that are 30% lower than everyone else. The enhancement of the CPP is one step forward, but we must go further by correcting its flaws and its injustices. We in the NDP want to do more for our fellow citizens, and that is why we believe that we must develop a global vision to improve Canada's social and economic safety net. With Bill C-245 that I tabled in this House, which seeks to implement a national poverty reduction strategy, that is what we are seeking to do. Improving the situation of our seniors is our goal throughout their lives, not only when they retire. It is this global vision that we must work on to achieve a fairer and more inclusive society where no one is left behind. That is also the opinion of Doug McPherson, who is the National Coordinator for the Steelworkers Organization of Active Retirees. And he said, the proposed changes to CPP are welcome, but they are an inadequate response given the critical situation in which many Canadians find themselves when it is time for them to retire. For a government that boasts of adopting fact-based legislation, it really has not recognized the situation in which it finds itself. It should be clear that the current system has serious flaws, and the changes proposed to the CPP will not fix this situation. Therefore, let us all work together to help our seniors, especially women. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member. She talks about this worldly vision, more of a holistic approach, and dealing with the issue of poverty. And I appreciate what the member is saying, but would remind the member that there are two specific measures that have been announced in the 2016-17 budget by the government. One of them was the Canada Child Benefit Program, a program that will literally lift tens of thousands of children out of poverty, and the substantial increase to Canada's most vulnerable, or in particular single seniors that are receiving GIS. Again, substantial increase will once again lift tens of thousands of seniors out of poverty. And I'm wondering if she could, because I know the NDP voted against the overall budget, but could she give a clear indication of whether or not she supported those two initiatives?
Well, I can't give you that indication, but I'm sure the member will be able to respond. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, having an overall approach means not looking at things measure by measure and not being satisfied with having one measure and not looking at the consequences. What I said in my speech is that, yes, we can look to the future of the CPP, but at the same time, we need to ensure that we are helping the seniors who are living in poverty today. And you can't just say, well, this isn't so terrible because we did this other thing. No. Having an overall vision of things means ensuring that all of our measures meet people's daily needs. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and my gratitude to my colleague. I wonder, she talked about statistics and the percentage in terms of the lesser amount that women receive in CPP once they've retired. And I wondered if she could comment on the impact that reduction in benefits means to the life of a Canadian senior woman.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Yes, well, the whole issue of women is an important one. The problem for women is that throughout their careers, they accumulate a whole series of things that lead to negative consequences when they retire. First of all, their salaries are lower because, well, most often they don't choose this, but very often they end up excluded from the labor market at various times when they choose to have children. But all of these things have an impact on their retirement in the end. So as my colleague said, at the time of retirement, it's important to deal with women's particular situation when we're making decisions about the CPP. Our decisions concerning the Canada Pension Plan need to rectify these inequalities that women face when they retire.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am rising once again to speak to Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan Act, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act at third reading, because I feel strongly that this will be one of the largest tax increases in Canada's history, and it will disproportionately impact middle-class Canadians. During the second reading debate, I was asked a question by the member for Avalon concerning my comments made at that time regarding the fact that this CPP increase is a tax hike, given that if a contributor to the program dies before they are eligible to claim CPP benefits, the entirety of these accrued benefits would not flow to their partner or their dependents. The member from Avalon pointed out that because he, sitting member of parliament, is receiving CPP survivor benefits, this major CPP contribution rate hike is not a tax. I'd like to make a couple of observations regarding that member's assertion. Madam Speaker, only persons who are not collecting CPP pensions are eligible for the survivor benefit. These individuals can qualify for up to 60% of the contributor's retirement pension if the surviving spouse or common law partner is not receiving other CPP benefits. So even under the most generous of circumstances, the spouse or common law partner of someone who has paid into the CPP their entire working life will only be able to collect a maximum of 60% of their pension. And this won't be done as a lump sum payment, but rather in installments. If a family experienced a tragedy where both the contributor and their spouse or common law partner were unable to collect CPP benefits, these full benefits would not be passed on to their children or grandchildren. On the other hand, if that same person had consistently contributed to a registered retirement savings plan, the entire value of those contributions would be passed on to their next of kin, regardless of whether that person has their own CPP pension or not. And as the member knows, RRSPs invest in securities that hold similar risk profiles to investments made by the CPP Investment Board, so the risk of losses are comparable to the CPP. I would assert once more that this is a tax hike. There is really no way around that. For greater clarity, let's look at the dictionary definition of the word tax, which is, and I quote, a compulsory contribution to state revenue levied by the government on workers' income and business profits. The CPP contributions are compulsory. They are being levied by the government on income and are going to be used by the federal government to provide for pensions. Therefore, it's a tax. I also think the Liberals are not being forthcoming with the actual size of the increase in CPP premiums they are imposing on contributors. The Liberals should call a spade and admit it's a tax hike and tell folks making more than $54,000 just how much more they are going to have to pay out of each paycheck. Today, Canadians are contributing 10% of their income between the basic exemption, which is $3,500, and the maximum pensionable earnings amount, which is $54,900, into the CPP. When this bill is fully implemented, contributions on income between the minimum threshold and $54,000 will increase from 10 to 12%. CPP contributions on income between $54,000 and $82,000 will increase from 0 to 12%. And CPP contributions on income of $82,000 and above will increase from 0 to 8%. That's hardly a gentle push to save more. That's one of the largest single-year increases in taxes for middle-class Canadians in Canada's history. And it will be middle-class Canadians who will be bearing the largest increase in premiums relative to their income. So every single Canadian making more than $54,000 will see the percentage of each paycheck that will go to the CPC increase by significantly more than 2%. Many will see their contribution rates rise by up to 8 percentage points. That's 8% more of each paycheck they will not take home. Anybody who claims that increasing CPP contributions by 8 percentage points won't have an impact on a family's bottom line is just wrong. In a country like Canada, where credit is fairly easily available, people can replace the income they will lose from the increase in mandatory contributions through greater borrowing. There are a number of Canadians who will not be able to reduce their overall household expenditures by 8% to maintain a balanced budget, and may be put in the position where they have to borrow in order to continue to afford their mortgage or car payments, for example. While it is unwise to borrow money to offset any decrease in income by an increase in CPP premiums, it probably will happen. For folks making above $54,000 per year, looking to pay off their mortgage as quickly as possible, or individuals who may be looking to pay off their student loans earlier, the reduction in take-home pay will have a real impact on how quickly they can pay off their debt. Are you really better off if you are putting aside more money for retirement instead of paying your mortgage or your debts off more quickly? This legislation doesn't increase take-home pay. It doesn't create new money. Therefore, an increase in payments in one area of household expenditures necessitates a decrease in another. Unfortunately, with the recklessness that the Liberals are entering Canada into long-term structural deficits, they don't seem to realize that families have to stick to a budget and make ends meet. The buck stops there. Folks in my riding have also pointed out that higher payroll taxes negatively impact the competitiveness of businesses. One area it will really hurt is self-employed individuals who will have to pay both the employer and employee portion of the CPP, and therefore they will have less capital to put back into their businesses. A financial planner from Martinsville made the following point to me, which I hope the finance minister will take very seriously. He said that he encourages those young people that come to him for financial advice to start saving even just a small amount for their retirement while they are young. But he said, now these same young people will be forced to divert that small amount to the CPP rather than their own savings and retirement plans. With this CPP tax hike, this Liberal government is actually discouraging young people from saving by taking the small amount that they might have been able to put into a TFSA or an RRSP and taxing it away. Madam Speaker, if we want Canadians to save for their future, why would we take away their choice on how to do just that? In conclusion, I am hopeful that all those new nominally independent senators will undertake due diligence and not simply rubber stamp what is clearly ruinous legislation to middle-class Canadians. The CPP is a contribution program. An increase in benefits is only made possible by a corresponding increase in contributions. Depending on their circumstances, Canadians may or may not get back what they put into the program, as I mentioned earlier in my comments. Every single household will have to adjust to the reality that the government doesn't trust them enough to save for their retirement and can only begin to worry about what the Liberals plan to do next to make Canadians, who knows, eat more vegetables, exercise more regularly. The list could go on and on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Now, I understand the Conservative vision and the desire to have smaller government, but I have to ask her the following question. Everyone in the House today might see that there are some benefits after 50 years or so. Perhaps you see that less so, but everyone agrees that people need more money now. For the last 10 years, I don't think that your vision of things worked particularly well because there are so many seniors living in precarious situations. So what do you have to say to that?
Central Eagle Creek?
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And I just want to point out something that I've said time and time again is Conservatives do believe in reasonable, evidence-based policies to help Canadians retire with dignity. And according to Stats Canada, and I know I mentioned these stats in earlier speeches that I've made, the percentage of low-income seniors was 29% in 1970, and today it is 3.7%. So clearly, this is a significant improvement. I would suggest that the best way to prevent poverty in old age is to give people the tools they need to save money and to let them make their own choices based on their own needs and means. They know how to manage their money, not the government, and especially not this government, which wants to take money out of their pockets. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives have made it actually very clear in the sense that this is a bill in which they are just not going to support. And I can appreciate that. If it's up to the Conservative Party, this bill will never see the light of day. And we saw some of that by the movement of 60-some amendments to the bill. And my question to the member is, does she feel there would be a time, sometime in the future, or a situation sometime in the future where the Conservative Party would actually support the enhancement? We understand today, no, they want to kill the bill. They will debate it endlessly. They want to kill the bill. The issue is there going to ever be a time in which she could, or that member could, would see the Conservative Party supporting an enhancement of Canada Pension Plan?
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for his question. You know, one of the things I learned early on when I became a member of Parliament is never speculate. So I don't want to speculate on whether or not there would ever be a time. What I can tell you today about CPP is that from 1966 to 1986, the contribution rate was 3.6%. These original contributions are far lower than what is being contemplated today at 11.9%. At 11.9%, the government is replacing private sector retirement plans, which was not the intent of the original legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, for her comments and her wise words. And I know, being from Saskatchewan, she understands the fact that the attack that this Liberal government has done on the coal industry has created potential for huge job losses in a town called Cornack, where there's a mining company and a power generation. I'm just wondering if she could expand a little bit more on her thoughts of job creation, how that, or having jobs, and how that would affect with the CPP and how they will accommodate that.
Brief answer from the member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do thank my colleague for his question, and I will try to make it very succinct. Look, this is a payroll tax. As I was in my riding during our break week in November, this I heard over and over again. It's a payroll tax that will increase the cost of doing business for everyone, and it will have an impact on their bottom line. The facilities in your riding will be no exception, and I found it very interesting to hear one of the members on the government side basically shrug off these concerns and basically say that yes, some businesses will have to increase the price of what they are producing or their services, or they may need to close their doors, but guess what? That may need to happen, and so I would say that Canadians will be.
So unfortunately, the time is up. The Honourable Government House Leader has a point of order.
Point of order.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to advise that agreements could not be reached under provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at those stages. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I just want to advise that there is someone who's about to deliver their speech, and I think we're going to make sure that he gets the respect that he needs in this House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And obviously there is quite a bit of surprise and I think disgust in this House and what we've just seen take place from the government side. This is the second time, by the way, that we've had the invocation of closure on the same bill. They didn't want to let every member who was interested in speaking speak to it at second reading, and they didn't want to let now every member interested in speaking speak to this at at report stage. And it is critical that we have a full airing and discussion of this bill. Perhaps not every bill before this House requires the same amount of debate and discussion, but this is one of critical importance. This is a piece of legislation that will kill jobs, that will kill businesses, that will make it harder for families to make ends meet. This is a bill that very much ignores what ordinary people and business leaders are telling us here in this House that we need to do. And rather than give them a proper airing, rather than have the full discussion, we have, again, notice of closure motion, and I know we'll be discussing this further tomorrow. Now, Madam Speaker, as I reflect on the points that I wanted to make, and I appreciate that unlike many members on this side of the House, I'll actually have an opportunity to speak to this. When I think about this, as I think about many of the other bills that we discussed, I think about my children, my daughter Gianna, who's 3 and a half, my son Judah, who's just over 1 year old, and I think about what this bill will mean for them in the long term as they move eventually into adulthood, as they try and live well economically and in other respects, and as they move towards retirement. And what can I do as a legislator that will pass on the best possible country to my children? Now, of course, that means having a strong society, a strong culture, but what can we do when it comes to the economic sphere that will position my children well? Well, I think we can do what we know builds to a strong economy. We can encourage the kind of economy that is growing, that is creating jobs and creating opportunity. That doesn't mean an economy in which the government controls everything. That means an economy in which we have a robust private sector that is creating jobs and opportunity for my children, for other people now and into the future. And what this bill, I think the fundamental mistake of it is that if we care about people's well-being, we care about people's economic situation, we care about their retirement, well, the natural conclusion of caring is controlling. If the government cares about people's retirement, they have to control it. They have to take more of their money and put it aside for them. Our view as the Conservative Party, I think, is unique within this House in that we believe that caring does not require controlling. That you can care about the economy and yet recognize that, in fact, a strong economy requires a strong and to some extent regulated but not overly controlled private marketplace, because that is where wealth and opportunity are generated. That is where the creative ideas that spur economic growth come from. That is the source of the innovation that will allow my children to have a better standard of living than I do. It's a strong private sector that creates those long-term opportunities. Repeatedly, we are accused by other members of this House of not caring about retirement, of not being interested in a stronger retirement situation for our seniors. But the difference is not one of caring, it's one of controlling. It's that we understand that just because you care doesn't mean you need to control. That, in fact, the best expression of care for people's well-being in the context of the economic realities we experience is actually giving people control over their own retirement, but at the same time, Madam Speaker, giving them the tools that allow them to succeed and do well in that context. And that can mean, as we did when we were in government, strengthening tools like the OAS. It can mean providing significant tax cuts for seniors, doing things like bringing in income splitting for seniors, and as we committed to in the last election campaign, having a single seniors tax credit. We significantly increased the age exemption, for example. So we brought in a whole host of tax reductions for seniors that allowed seniors to live in sort of a stronger economic position. But caring doesn't mean controlling. We cared and we handed control over to individual seniors in terms of their own retirement. That was our approach, I think uniquely our approach. But other parties believe that if you care, you have to then advocate for more government involvement. And then when we advocate for this balance between the existing CPP as well as stronger savings vehicles and tax cuts for seniors, then they say, oh, you must oppose the CPP in its entirety. As if there's this inescapable binary between the big expansion they've proposed and complete abolition on the other. No, Madam Speaker, actually we think we've got a system that's working fairly well, not perfectly, but that the enhancements can come in terms of really identifying those who need the help the most and providing them with core supports and tax reductions, but always that leave our seniors in control of their own retirement, that don't put in the process undue burden on our businesses. And this is the connection, Madam Speaker, that in trying to control people's retirement, the government is raising taxes on small business. They're introducing new higher payroll taxes for our small businesses. Now, these will hurt economic growth. These will kill jobs. These will kill businesses. They will reduce opportunity. They will reduce the opportunities that are available for my children and yours. And I want to make another specific point about this, about the contradiction in the logic we're seeing from the government. Because on the one hand, they are introducing a carbon tax. And they say that a carbon tax is necessary to reduce carbon. They say that if you don't like something, you should tax it in order to reduce it. That's their argument. On the other hand, today we're debating a bill where they are increasing the tax on employment. So if their view is that a tax is a disincentive, then surely that applies as much in this case as it applies in the case of their arguments with respect to a carbon tax. They can't have it both ways. If a carbon tax is their strategy for reducing carbon, then what is a tax on employment but a transparent measure that will, certainly perhaps not intentionally, but a measure that will have the effect of reducing employment. Now, on this side of the House, we oppose increasing taxes on Canadians. We strongly oppose this new tax on employment. We think that you can more effectively support people by giving them the resources themselves. We also oppose the carbon tax because although it will reduce production, it will hurt the economy. It won't actually increase the efficiency of production. It will simply chase those emissions across borders. It won't have the impact that they desire. But they really have to reconcile, I think, in terms of their own economic logic, whether or not they think a tax is a disincentive. Because if they think a tax is a disincentive in the case of carbon, then the same principle exactly applies when it comes to employment. I want to underline finally, Madam Speaker, that we have a choice here. We have advocated strengthening private savings vehicles and providing tax reductions as an alternative that helps current and future seniors and doesn't hurt our economy. Now, one of the major advantages of private savings is that it actually allows people to use those savings in a more flexible way throughout their lives. Now, most people I know, they save for different major projects throughout their lives, which then help them economically in the future. People might save up for post-secondary education. That post-secondary education allows them to have a greater earning potential. Then they save up to buy a home. And then that they might save up for a small business or for some kind of personal investments, which then build up to that savings for retirement. And they can realize the value of that education throughout their life, of that home, if they choose to sell it, of that small business, perhaps if they choose to sell it. So private savings give individuals greater flexibility, whereas a government-controlled savings mechanism, like what they're talking about, higher taxes and then future disbursements, mean the government's taking money away from people and they don't have the opportunity to use those savings throughout their life. They don't have the opportunity to make those investments in an education, in a home, in a small business, things that help them and generate a stronger economy. As I think about my children, as I think about Gianna and Judah and what this bill means for them, I'm going to strongly oppose this bill knowing that we're better off caring but not controlling. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for West Nova.
Much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He raised an interesting point that I hadn't heard raised before with regard to comparing tax to the carbon tax and what the Conservatives in this instance say is a payroll tax. And he mentions that, that would be a good example to show that we're not being consistent. But in fact, on this side of the House, we don't believe that the Canada Pension Plan imposes a payroll tax. It's the Conservatives that are saying it's a payroll tax. And therefore, I'd like to hear him understand that if it's a payroll tax, and that's going to mean that job creators aren't hiring people, then that obviously admits that it does affect behavior. Taxes affect behavior. They're the ones who think it's a payroll tax, and therefore the carbon tax would affect behavior and consumption. So I'd like to turn his argument on its head, because they're the ones that are saying that it's a payroll tax, when on this side of the House we see it as an investment in Canadians' future.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the carbon tax, I believe it will affect behavior, but the effect on behavior will be sending industry over the border. It might affect Canadian emissions, but it won't affect global emissions. It won't actually address the problem. I'll just say this: the Liberals don't want to call this a tax, whether or not we call it a tax. The fact is, a tax by any other name smells just as bad. The economic impact of this acts like a tax, even if you want to call it something else. Because if you charge an extra, call it a fee, call it a deduction, make up a new word if you like, but if you call it an extra levy, if you charge an extra something or other on top of something else, that creates a disincentive for it. Most economists would use the word tax. I'm agnostic on the word, but fundamentally, the impact of it, Canadian Federation of Business, Canadian Federation of Independent Business, other experts tell us very clearly what the impact will be. It will kill jobs, it will kill businesses, it will hurt wages. We know that that's the impact, again, regardless of the language you want to use.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually want to return on this very issue about whether we call this a tax or not. I mean, part of what Canadians are going to work for isn't just for wages for today. They also want to retire eventually. And their pension package is part of the wage package, Madam Speaker. And so to call the CPP increase a tax increase would be the same as calling their wage a tax. And I think when you use such a broad definition of taxation, Madam Speaker, it just kind of stops making sense. If every cost incurred by an employer is a tax, that doesn't make any sense at all. Canadians are going to work. They want to defer some of their wages in order to be able to take their retirement. This is a sensible way of doing that. I don't think that calling it a tax adds anything to this debate. In fact, I think it really obfuscates what Canadians are going to work for. So I don't think the debate has moved ahead at all by referring to the CPP increase as a tax, just as debates about wages wouldn't be advanced if we suddenly started calling people's wages taxes, Madam Speaker. I wonder what the member thinks about that.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is important to point out the strong attention that our friends on the political left pay to redefining language away from the clearest possible wording. Now, you can call it, as I said, you can call it a tax, you can call it a levy, you can call it a deduction. Here are the facts. If you have a mandatory portion of a person's pay that the government is taking away from them, you don't have to call it a tax. But economically, it behaves like a tax. Economically, it introduces a disincentive relative to your previous position. It means that compared to prior to that deduction, you're relatively worse off and relatively less likely to engage in that behavior because the amount you're taking home as a result of it is less. I mean, that's the basic economic logic here. Again, it doesn't matter what you call it, but the behavior of it is exactly the same.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to take up a certain point in this debate that I don't think has gotten quite enough attention. We often talk about the fact that the CPP increase as proposed by the government isn't going to do a lot for seniors today, and that's likely true. It's in the nature of the plan, Madam Speaker, that pension plans are about building for the future. And if we want to do something for seniors today, there are other things that we can do and other things that we should do. But the fact that the CPP really is only going to benefit people 40 years from now is just to say that it's going to benefit young people who are entering the workforce today. And I don't see that as a vice of the increase in the plan at all. So I just want to take a moment to put it on the record that I actually think the increases that are going ahead for the CPP, to the extent that they are, and there are some problems with this bill, and I do want to eventually get to those, Madam Speaker. But the virtue of this bill is that for young people who are facing a different work environment than my parents did, and frankly than my grandparents did, the CPP has a lot to offer. And it has a lot to offer in a couple of ways. One, and I think the most important one, is the portability of the plan and the fact that it goes from employer to employer to employer. No matter what province you're working in, Madam Speaker, you will continue to pay in and your employer will continue to pay in to the CPP, and that's a cumulative benefit that you receive over your entire life. So I think there's a real advantage to that in a labour market that we know is changing and is causing young people today, first of all, to have trouble finding work in the first place. When they do, it's not long-term permanent work. We know that young people today are not only going to be changing employers many times, but are likely to change careers many times. So the idea that you would find a company pension, which was part of the kind of 3 pillars of the retirement savings plan when CPP was brought in. You would have the public pension, you would have a company pension, and then you would have your private savings, which were meant to represent only a third of what you would need to retire, because people at that time recognized that asking people to save for the entirety of their retirement was in all likelihood setting the bar too high. So the company pension was meant to be a pillar of that. We no longer have that. Even if some young Canadians today are lucky enough to get on with a company that does offer some kind of pension scheme, it's very unlikely that they're going to stay with that employer for 25 or 30 years, which means it's going to be hard for them to receive the full benefit of that pension plan. And even if they got on over 20 or 30 years with a couple different employers or a few different employers that had their own various versions of retirement plans, whether it was some kind of defined benefit plan, although those are disappearing very quickly, or different defined contribution plans or pooled RSPs or whatever the mechanism is, in order to receive their retirement benefit and their income, that means being in touch with and interacting with multiple financial institutions and multiple different plans to cobble together that income that at one time would have come from one comprehensive company plan and the CPP. So the CPP can step in, I think, to play an important role for young people who are struggling to find employment, to keep employment, and who nevertheless would like to retire one day. I mean, the fact that they're working contracts and they're not getting guarantees of work, past 8 months or a year or 2 years doesn't mean they want to keep doing that for the rest of their life. In fact, I submit to you, Madam Speaker, that many of them would be very happy to sign on with a company that promised them long-term employment with good benefits and a pension plan that they felt they could rely on. So that's a really important benefit. The costs of it aside, or the direct financial details aside, this is a good way for young people who have a very challenging labour market to deal with, to be able to put together some kind of pension plan, and a pension plan that provides a defined benefit. I mean, in the private sector, defined benefit plans are disappearing. It seems another one disappears every day. But it's important, if you want to be able to plan for your retirement, to have a sense of how much income you're going to have. We know from 2008 that can change very quickly when all of the risk is put on the individual, and when the market goes south for reasons beyond the control of any one particular Canadian, that means that their retirement savings can disappear overnight. The retirement savings that were kept with the Canada Pension Plan did not disappear overnight, and I think Canadians would be glad to know if they were part of the, if they were like most Canadians and unfortunately had a lot of their retirement savings disappear overnight on the stock market, they would be glad to know that what they did put into the CPP is still going to be there for them. And gladder still, Madam Speaker, if that was a more significant percentage of their overall retirement income, Madam Speaker. So it's a benefit in that it follows people around, and I think that's important for young workers. It's a benefit to them, too, in that it provides a kind of core defined benefit around which they can plan the rest of their retirement savings, Madam Speaker. I think, we've heard a lot of members talk about the role of individual responsibility and the importance of savings, and I mean, as a principle, it's impossible to impeach that. I think it is important for people to take responsibility, but one way you can do that is by making collective decisions and electing governments that have proposed and through government implementing a good public pension. So I don't see this as government taking away people's money and planning for them. I see this as Canadians making decisions about who to elect based on platforms that have to do with collective decision making. And I think the CPP offers a better retirement alternative than many Canadians would be able to find in the private sector. That's true in part because it shares the risk across all working Canadians. It's true in part because it has some of the lowest administrative fees. It's true in part because it's a fully portable plan. But it's also true because I think one of the deceptions in the position of Conservatives in the House when it comes to individual savings is that somehow all Canadians are equal in the access that they enjoy to plans to provide good returns, Madam Speaker. So, you know, I don't think anyone who has any knowledge of retirement savings could honestly get up in this place and say it doesn't matter how much money you have to invest in a mutual fund or with a particular financial planner or advisor, what rate of return that you get. We know, I mean, all you have to do is walk into the bank and they'll tell you that if you got $25,000 instead of $5,000, you can get a higher interest rate on your savings account. And that principle, you know, continues to apply, and those returns continue to increase exponentially with the amount of wealth you have. When it comes to the CPP, all Canadians are treated equally, and your savings dollar goes just as far, whether you're saving a little bit because you get paid $14 an hour or a lot because you're paid $50 an hour. So there's a basic issue of fairness. No one is saying that the CPP should be 100% of Canadians' retirement income, but it needs to be an important pillar, and there's an important issue of fairness there, Madam Speaker, that needs to be addressed. When we are talking about fairness in the CPP, that's an important principle, and it's one of the reasons that we've been disappointed in the NDP that certain provisions instituted by previous Liberal governments, previous Trudeau governments for that matter, Madam Speaker, in order to ensure fairness for the CPP, are not present in this round of increases for the CPP. And I'm speaking in particular about dropout provisions for women who have to leave the workforce or decide to leave the workforce because they want to spend time with their children and don't want those years counted towards their overall benefit because that would punish them in terms of the benefit that they get out of the CPP. And likewise for people with disabilities who also may have to take time out of the workforce and don't want those years counted towards their overall benefit because they didn't earn very much in those years, obviously, Madam Speaker, if they weren't working to their full potential. That's a principle of fairness that traditionally had been recognized by Liberals, and it's been unfortunate to see that these Liberals refuse to recognize that principle of fairness in the CPP, Madam Speaker. My colleague from Hamilton Mountain has done a great job, first of all, of identifying what I hope was an oversight by the Liberals. If it wasn't an oversight, I think that's even worse, Madam Speaker. But if it was an oversight, I don't think they've handled it very well. Because what they should have done was admitted that they had made a mistake, that they had missed that, and made a commitment to return to the table and secure the appropriate changes before ramming this bill through. Instead, they decided to use time allocation, hoping that they could bust it through before Canadians started paying attention, Madam Speaker. I think that's shameful, and I was sad to see it. But I do want to commend once again my colleague from Hamilton Mountain who identified the problem, offered amendments in committee. You know, when those weren't accepted because they have financial implications, and the government would need to champion them. He moved a motion calling on the committee to recommend to government that they undertake to do that, and even that was shut down, Madam Speaker. So it's been very disappointing to see the Liberals not continue what until now, until this government, had been a tradition of Liberals recognizing that basic principle of fairness with respect to the CPP. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member. And, you know, the Minister of Finance has been very clear in terms of the next round and talking with his provincial counterparts that there will be a discussion to talk about what we might be able to do in the future in regards to CPP. But my question is more so related to the member seemed to be disappointed in regards to the time allocation. And yet we know that the Conservative Party has made a commitment to defeat the bill. And the best way for the Conservative Party to defeat the bill is to ensure that it never sees the light of day, just to continue talking and talking and talking. And they could virtually, and they've demonstrated it. They've demonstrated, Madam Speaker, that they could talk endlessly on this, against this bill, and it would never come to a vote. My question to my colleague across the way is, would he rather see the legislation pass or allow the Conservatives to ultimately kill the bill?
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm usually someone to defer to experts in their subject area, and I know the member for Winnipeg North is an expert in talking endlessly, but in this case, Madam Speaker, while that may be true, I mean, it's often the case that opposition parties oppose government bills. I think in this case, his argument would be a lot stronger if the government was undertaking to fix some of the basic problems with the bill that the member from Hamilton Mountain has identified. So if his argument is that the Conservatives are going to give, essentially what he's saying is that the Conservatives are willing to give them all the time they need to fix the bill, and instead they're going to use time allocation and pass it without the fixes. His position would be much stronger if they would fix the bill, and then we could have this debate again, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have asked this question of the member previously, and I'm hoping he's had a chance to revise his answer. And the question is, the seniors today know that this bill will not help them one iota, not a bit. So my question is, what do we tell seniors today that this bill isn't going to help them?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, this was the point that I was trying to address in the first part of my speech, which was really that while we do need to take measures to help seniors today, and that is important, and there are a range of things that we can do, whether it's investments in affordable housing or raising the GIS or raising the OAS, and the list goes on. There's lots, a National Pharmacare program would actually be a great benefit for seniors, but we don't see the Liberal or Conservative government talking about that. The point that I was trying to make is that I actually think that we should be thinking of this as a policy for young people, and that's not a bad thing. It's okay to make good policy for young people in this country as well, Madam Speaker. So while there are a lot of things that we need to do for seniors, I don't think it's a reason not to proceed with this particular change simply because it in and of itself doesn't do anything for seniors. This is a policy for young people. That's okay. When we talk about pension planning over 30 or 40 years, that's something inherently that is going to be for young people. You need that much time in order to be able to have an effective and successful retirement plan. So we're having that conversation. This is something that's going to benefit my children, and I'm very happy to vote for something I think is going to be of benefit to them, even though it's not going to benefit my grandmother.
Comments, questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague, who, as usual, gives excellent and eloquent speeches, and I would like to hear his opinion on something that has been bothering me. When I look at how much the Liberals boast about a bill that, really, it's just an update, and it's going to, take 50 years to fully, come into force. And, some people are saving $1 or $2. It's not like a super duper achievement. There are people who are going to have problems now, and what does my colleague think about that? How will they solve them?
Please.
Merci beaucoup. Oui.
Thank you very much. Yes, obviously we have big problems today, and we need to take action on these issues today, either with affordable housing or health issues and medication, and it's not an excuse not to do that. But it is still good. It is good to make policies for youth as well. But it shouldn't be either or. We need to continue working on all of these issues together.
À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, une motion portant ajournement de la Chambre est réputée avoir été présentée et appuyée. En conséquence, la question est la suivante. Que cette Chambre s'ajourne maintenant. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is truly a pleasure for me. It would appear that there is a problem with the interpreting. Is it all right now? Okay. You just need to hear my voice then, I guess, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I understand that you're granted more importance than I am, Madam Speaker. That's only normal. We're coming up to the 5th Christmas that I will have spent as a parliamentarian, and it's been 5 years that I've been seeking cooperation with the Conservative government and then the Liberal government to give a beautiful, beautiful Christmas gift to the people of Mauricie, and that would be the idea of solving the pyrrhotite problem as quickly as possible. Now, obviously, we need financial support for the victims, and the issue is already dealt with, and we know the government's response through its proposal to offer $10 million per year over 3 years to the victims of pyrrhotite. Now, that is highly inadequate to meet needs, but we welcome those amounts favorably. But the other important problem, which is just as big, is that of reviewing the standard on the quality of concrete aggregates, and I'll tell you why it's so important. Number one, because many victims currently still don't know whether they are going to be compensated because the provincial program that grants compensation does so with a standard that it has not been scientifically proven, but instead there's a type of consensus established around the first trial. The judge in that trial also called for the concrete aggregate standard be reviewed so that it correspond with scientific expertise beyond a reasonable doubt. And that is also the only way that the Government of Canada can ensure that this problem that is being experienced in Mauricie does not affect other regions in Canada, that this problem does not spread beyond those victims who are currently grappling with this problem. And what we need to realize is that in a review cycle of a policy or a standard, it is usually done every 5 years. So in 2015, there was a review of the standard on concrete aggregates, which it concluded the following, and this is where it would be funny if it wasn't so pathetic, but the standard, when it was revised in 2015, resulted in nothing, since there were no scientific studies to back up or to produce a certain figure like the European standard does. Well, the government limited itself to saying that pebbles containing pyrrhotite, with more than 0.1% of pyrrhotite, should not be used in concrete aggregates. So it was the should instead of a must. And so every time I have put the question to both the Liberal government and the Conservative government before it, I was always told that this was under provincial jurisdiction because the building code is provincial. So, Madam Speaker, what I might remind you is that the building code, the Quebec building code, is composed of standards that are established federally. So we have to respect this process. If the standard on concrete aggregates is reviewed at the federal level, then they must ensure that the entire cycle is respected. So my question is simple. Does the Liberal government intend to tackle the standards for concrete aggregates?
Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member for Trois-Rivières is very familiar with the steps this government has taken to assist homeowners in Quebec whose foundations have been affected by pyrrhotite. We are taking actions even though the federal government bears no responsibility for this problem, Madam Speaker. This is something we have made clear on previous occasions and in our platform. Perhaps a more detailed explanation for the member will be helpful. Indeed, some honourable members may not be familiar with this issue, so let me begin by providing some background. In the mid-1990s, contractors in some parts of Quebec began to use concrete containing pyrrhotite, a mineral that can cause deterioration over time as slabs are exposed to water. Hundreds of homes in Trois-Rivières and Masconoge have been affected by the problem, which typically requires the costly replacement of the foundation. The member for Trois-Rivières believes that the federal standards for the aggregates used in concrete is at the root of the problem. And, Madam Speaker, this is simply not the case. First, it's important to understand that the provinces and territories regulate the design and construction of new houses and buildings. This is why, when Canadians want to build or renovate their homes, they apply to the local municipality, not the federal government, for the necessary permits. The National Model Construction Codes are prepared under the direction of the Canadian Commission on Building and Fire Codes, with the goal of promoting technical consistency of regulations and market uniformity across Canada. However, it is up to the authorities who publish building codes in each province and territory to decide whether to adopt the codes. More to the point, Madam Speaker, is that the use of expansive aggregates such as pyrrhotite and concrete has been prohibited, I repeat, has been prohibited under the National Building Code for more than 20 years. So the fact is that federal construction standards banned the use of pyrrhotite and concrete before these problems began to emerge in Quebec. The member for Trois-Rivières is asking the federal government to do something that has already been done. It is also worth noting that in June 2014, the Quebec Superior Court concluded that professional technical consultants, suppliers, and contractors involved in the supply of faulty concrete were responsible for this economic and human tragedy. But our government is more concerned with doing the right thing, Madam Speaker, than assigning blame. That is why in Budget 2016, we included a commitment to provide up to $30 million over 3 years to help homeowners who are dealing with the consequences of pyrrhotite. That commitment is now being fulfilled through an agreement signed by the governments of Canada and Quebec on July 11th. Under this agreement, the Société d'Habitation du Québec has been given the green light to begin delivering the federal funds through the existing Quebec program to compensate homeowners who have been impacted by pyrrhotite. This is the quickest and fairest way to deliver fairest assistance to affected homeowners, Madam Speaker, and I would encourage the member for Trois-Rivières to recognize the government's efforts in this regard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, not only do I recognize its efforts, but I focused on them in my first question. But my second question is going to be direct because the government representative is telling us that even if they don't accept any responsibility, which I don't understand because we're talking about a federal standard, the government is prepared to do what is necessary. So here's my question. Is the federal government participating, or will it participate, in the research program led by L'Université Laval, the Quebec Building Board, and the Infrastructure Research Centre to finally have a scientific basis that will determine the quality of concrete aggregates?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Children and Social Development.
Close enough, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while I appreciate the member's frustration and him working on behalf of his constituents, I believe he is aiming it at the wrong target. As I noted earlier, the National Building Code has prohibited the use of pyrrhotite in concrete since 1995, and the Quebec Superior Court recently ruled that responsibility for this problem lies with technical consultants, suppliers, and contractors who were involved in supplying the faulty concrete. What has changed over the past year, Madam Speaker, is that our government has engaged on this issue. I think the honourable member appreciates that, and while the previous government was indifferent to the financial hardship of affected homeowners, we are collaborating with the province to provide $30 million in federal assistance to them. I'm sure the member will acknowledge that this is the right thing to do, and I want to thank him once again for his question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, I have risen in this House to ask many questions of this government about softwood lumber, and I have yet to receive an answer to this very pressing issue. I have heard the government squabble back and forth with the Conservatives over which government has neglected this file the most. Madam Speaker, Canadians will lose their jobs, and all I hear from the government is a child's argument of, well, they didn't do it either. Enough with the finger-pointing. Canadians deserve answers. 2 months ago, I asked the Minister for International Trade what her plan was to protect jobs. Everyone knew that it was only a matter of time until we were hit with new tariffs and unfair trade measures by the United States. Now, the industry has filed a petition calling for duties which we know can be applied retroactively. While it's true that we have never lost a case before us, it's also true that these cases are extremely expensive and have resulted in closures of over 400 mills and the loss of over 20,000 jobs. This has had a serious impact on many communities across this country where people rely on good-paying jobs in the forestry sector. I hear the minister telling us that she's talking to the U.S. trade representative, but talk will not change the fact that we will lose more jobs without a plan. At this point, we are calling on the minister to tell us how specifically she intends to support this important industry in Canada to ensure that mills are not closed and jobs are not lost. I hope that when I ask these questions today of the government, we will finally get the answer that thousands of Canadians want to know. Will the Liberal government provide loan guarantees? How much will they provide? How will it be regionally applied? And can the minister assure people working in the forestry sector that they will not lose their jobs because of this government's inaction?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the honourable member for her question. There has been neither negligence nor inaction on the part of our government. The softwood lumber industry is very important to Canada. It is a key part of Canada's forest industry and of the Canadian economy, and it generates close to 260,000 jobs. Furthermore, this industry is often an economic driver for certain rural communities. Because the U.S. is the main export market for Canada where softwood lumber is concerned, it's clear that we need to maintain stable and predictable access to the American market if we want the industry to continue to be successful. The government recognizes this, and that is why the softwood lumber issue has been a priority for the government since we came to power. The Minister, Ambassador McDaughton, and myself have worked very hard on this file, and we will continue to do so. We prepared an exhaustive consultation process, which is still underway. We've been consulting with Canadian stakeholders to ensure that Canada's negotiating position really represents all of Canada's interests. These consultations led to a clear preference for a negotiated agreement, and the Liberal agreement worked collaboratively with the U.S. Using these results. In the joint declaration of June 29th, 2016, with President Obama, the Prime Minister described the key characteristics of the agreement. In order to conclude a mutually acceptable agreement with the U.S., the Minister regularly raised the issue of softwood lumber with her American counterpart, Ambassador Froman, including most recently at the APEC summit in Lima. Global Affairs Canada representatives are working tirelessly on this file as part of intensive negotiations with their American counterparts. Since October 2015, they have held 18 negotiating sessions, in addition to the regular informal exchanges, the objective of which is to conclude a softwood lumber agreement. Canada is disappointed that the U.S. forestry industry asked the Department of Commerce and the International Trade Commission to open investigations into countervailing duties concerning Canadian wood. Their claims are unfounded. The Canadian government wants a negotiated solution, but Canada will tirelessly defend the interests of the Canadian softwood lumber industry, including when it comes to dispute resolution cases before the WTO or American courts. The Liberal government will continue to work with the provinces and territories, as well as with the industry, workers, and other stakeholders to defend Canada's interests. Canada wants a good agreement for the softwood industry, not just any agreement.
For Essex.
I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's concern for forestry workers in our country, but he spoke about inaction, and raising the issue is inaction. At this point, we need assurances for people who work in this sector. A petition has been filed. Jobs will be lost. If it's a priority, then where is the plan? No answer on the loan guarantees. No answer on how much money. No answer on how it will be regionally applied. If Liberals are not going to stand up for forestry jobs in this country, I can assure, Madam Speaker, all Canadians, especially the 260,000 people who work in the forestry sector, that the NDP will.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, the government will continue to work with great energy to move forward on the softwood lumber issue. Canada would rather have a negotiated agreement, but it will not hesitate to vigorously defend the interests of the Canadian softwood lumber industry before the courts if necessary. The Government of Canada recognizes how important this softwood lumber industry is and is treating the file as a priority. We will conclude a good agreement for Canada, not just any old agreement. We will continue to work with stakeholders across the country to move forward on this file. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne est maintenant.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.